continue. And at the very beginning, our protagonist is on a busy street and starts talking to his mom, who's nagging him to come home for his sister Sorro's birthday. But he questions why he should go, and she says he should at least bring a present. Meanwhile, some friends call him to go to a cyber cafe to play games, but he says he can't make it, telling them he'll see them tomorrow. But as he's walking and answering his phone in the middle of the street, he bumps into an executive who starts treating the kid like garbage, getting pissed off just for being bumped into. And our protagonist is just wondering what Sorro might like. But while he's thinking, something happens. And just like that, buildings start to collapse from a shower of yellow lightning coming from the sky that starts striking the entire city. Our protagonist and everyone else there are terrified because everything starts to crumble with buildings falling on people's heads, and everyone starts running, trying to find cover. How is this possible? But before they could do anything, the whole area is already being hit, and our protagonist starts running for his life in the middle of all that chaos. And in the middle of it all, a girl, not knowing what to do, cries out for someone to help her, while our protagonist tries to call her over to him so she can stay safe. But an ambulance falls right on top of the girl's head, crushing her completely. And at that, the boy just keeps asking himself what is happening. This has to be a dream. But as he's running blindly, not looking where he's going, Truck-kun appears right beside him, ready to take him to an Isekai. And inches before he's hit, the boy closes his. And after that, that same bolt of lightning strikes another place, dropping the boy off right there. And when he opens his eyes, he wonders where he is, because he's positive he was just run over by a truck. And when he opens his eyes and looks up, he sees a moon, 2 of them actually, and several flying monsters that look like griffins. And he wonders, what the hell is this? He notices he's in the middle of some vegetation, and when he gets up, he sees enormous trees all around him. And as he's observing everything, he's horrified, because right in front of him he sees a huge bear fighting against several wolves, both red and gray ones. And this sight just horrifies the kid. Meanwhile, a doctor was talking to him back in the real world, recapping the whole story the boy told him, saying that when he woke up, he was on a planet with 2 moons and a forest full of bizarre beasts, and the bear and the pack that were fighting suddenly turned towards the boy. And our protagonist confirms this. So the doctor asks how he managed to come back alive from a place like that. And the boy doesn't have much to say, just remembering how those wolves killed that bear, taking it down and securing their meal. They began to eat the monster's flesh while he hid. However, while that was happening, a little wolf cub appeared right behind him, and he was scared to death seeing the offspring of one of those things so close to him. And at that moment, the boy did what any sane person would do. He ran. He ran as fast as he could from there, fleeing from everything he possibly could. He says that to survive, he ran as hard as he possibly could, and as he was running, his constitution increased. He was completely surprised by this notification, and with this unexpected surprise, he ended up tripping and went tumbling down a path, falling on top of a pile of weeds from a pretty considerable height. And when he got up, he asked himself, what was that noise just now? He wonders if he's hearing things now, but when he looked ahead, he noticed something different, a huge fruit lying there, and since he's starving, he wonders if it's edible. However, there are several ants all around that fruit, and since there are insects eating it, he assumes it's not poisonous, and he just goes for it. But while he's eating, he hears a noise from the middle of the bushes and is once again scared to death. And as he looks a little closer between the leaves, he sees the eye of a lizard watching him from up close, and he's terrified all over again. And then, a gigantic anaconda leaps out of the water towards the boy. He's completely frozen, unable to react. But before that enormous monster could reach him, a frog appears and bites the snake with incredibly strong teeth, killing it instantly and dragging it underwater. And our protagonist is still standing in the same spot, with no reaction whatsoever, watching this horror show unfold right in front of him. He thinks that this place was completely insane, and due to the shock, he ended up fainting right there. He says that, in reality, maybe he was the one who had gone insane. The rain eventually woke him up, and after waking up, he began to adapt a little to that place, already wearing primitive clothes and honing his jungle survival skills. And that was his 67th day stranded there. He says that the wolf pack that was chasing him still hadn't given up. He was afraid they could catch him at any moment. And besides that, the forest had other dangers besides the wolves, and he needed to find a safer place. And after a year stranded there, he found bananas almost as big as he was, grabbing one of them to eat. Calmer, stronger, more experienced in this jungle life. And a banana like that would surely be about 3 or 4 days worth of food for him. And he says that, somehow, he survived. And, to be more precise, maybe he had adapted, and a wolf cub was persistently, stubbornly following him. And he got so used to the pup that he'd miss him whenever he wasn't around. But while he was eating his banana, he felt some drool drip right onto his back, and when he looked up, he saw that another monster was threatening his life. A massive gorilla was charging at him, and it was closing in on the kid, ready to kill him. but he managed to dodge the attack, letting the gorilla fall along with the branch. He grabbed onto a nearby vine, leaving the monster to fall. Then he tells the gorilla better luck next time, calmly avoiding the charge. As the gorilla fell, the little pup couldn't react in time. The monster landed right on top of him, throwing the pup aside and injuring it. And our protagonist noticed this, because when the gorilla got up, it was filled with rage, ready to attack the first thing it saw. And the little pup, injured with a twig stuck in its leg, couldn't run and tried to face the gorilla down. And apparently, the giant gorilla wasn't about to go easy on him just because he was a pup. It charged in for the kill, swatting the pup aside again with one blow. However, that's when our protagonist decided to help the little pup, grabbing a stick and jamming it right into the gorilla's eye, blinding it in one of them. With the gorilla blinded, it went berserk, reaching out its hands towards our protagonist, grabbing him and slamming the boy to the ground. He slammed his back against a tree, feeling a bit dizzy from the impact. And the gorilla, consumed by rage, lunged at the boy once more. Meanwhile, the protagonist was thinking how stupid that was of him to go up against that monster, and in the present, the doctor asks him why he did it. And the protagonist says he couldn't keep running from territorial fights, and that running away constantly wouldn't solve anything. The doctor was surprised by the boy's answer. The protagonist explains that it's because no matter where you go, there will always be a ruler, because as the gorilla charged at him, our protagonist just braced for the hit. But just as the gorilla got close enough, raising its arm to kill him, one of the wolves launched itself at the gorilla. It latched onto its jugular, and several others appeared to attack the monster, biting its entire body and killing the gorilla right then and there. And our protagonist thinks that he must have passed out while watching the pack attack. At that moment, he really thought it was the end, but they didn't attack him while he was unconscious. They must have thought he saved the pup, the white wolf pup that had injured its leg, and that pup was the son of the Wolf King, leader of the Crimson Wolves. And so, sometime later, on a full moon night, the protagonist started running with the wolves. Even though he was tired, he ran with the little pup, carrying it in his arms, and eventually, over time, the little pup grew up, and he became part of the pack. And so, in his second year of being stranded, he was already howling along with the wolves. And he says that he thinks those guys accepted him as part of the pack. By his 31st year stranded, he was still in the forest, but he had changed a lot. The truth is, he hadn't managed to escape. He still hadn't found any civilization, but he could now kill enormous snakes with ease, helping the wolves with their hunts. And so he formed a family with the wolves and continued to take part in territorial battles for the family's survival against all kinds of monsters. Until, eventually, he was killing gigantic boars all by himself. By year 120, he thought he was the only human on that planet, in a constant fight for survival where he made some furry friends, but also lost a few. He starts to wonder again how many years he's been stranded there because he'd forgotten the date, and it felt like hundreds of years had already passed. He questions how he's even still alive. So, back in the present, the doctor asks if after becoming the king of the wolves, even after 500 years, he was never able to find any sign of civilization. And in the end, he asks how the boy managed to get back to Earth. And the protagonist starts to remember, because he had started a war against the gorilla race for Moonlight Hill. And when the wolves were face to face with the gorillas and the war had begun, he was leading them all against the gorilla king. But then something happened, and a red light flashed in front of him. He started to get pulled in, the same way he was pulled in front of that truck, and he was taken back to the real world, leaving his weapon behind. Back in the real world, a short time before, a blonde woman is holding a scanner and talking to the captain, telling him that something is strange with the readings. The dimensional energy is out of control. And so, the captain orders her to send the coordinates to the portal control team, now. She says she sent the coordinates, and at the location of the phenomenon, that same red glow appears in front of them, and they think a portal is forming. One of them says they don't know what's going to come out of it and tells everyone to fall back. And he thinks to himself, no wonder I had a bad feeling about this. And one of those men just starts running for it, but a huge explosion erupts from the portal, throwing everyone into the air. But they're still scared to death, and nobody wants to die. And the blonde woman, drawing her sword and flaring her aura, says she'll buy them some time, telling them to start running. Meanwhile, the captain calls headquarters, asking them to send emergency reinforcements to his location. The girl sees that power coming toward her and yells at whatever it is to come on out, because she's going to tear it to pieces. But when she gets a better look at what's emerging from the glow, she sees a humanoid form and is taken aback by it. And the protagonist stares deep into her soul. She wonders if he's even human, but notices her entire body is trembling. The protagonist simply roars in front of her, and the girl freezes up. And after that roar, which basically short-circuited the girl's brain, the protagonist just collapses in front of her. He passes out on the ground. She relaxes a little as the portal disappears in front of her, and the captain is stunned that all of that pressure was coming from just one person. Then the blonde woman wonders what kind of power that was just now, because that was a level of pressure she'd never felt before, not even against high-level monsters or in high-level dungeons. And she starts to wonder, what the hell is this guy? The captain tells everyone that the situation is resolved and that he's a returnee, telling them to call an ambulance for him now. And, in front of the doctor finishes his consultation, thanking the boy. He says that his testimony and medical exam will be shared with the Awakens Center, mentioning that he seems quite healthy. So he should be released in a few days, but then our hero tells the bald doctor that this is his first time speaking with a civilized being in 1,000 years. He thanks him for listening to his story. At this, the doctor says that he shared a very valuable personal story, and that they should be the ones thanking him, recognizing the guy as a warrior who has returned after a 1,000-year adventure. But after the doctor leaves the room and starts walking down the hall, he thinks to himself that this is one interesting patient. His story is so vividly detailed, he'd make a great novelist. Not believing a single word the kid said, thinking it's all a delusion. Meanwhile, at the Awakens Center, the blonde woman asks the captain if he's sure this information is correct, because it doesn't seem right. The captain asks what's wrong with it. She points out that it says the guy who came out of the portal is a rank F, and he confirms it, saying he's a rare rank F case. It's a shame, because if he were a higher rank, he would have received government disability benefits. But she thinks something is wrong, because being rank F means he's just an ordinary person. She asks how a rank F managed to get through a portal, questioning if he's absolutely sure this isn't a mistake. And the captain says maybe he just got lucky, and that it happens from time to time. He suggests that, who knows, maybe the kid snuck in there and luckily stumbled upon a return stone, and then says he just got the doctor's opinion, asking if she wants to take a look. He says our hero has PTSD, a common disorder among rank F returnees, which stands for post-traumatic stress disorder. As she reads it, she's surprised that the guy behaves like a wolf, remembering how he howled in front of her. She wonders if that was all just her imagination, and asks the captain if this is the file for the returnee, Park Seo-woo. He confirms it, but says they still need to treat a returnee according to the manual, so she asks for permission to deliver it to him personally. He's surprised and questions why she wants to do that. She says she needs to check with her own eyes and goes to our hero, who is still hospitalized, and he's thinking that it's been 2 weeks since he returned to Earth after spending 1,000 years in another world. He thinks he wanted to come back more than anything, but now that he's back, everything feels strange, wondering how he's supposed to live from now on. Then the nurse comes to Seo-woo, telling him it's time for his meal. As soon as he sees the food, he just accepts the situation, thinking he'll start by filling his stomach first. While he's eating, the blonde woman arrives, asking for Park Seo-woo, and our hero is just sitting on the bed, eating with his bare hands. The girl is startled by him, while he gives her a menacing look. She ignores the bizarre scene and introduces herself as Choi Kim So-young from the Awakened Center. Our hero keeps eating until he notices her scent, thinking it's familiar. She says she was the first person he saw when he returned, remembering that Seo-woo definitely looked like a predator when he came out of the portal. But she thinks that maybe there's something wrong with her sensory ability. After he finishes eating, he says the grub was good. He asks what this Awakened Center thing is, but she questions why he's speaking so informally to her. However, he reminds the girl that he's over 1,000 years old, and she doesn't really believe him. She explains that the Awakened Center is a government organization that helps returnees adjust to society. She hands him a document and says, "This is the information returnees need to know." She says he can take as much time as he needs to read it. For now, he just needs to sign it to consent to sharing his information. The boy is surprised to see a pen and says it's been a long time since he's seen an object like that. He starts sniffing the pen, while she questions why he keeps sniffing things. He remarks that it's been 1,000 years and they're still using these things, but she tells him she asked him to sign, not to draw. He apologizes, explaining that it's been 1,000 years since he last used a pen. She then wonders if he's a Neanderthal, getting annoyed as she has to tell him again that he needs to sign here and initial in another spot. While he's doing it, she wonders if he's nothing more than an idiot. She calls out, "Park Seo-woo," and he asks what she wants. She asks if he learned how to draw over there. He replies that he already knew how, signing with a beautifully drawn wolf's face. Then she asks about other things like magic, voodoo, or martial arts. He says he didn't learn any of that he lived in a forest and had to do everything he could just to survive. She asks if, in order to survive, he spent 10 years running around, but he questions what she's talking about. She thinks that to become a true returnee, a person has to kill monsters and steal their dimensional energy to cross through a portal. But it seems this guy just stayed alive in some peaceful dimension and crossed the portal by finding a return stone through sheer luck. She thinks, I really was wrong. But he tells her it wasn't 10 years, and that he was in that wilderness for 1,000 years. With him insisting on it, she tells him he's really starting to get on her nerves. She insists that it wasn't 1,000 years, but only 10, but he doesn't like what she's saying. So she tells him to look at his information, which says he disappeared in 2015 and returned in 2025. The boy is completely shocked, because only 10 years have passed. Then she hands him a card and tells him to pick up his awakened ID. He's even more surprised to receive the card, and she explains that a portion of his expenses will be covered by that ID. Then she tells him to please inform her if he loses it and says to make sure he reads the documentation carefully. Now that he's recovered, he's supposed to return to his family, just say his goodbyes and leave. And with the kid just standing there, he's completely stunned, realizing his entire family is still alive. Well, maybe we have a case here similar to Duz's, with that theory that he's just in a vegetative state, dreaming that he's catching Pokemon for decades and decades. Or maybe the protagonist really did live through it all in a world where time flows at a completely different speed. And he remembers that he had given up on everything, assuming that even if he returned to Earth, his friends and family would already be dead. And now that he's back, he has to accept the fact that he's lost his forest family, the one that was with him for 1,000 years. So he couldn't help but despair, because he was alone again. But that was just his assumption, because since that day, only 10 years have passed. However, he sees on the report that his father and mother died during the dungeon break of 2015. He's shocked by this, and he notices that his brother, John R., is still alive and tells them to get out of his way, because he needs to see the bald doctor. But the nurse tells him he can't just barge in there. He runs directly to the doctor's office and just bursts in. The nurse even tries to stop him, but the protagonist keeps going toward him. However, even with the kid's intrusion, the bald doctor speaks to him calmly, asking if there's a problem, and the protagonist says he needs his help. He asks what kind of help the kid needs. He says his younger brother is still alive, asking how he can find him, demanding to be let out of here now. But at that, he says he doesn't think he's ready to return to society. So they're going to verify that, and asks why he doesn't just wait for his younger brother to arrive here. But the protagonist says he doesn't think he understands the situation, saying that he's not here to get his permission. And the doctor laughs, asking, "Is that so?" And says that's fine, but on one condition. The kid finds it strange, but he manages to leave the hospital, saying he won't forget the favor, and the doctor tells him they should keep in touch. He then speaks to the driver, saying that he hasn't fully recovered yet. He asks him to make sure the kid gets home safely, and the driver says it's no problem. He tells the doctor not to worry about it. As the kid is leaving, the nurse speaks with the doctor, saying he paid for the hospital expenses, brought clothes, and even paid for the taxi. She asks why the doctor did all of that for him. She says that F-rank returnees are basically abandoned by the central office. Not to mention he wouldn't stop calling him Baldy, but the doctor says he thinks he wants to keep hearing that guy's story. A nurse asks if he wants to keep listening to that ridiculous story, but he just asks her to please get that doorknob fixed as soon as possible. She notes the request, saying okay, but when she looks at the doorknob, she wonders how it got like this. And the truth is, it was when the protagonist threw the door open with all his might, ripping it right off. The doctor sits down, thinking that this is the second time the doorknob has been broken, and it's been a while since the last time he caught the scent of an irregular. While the protagonist is in the taxi, he listens to the breaking news. They're reporting that at 3 o'clock, in an unprotected field in the Gangwon-do province, near the city of Hongsong, monsters leaked out due to a miscalculation in the timing of a portal break, and they watch those monsters on the news report. It's reported that, in response, the Minister of National Defense sent the Army and Air Force in an emergency operation, declaring the situation resolved after just 50 minutes. However, the military suffered significant losses. 2 tanks were destroyed, and a total of 12 soldiers and awakened died. They'll continue to bring details on the situation as more information comes in, but then they announce that a brutal match between global S-rank superheroes is about to happen. It's the SPF Championship, and the 34th ranked in the world, the Russian Bear, Mikhail Voss, is participating. The driver gets excited about this, so the protagonist observes them and realizes that, just as the doctor said, the world has changed so much and has become a completely different place since the Great Disaster. And then he learns about mercenaries. One guild claims to have the best hunt reward distribution in history, and the Sheila Guild is recruiting. The driver says that if he were an awakened, he'd quit his crappy job and get rich hunting in the fields. And with that, he asks if it's a hunting ground in Seoul. But he notices the kid really doesn't know anything, and says he must have really hurt his head. He asks if the kid is really that out of the loop, so the kid tells him to stop beating around the bush and just say it. The driver wonders if he should even be talking to him, but figures staying quiet is pretty boring, and says that 10 years ago, not just in Korea, but all over the world, a door to another world opened. He calls that day the Great Disaster Day, and it was the first dimensional convergence. Their world connected with several other worlds, and they were invaded by monsters. He remembers that day well, because they lost 10% of the world's population, and the military back then wasn't enough to stop the monsters that were appearing everywhere. And because of that, even bombs couldn't kill the monsters. So, in places where military strength was weak, mercenaries had to be sent in. People who disappeared during the Great Disaster, or as they're known, the Awakened, were given mercenary licenses. They were also given permission to hunt monsters. These people formed guilds and started making a ton of money hunting in the fields or in dungeons. and they all went after the monsters that were worth a lot of money. The protagonist then becomes interested in the mercenary license, asking how someone becomes one. The driver asks why the kid is so serious about it, laughing at him. He says it's tough for a normal person, telling him that first, you need to awaken. After that, you just have to pass the mercenary test at the Awaken Center. And the protagonist once again thinks that it sounds complicated. And with that, the driver takes him to a really bad part of the city, dropping him off there and telling him they've arrived. He asks if the protagonist sees that 2-story house with the red bricks, saying that's the address they gave him. The protagonist, as he leaves, just says thanks. The driver says he hopes he has fun with his younger brother. Once outside, he walks up to the house and a little old lady cleaning the window asks who he is. He says he's there for Joao Ross, and she finds that strange. And the kid also finds it strange how she's just standing there, staring. She just curses the boy out, saying he's still in diapers, but is talking to an adult that way. She says there's no one there by that name and, completely rudely, tells the kid to get lost. And our protagonist wonders if he's not at the right place. Inside, the old woman starts complaining that the loan sharks have sent people to bother them again, and another boy asks his grandmother if the scary man is back. Our protagonist, hearing that voice, realizes it's the person he's been looking for, and goes to the window, peering inside. The boy asks his grandmother if his father is a debtor, but she says no, just telling him to hurry up and eat. Our protagonist goes to the mailbox, grabbing one of the bills and noticing that one of them is for Joao Ross, questioning if he's a debtor. And he thinks that in the jungle, it's the law of the fittest. But the law on Earth is pretty complicated. Because if power is what can simplify the complicated, in a civilized society, money is power. And he rolls up his sleeves, ready to make that money. With that, he heads to the Department of the Awakened. But after registering, he's deemed incompatible, and the receptionist tells him that his application for a mercenary license has been denied. He doesn't meet the necessary requirements. But the kid asks what she means, saying he's an F-rank awakened. She says he is classified at that rank, but he's 4 points below the requirement. And he asks how that's even possible, saying he crossed through a portal 2 weeks ago. She starts to laugh, saying that ordinary people die with their bodies torn in half if they try to cross a portal, but he says he definitely felt a pain like that. So she asks if he's the Hulk or something, telling him to please leave his delusions at home. She says that either way, he can go to the school for the awakened or score points in a field, telling him to come back when he is actually awakened. And our protagonist leaves, thinking how confusing this all is. However, he sees a goblin field in Soun and heads for it. Inside the taxi, he asks how far those walls go. The driver says they circle the entirety of Seoul and that he can see it on a map app. The driver questions if he doesn't have the app downloaded and explains that Seoul is divided into 12 areas and hundreds of gates that allow travel between them. And there are also dozens of external gates that take you to the fields. The protagonist thinks that he'll need to buy a cell phone immediately, and with that, the driver takes him to the Suwon field, gate 27. He thanks the driver and gets out, arriving at the entrance of the place and wondering if, after crossing that gate, he'll find a terrain from Kaelia waiting for him, and he heads forward. When he gets to the military officers, they ask what business brings him there. He says he wants to hunt, and they find it strange, asking to see his mercenary license, but the kid says he doesn't have one. So the soldier tells him that normal civilians are forbidden from entering the field. However, out of nowhere, an emergency starts. An alarm sounds, alerting everyone, and one of the soldiers inside yells to close the exit quickly, but they think it's too late. And just then, a truck coming from inside smashes through the gate with a soldier being attacked by a monster. The out-of-control truck crashes into the barrier, and all the soldiers outside immediately start calling for the emergency squad. They get into formation around the truck, and out of it comes a monster, covered in blood after killing that man, trying to escape the area. The soldiers then open fire on the monster, and with just a few shots, they manage to kill the creature. Getting closer, they declare the situation is resolved. Because the monster that crossed through the portal has been killed, one of them calls for Sergeant Park, asking where that guy went, and they wonder if they mean the weirdo from the taxi, asking if he left. Then they start laughing, saying he must have run away, betting that he pissed his pants in fear. But our protagonist is already inside gate 27, noticing that it's a field, and says he can feel that sound and smell in the air, saying he's also going to have to buy a car. And with that, he leaps to the highest point he can find, wondering if, with the exception of Seoul, all the cities ended up like this. He thinks that this can't be real, that the world has turned into one hell of an apocalypse. And when night falls, he sees that it's a familiar darkness, reminding him of his nights in the jungle. And from up there, he jumps down and thinks that it's time to hunt. As soon as he lands, he already starts to feel his body is a bit heavy and uses his senses to see which way to go. He takes off running at an absurd speed, kicking up dust and scaling an entire building in a single go. But he feels a discomfort as he climbs, yet he still manages to reach the roof. He wonders if this is a side effect of his return, because he feels weaker. Under the moonlight, he uses his senses, sees some monsters over there, and asks himself, why not start here? He runs towards the monsters, seeing that there's really something in that darkness. And then, once again, he sees a gray wolf being attacked. It's surrounded by several of those goblins. While the monsters are drooling to kill the wolf, our protagonist arrives, asking the wolf if it wants his help. It looks him right in the eyes as the goblins charge, and the boy smiles, saying that those guys are his prey, killing the first one with a single punch, completely blowing the monster's head apart. Then the system begins to search for his class. He receives tons and tons of notifications, and many of them are errors. He wonders what this is in front of him, because his system is totally bugged out. And so, with all those errors in front of him, he starts telling them to disappear, but the goblins are surrounding him and trying to hit him. However, the boy defeats all of them while the notifications are still there, killing each one with just a single punch, without them even seeing who they're up against. One of those goblins tries to make a run for it, but our protagonist goes after it, grabbing the monster's head and slamming it backwards, killing it with fall damage alone. And so the system reports an error transferring the druid class, but still fails to reset the stats, and the system error continues. And just like that, his class skills are erased and a critical error occurs. He wonders what went wrong, but then he figures it out, remembering it was about 100 years ago when his constitution hit its limit. He says that after his body was trained to its absolute limit, he barely received any more status increase alerts. He notices this window exists even on Earth and realizes this system error is why his abilities weakened after he got there. And with that, he obtains authority and the achievement shop opens. He then says he's never seen this message before, wondering if this is what it means to awaken. And when he opens the shop, he only has 7 points. A bottle of water costs 1 point, while another item costs 2 points. He wonders what he can buy with 7 points and buys both, getting a piece of candy and a bottle of water. However, when he looks to the side, he sees a she-wolf covered in blood with a pup nearby. He goes over to the monster and notices that she's dying, wondering if they used poison. And just like that, she takes her last breath, trying to communicate with him somehow. He actually understands her bark, asking if she's talking about her baby, and says he never agreed to take care of it, telling her not to kick the bucket just yet. Then he says that even if the baby looks at him like that, there's not much he can do, but he ends up feeling sorry for the pup, wondering if this is also fate. He then pulls out the candy, telling it to eat that for now. And the little creature eats. He goes back to those goblins, counting several of them, 7 in total, and thinks that he really needs to get a car. The next morning, as the sun is rising, he buries the mother and keeps an eye on the pup, wondering if he should leave now. At the entrance to Post 27, a few cars pull in, and a soldier warns them to maintain the required distance between vehicles, and not to forget to go through the decontamination room before collecting their payment. Just then, a guy in a car asks what the holdup is, telling them to hurry up. But a trucker asks what that is in the distance, and everyone is startled. The soldier looks over and sees the protagonist approaching with several dead goblins tied to his back, along with the little pup, and he thinks to himself, what the hell is this? Because that's a really stupid way to bring them in. But they also wonder if the kid killed them all by himself, and the soldier recognizes him from the day before. So he takes all those goblins to the payment center, where they give him 17,500 for the 7 goblins he caught, and 3,000 for the blood crystals, minus 10,000 for decontamination, and also for the pup's care, and that leaves him with a total of 10,500. He asks about these blood crystals, and the guy explains they get them from inside the goblin's chest. He shows him a gem, and says the prices vary depending on the amount of energy stored inside the blood crystal. For one that size at least, he can get 1,000 per crystal, and since he doesn't have a registered account, they're going to pay him in cash. He seems pretty skilled. He should register as a mercenary soon. It'll make things more convenient. Seeing how easily he made that money, he thinks about starting to hunt in the dungeons. After registering as a mercenary, making money will just be a matter of time. Meanwhile, his brother goes to a small shop, and the owner speaks to Junho, who he hasn't seen in a while, asking how he's been. He tells him he recently started working as a truck driver. The owner then says he knows he's been having trouble with money. He's happy that Junho found a job, and the two have a nice chat. But as soon as he gets back to his truck, our protagonist follows him in a taxi to his house. And when Junho gets out of the truck, about to go inside, someone calls his name. When he turns, he gets decked and knocked to the ground. And this guy, Joda, says, it's been a while. He says he was worried Junho had abandoned his kid and skipped town, and after taking a beating and being left all bloody, he's beaten on the ground and forced to his knees in front of Joda. Joda says Junho looks much better than the last time he saw him, all while hitting him, cursing him out, and asking if he has any idea how many times he's had to come out here. Junho apologizes, saying he was working in the fields, and tells him this is the month's payment plus interest, a total of 12,000, begging for his forgiveness. Joda then counts the money right in front of him, saying the monthly payment is 8,000 and the accumulated interest is 6,000, plus the 4-day house call fee. and the cleaning fee, saying he's just a little short. And then they say Junho begins to tremble, crying and apologizing, swearing he'll get the rest of the money in 3 days, no matter what. But Joda keeps hitting him, asking if he has any idea what 3 days of interest amounts to. He says he knows, but Joda tells him if he lies again, he's going to beat him senseless. But then the protagonist arrives, shouting for Junho, with the pup right beside him. Joda asks who the hell that is. Junho is stunned to see his brother, who is absolutely furious seeing the state he's in. And our protagonist, seeing his brother in this state, silently approaches and kneels down next to Junho. He's shocked to see his older brother looking just the same as he did back in the day. In the past, he too was beaten up by bullies at school who would surround him while he got his ass kicked. And his brother had walked by back then, seeing him in a situation just like this one now. As the protagonist was taking out the trash, Junho had screamed for his brother to help him as he was getting beaten up, and the protagonist simply walked over to the garbage, threw the bags in, and ignored his brother's screams for help. And all the bullies laughed at him for even having the guts to ask his brother for help. The bullies started mocking him, and Junho was furious with his brother for just ignoring him. Back in those days, Junho felt like his brother had never been any help to him at all, until news reports start coming in about unknown explosions in Seogadong and Mapogo, which are spreading across the entire country. There's also talk of red spheres appearing with the explosions, and multiple reports of unidentified creatures. And right then, Junho goes to the door, where someone is calling for him. The boy runs to the door, asking if it's his mom, but it's actually his aunt and uncle. They're relieved to see he's home, telling him they haven't been able to get in touch with his parents. They're asking where Sorro is, telling him they need to leave now and to pack his bags. But while he's talking to his aunt and uncle, with them still outside, an explosion goes off, throwing the kid backward. It takes his aunt and uncle with it, and a monster appears right there. The kid is shocked seeing those things, and one of them puts its eye right up to the apartment door, scaring the kid before just walking away. And Junho is just left there, scared shitless. He says that, dead or alive, he didn't care what happened to his brother, and that was how much he meant to him. Sorro tells Junho it looks like he's grown since he last saw him, but then Junho starts saying he thought his brother was dead. However, during this emotional reunion, Joda questions what kind of crazy stuff they're talking about and asks if he's hallucinating. He asks if he hit his head too hard, and if that guy over there is really his older brother. But our hero just grabs Joda by the hair, not in the mood for talk, and throws him back without saying a word. And Junho is stunned by what his brother just did, because with just one hand, he threw that guy incredibly far. And his two subordinates are left wondering how that guy did that to their boss. Our hero just asks Junho if he's hurt, and he says yes, then no, and that he doesn't even know how he really is. Then, one of the subordinates tries to attack our hero, asking if he wants to die and throwing a kick at him. However, our hero doesn't even bother to defend himself, letting the guy's shin hit his head. And with that, his leg completely shatters, just like Anderson Silva's. He immediately drops, screaming in pain from the broken leg. So, the last one left is scared to death, because there's no way in hell this guy isn't one of the awakened. And then, our hero tells him to come to him, motioning as if he were a little dog. But the guy says he didn't hurt Junho, telling our hero he has to believe him because he even told the other guys to leave him alone. But our hero tells him to go over there and get his money, which is on the ground. He's even scared to do that, but our hero tells him to take the money and get out of there. He actually goes to get the money and thanks him on his knees, while Junho doesn't understand anything that's happening. And back at Junho's house, the old woman is surprised to see our hero there, not understanding a thing. So she asks if he's sure that this kid is his older brother, and Junho says he's sure, and that yes, he is his older brother. Then he tells the old woman that he brought meat, and she's surprised, saying he should have told her he was family, and tells them to hurry inside. It seems the boy fell asleep waiting for his dad to come home, and when they get inside, the puppy goes right up to the sleeping boy, and our hero asks if that's his brother's son. He says yes. The child's name is Gu, saying he's his only treasure. And so, our hero asks where the child's mother is. He says she left to live her own life, and that it's his fault for not being able to provide enough for his family. Our hero, seeing the depressing situation his brother is in, invites him out for a drink to talk. They go to a small bar, and Junho says that after he disappeared, he thought he was dead all this time. But for him to come back alive without having aged a day, and on top of that, becoming one of those awakened, it's just absurd. And with that, our hero gets straight to the point, asking how much he owes. He says it's around 220,000, but says it's fine, and that he's sure he can handle his debts now that he has a job. But our hero asks what kind of job he has, and he says he works at a logistics center, that the salary is good and not many people are willing to do the work, since transporting goods between the surviving cities has become extremely dangerous. Our hero asks if the truck is his. He says no, explaining that it used to belong to the old lady's son, but she rented it to him. Then our hero asks what her son does. He says he heard he died during the Great Disaster and thinks that's why she takes care of Gugu, as if he were her own family. She's a very dear person to both of them. When the boy wakes up to a puppy licking him, he's surprised to see a pup there and notices that his father is outside drinking with a stranger. Junho is surprised to see his son awake, and the boy asks who that guy is. So Junho introduces him as the boy's uncle, and after letting the child play with the dog, Junho says that this is nice to see, mentioning that Gu has always wanted a dog. However, our hero asks Junho how about they work together. He doesn't quite understand. He says he'll do all the work and just asks for his help with the truck. And at this, Junho asks what he's planning to do. Our hero gets straight to the point, saying he wants to hunt monsters, which scares his brother. A while later, he goes back to the Awakened Association, and the receptionist congratulates him on registering, because somehow he managed to increase his stats in a single day. She's surprised he's still rank F, and says that he can now use his ID to open an account and make bank transactions. She hands him a phone as a small gift for registering as an Awakened, and says that, besides that, he shouldn't forget to download the Awakened Central app, since the schedule for mercenary tests, as well as information about hunts, will be available on the app. He thinks that's great, and she says that once he has gathered enough dimensional energy to become a ranker, he'll be qualified for pensions and other benefits. She asks him to please keep striving to protect humanity, and also asks if he knows how to open the status window. He seems not to, and she says that due to recent technical problems, the interface has had some changes. He opens the window, noticing everything that's there, getting surprised and wondering why some of his stats were so low. He thinks that's why he felt weaker, seeing that a lot of things are now coming back. Then he gets the truck with his brother. They say he's surprised that our hero got a cell phone, saying he thinks he's officially an Awakened now, and congratulates him. Then, he tells our hero that he's already on his way to the location. He says he'll meet him as soon as he delivers the last batch, saying that now that he's become an Awakened on paper, all that's left is the test for mercenaries. But our hero says that before that, they're going to pay off their debt. Junho finds this strange. After all, he's still an F rank and doesn't think he's ready to hunt monsters yet, and if he ends up dead, he's going to feel bad about it. But then he notices his brother just hung up on him, wondering if he's really the same brother he's always known, because it's like he's changed completely. I mean, 1,000 years would change anyone, let me tell you. And our hero thinks about the rewards for monsters, since the Namangju gate seems to be closed. Meanwhile, at gate 77, some people are inside a car, and the three in the back seat are scared to death. The driver asks what's going on, telling them to relax and asking why they're so scared. After all, they're awakened, and he asks if they've forgotten they can officially become raiders for the Seoro Guild if they manage to clear this dungeon. The girl says no, promising they'll do their best, but the guy next to her thinks that these damn incompetents are holding him back, saying they're only doing this for the pension and wouldn't have even gotten this far if it weren't for their connections. And he says he thinks this batch of recruits is on the same crappy level as the last one. Just then, a soldier over there calls for the next person, but notices it's our hero standing in front of him. So he asks if he's alone. The kid says yes, and the soldier tells him to place his Awakened ID card on the reader. After scanning it, he sees that our hero is an F-rank hunter and is surprised, asking if he knows this is a rank-restricted portal and that he can't enter. The kid replies that he knew, as he walks past by himself. The instructor in the passenger seat watches the kid go in. Then the soldier asks his friend if he thinks the kid will be okay, since he doesn't even have any gear. So his friend tells him not to worry, because he's the guy who single-handedly dealt with 7 goblins at gate 27. However, the instructor in the car wonders who this kid thinks he is, questioning if he's really going into the field like that, with no equipment or weapon, thinking he must be insane. But just then, that soldier goes up to the driver, apologizing for the delay, saying they were having some technical difficulties. He wishes them good luck, and with that, the instructor tells Han Sanden to step on it and says he's going to follow that guy. However, when they try to follow him, our hero exits the tunnel and vanishes, leaving everyone behind. They're shocked, because they were sure they were right behind him and wonder where he went. However, the instructor gets excited, because it seems he's stumbled upon something very interesting. And our hero runs into the forest with everything he's got, almost flying. He's surprised that this is the current state of his body, getting tired, and thinks it looks like he's really gotten a lot weaker, and notes that he'd better start training again. But he senses something in front of him, telling whoever is watching him to bring it on. Asking if they want a sword fight, he tells them to stop hiding if they want to die, and notices they're coming from another direction. But he gets really excited, because a fight between civilized beings and not just beasts is an opportunity he can't pass up. So when he gets there, he sees a guy losing his arm, his hand flying through the air, still gripping the sword, right in front of him. Then he tells the other guy to come at him, and they start fighting the man who cut off the first arm, who asks who else he should defeat now. And our hero is pretty surprised to see this little squabble going on, with 3 guys being surrounded by several soldiers. So they ask if the others don't know who they are, but one of the assassins couldn't care less, since his arm is already gone. Our hero notes that it looks like it's going to take them all day to get started and calmly walks over. Meanwhile, The boss of those guys in brown hoods gets out of his car, questioning why they're taking so long to deal with these little flies. And they're surprised to see the guy with the mohawk and say there are 3 of them, telling them to hurry up. He realizes that guy is Choi Go-sik, who has a 200,000 bounty on his head. And our hero, hearing this, gets very interested in that reward. And one of the 3 who was surrounded is scared to death because he's a C-rank raider and they try to run away. Meanwhile, Choi's subordinates ask how they dare talk to their boss like that because they're all dead now. And Choi says that's right, his head is worth 200,000, telling them to come and get it if they can. And the 3 of them are terrified, wondering why, of all people, it had to be Choi Go-sik. And then their leader asks if the boss is going to let them go after, you know what? But he questions where the fun in that is and charges at them. And that leader tells him to wait, saying he doesn't have to do this, that he'll give him everything. But our hero drops down from above, landing right between the 2 of them, catching the attention of everyone there. And Choi stops in his tracks to see what's happening, along with everyone else who's wondering who this is. And our hero then comes face to face with Choi, ready to throw down, while Choi asks what hole the kid crawled out of. Before the brawl starts, he asks if Choi said his head was worth 200,000, and Choi says yes, asking who the kid is. And our hero just says he's someone who needs that money. And all the subordinates say the kid is delusional and talking crap, asking if he's sick, and they even think the kid wants to die. And then Choi starts laughing, saying the kid doesn't seem to be from Central, but our hero doesn't even understand what he's talking about, and Choi says it would have been better for him if he had just minded his own business. And Choi activates an eye power, looking right into Soro's eyes, making him step back and freeze. He wonders what's wrong with his body. And then, Choi says that he looked into his eyes for more than 5 seconds, and the Prota questions what he's seeing, and Choi says this means he can't move anymore, and the Prota finally understands what happened to his body, and Choi asks what they're doing, telling his subordinates to crush that piece of crap. But as they charge, our hero simply moves anyway and lands a massive punch right in Choi's face, surprising everyone, including Choi himself, because he moved. And he questions what on earth is happening, but our hero gets super angry, also moving his other arm and summoning his aura. So, he asks if it's magic, saying it's interesting, as he gets ready to smash Choi's face in with his next punch. But right before he can land the hit, Choi yells, casting his magic to trap our guy, stopping him in his tracks. He says, "Just as expected from this kid. Just a little fly," as he grabs his dagger, crouching down and getting ready to stab him, saying he still should have thought twice. But our guy lands a knee right to his nose, breaking it, and then just starts wailing on him. At this, Soro asks if he has any other tricks up his sleeve. Choi tries to bind him again, but this time the punch lands. And not just one, but several more, right to the gut. And Soro's not done. He grabs him and hurls him through a window, sending him crashing into the shop but not through the door. And the kid starts saying this is all getting a little boring, while the other 3 are thinking, to take down Choi Go-sik that easily, who the hell times this punk? And when he turns around, the underlings are trying to circle him. He asks them, you guys want some too? But they're quick to say no, that they'd never even think of it. So he tells everyone to come over here and asks if anyone's got a rope, and the 3 guys say they do. So he asks what the bounty is on these guys, but it turns out none of them are worth a thing. They claim they only worked for Choi because he threatened them. They figure turning over Choi Go-sik will be enough for him to leave them in peace. And Choi is furious, listening to all his subordinates trying to save their own skin. After taking a serious beating, he's just cursing everyone out, tied up with his face pushed to the floor. He screams that they're betraying him after using him for all this time, calling them traitors. Our guy is surprised he's already awake, and all the other guys just tell him to shut his mouth and get ready for the slammer. But Soro wonders if he's really not going to get anything for dealing with these guys, and they insist that's right, claiming they're just a bunch of worthless nobodies. But one of the 3 who were threatened calls them out, saying that's a lie, they're all criminals. He's sure at least some of them have bounties, and says it'd be better to just turn them all in. So our guy asks if that's true, while the others deny it, insisting they really are just a bunch of worthless bums. But then, Choi speaks up, asking our guy if the city's laws don't make him feel restricted. Our hero finds this whole line of questioning weird, and Choi says that this is the true land of freedom. He says if our guy lets him go, he'll do everything in his power to make him live like a king. But our guy just walks up to him and delivers a swift kick to the face, telling him to shut it, leaving the imprint of his shoe's sole right on Choi's cheek. Then he looks back and asks, so you're saying these guys times have bounties on their heads? The guy confirms that most of them do, since they were all criminals at one point. The others immediately realize they're screwed. Our hero asks if there's any way to haul them all in, but the 3 guys in the back offer up their car. And he's a little surprised when one of the guys says, looks like it's time for everyone here to take a little nap. He puts them to sleep with the utmost care and then shoves everyone into the trunk of the car like it's a police van. So everyone is crammed in the back while they ride up front, totally relaxed. The three guys say they really appreciate his help and ask how they can possibly repay him for this favor. But our guy tells them to relax, because he didn't do any of this to help times them asterisk. But they insist that thanks to him, they managed to get out of there alive, calling him their savior. Our guy thinks to himself that if they want to see it that way, fine by him. But then he remembers to ask what their special abilities are. One of them says he's a swordsman, who's also a tracker and an investigator. This makes our guy ask if he has 3 separate skills. The leader confirms it, explaining that his swordsmanship was an awakened ability, but he learned tracking and investigating from skill books. So he's surprised you can actually learn abilities from books. This in turn makes the leader really surprised, because this guy apparently has no idea what a skill book is. He thinks to himself that he'd better learn a magical combat skill or two, since it'll probably come in handy later. Then he notices something. Spotting a dome up ahead, he asks if that's a portal. The leader is even more shocked now, explaining that it's a level 1 dungeon, the lowest level there is, and that's exactly where they were headed. Our guy thinks that's a shame, since he could go in if he had a mercenary license. And the guy gets even more times surprised, asking if he doesn't have a license yet. And our guy confirms that he doesn't. The guy is completely baffled by this, because when a portal breaks, the military is the first to subjugate the area. Any monsters you find out in the fields are just small fry that somehow survive the military's initial assault, and the experience you can get from them is low rank. To get past that level, you have to hunt stronger monsters and steal their dimensional energy. In other words, you have to enter level 2 dungeons. And he wonders how the hell this rookie, who's never even been inside a level 1 dungeon, managed to defeat a C ranker like Choi Gosik. Our guy, noticing his shock, asks him what's up. He apologizes and asks what our hero's rank is. He says he's an F rank. The guy is so shocked he nearly crashes the car, and the others yell at him to be careful. So our guy asks him again what that favor was he wanted to ask, but the dude can't even get a word out. Meanwhile, that instructor returns from the dungeon he took his students into, and they all come back battered and bruised, practically half dead. One of them has to be carried because his arm was ripped off, and they start screaming for a medic. But the instructor, looking at the scene, is not happy with the outcome at all, asking if they're just handing out mercenary licenses to anyone these days, saying the first thing he's going to do when he gets back to the guild is kick the ass of whoever picked these idiots. But the driver tells him to calm down, asking the captain not to go so hard on them and not to be so tough on the rookies. He says he knows the state the guild's been in lately, but this just makes the other guy even more pissed off, because the ones with rich parents can easily become awakened. Monsters are captured for them, and all they have to do is show up and land the final blow. After that, their parents hire mercenaries to carry them through the dungeons. And just like that, they're ready to join the guild and go on missions. But they're still completely useless, and it's the real guild members who suffer for having to take in these deadweights. He thinks society is rotten and can't stand people who get what they want just by using their connections. Just then, his friend tells him to calm down, asking why he doesn't just go grab a drink to cool off. But as they're leaving the hunting grounds, they wonder what all the commotion is about. A level 1 dungeon is about to disappear. They wonder if something happened. He goes over to Captain Jang, who tells him something big just went down. Someone just turned in 10 raiders to them. They're stunned. They say that among those captured was a ranker, the infamous Cho Chik, and that he must have heard of him. He's shocked they actually caught the guy. He figures some high ranker must have visited the fields today. But they say no, it was an F-rank rookie who doesn't even have a mercenary license who managed to capture him. So the captain asks how he did it, but the soldier says he doesn't know the details. But, according to witnesses, the F-ranker simply beat the hell out of Cho Chik and left him completely wrecked. Not only did he basically give him a nose job, but he also broke 4 of his ribs and destroyed half his face. He's shocked, remembering the main character who went in there barehanded and asks where that F-ranker is. So the guy says they saw him heading toward the gates. With that, the captain runs back inside the gate building, leaving his friend wondering where he's going. He says he has to see it with his own eyes, because if the guy is the real deal, then he might be able to get something good out of this whole story. A few moments earlier, the captain had gone to the operator to ask if the guy who captured Cho Chik had just entered and which gate he used. Meanwhile, the main character has just entered the gate, a little better equipped now. He starts to notice that it didn't hurt at all, and that his clothes seem to be fine too. At that moment, the squad leader explains that items without dimensional energy can't pass through the gates. But as he just saw, those clothes pass through just fine, since they're made from materials found in dungeons. And even though they don't look like much, they're actually worth 10 grand. He's surprised by this, but looking back, something else catches his eye. He asks, "What is that?" And the guy, who I'll call the aide since I don't remember if he's given his name yet, says that it's called a door. The portal they just entered is one of several doors that lead to the 38 dungeons. And the door they just used takes them to dungeon number 24. And just like that, the door vanishes after they pass through. The main character asks if it disappeared. The aide says it'll reappear once they clear the dungeon. But then he asks what he means by clear, wondering if they have to kill all the monsters. But the aide tells him they just have to kill the strongest one. And the main character thanks him, telling him to just hang back, because he'll finish this up real quick. But then the aide questions him, "What do you mean, hang back?" And the main character vanishes right in front of him, taking off like Superman, breaking the ground. And he wonders, who is that guy? Because maybe he's the one from the rumors. But more importantly, with that level of power, he could very well break the time record for clearing that level 1 dungeon. But then, he gets a shock the guy doesn't even have a tracking skill, and if he can't find the door's location before the time limit, he'll be trapped. And with that, the aide takes off running, saying that if they get trapped in there, they could end up disappearing right along with the gate. Just then, the gate controller tells the captain that door 24, the one the main character just entered, has closed. The captain is pissed about the situation. Meanwhile, the main character is running after the goblins. As soon as he finds the first one, the slaughter begins. They don't even know what's hitting them, because the main character kills them so fast they can't even see the license plate on the truck that hit him. And he notices they're carrying some pretty decent stuff, grabbing some weapons and cutting open the monsters' bodies, stealing the stones they have inside. But he's annoyed that he only got 1 blood crystal after killing 3 of them. Still, he's more relaxed since he already earned a lot from the bounty, and figures what matters now is leveling up. So he goes on a killing spree. When the aide arrives, he's stunned, noticing how many he's killed, and uses a tracking skill, realizing he's heading straight for him. Meanwhile, the main character is a level 1 druid with 102 achievement points, and he sees he can buy 2 skills with 102 points, Tame Beast and Summon Tree Spirit. So he thinks he'll go with that one first, and the monsters coming up behind him end up dying before they even hit the ground. And he's not satisfied with just a 1-hit kill, landing several more blows, and his achievement points go up to 545. And just then, a critical error occurs with a data conflict, and an additional synchronization starts processing. He gets pissed off that this is happening again, wondering what this additional synchronization is. And just like that, he levels up to level 2 with 345 achievement points. And with that, all of his stats jump up a lot. He notices they increased normally. So now he moves on to buy the Spirit ability with the 100 points, and he immediately puts the skill to use, summoning the Tree Spirit, and a glow emerges from the middle of his chest. And from that glow comes a little fairy. He realizes it's her. He says that when he first saw her in the jungle, he thought she was some kind of fancy firefly, and tells the Tree Spirit to go find the remaining goblins. And she actually does start showing him the way, and he realizes the Tree Spirit is sending memories it reads from the vegetation and trees straight into his head. But he thinks it's a bit slow. He wonders if it's because his level is too low. So he opens his status window, goes to his skills, and sees he can buy Search and Track. He says he'll use the rest of his points to buy that skill, and uses it by touching the ground, invoking Search. And with that, he thinks he now has a reference point and uses Track, getting information on the goblins that are already dead. But when he looks to the side, he notices that's no mere goblin, and immediately gets excited, charging forward. But when he gets there, he's shocked to see the monster on top of the aide and stops, kind of unsure what to do, asking what the aide is doing there. He's surprised that the protagonist showed up, so he asks if the protagonist didn't say he was going to hunt alone. He replies that, actually, he's the one being hunted, which makes the protagonist question him. Then the helper just screams for help, and the protagonist charges at that thing. But the monster manages to get its shield up, blocking his attack, and then it gets to its feet, lunging at the protagonist again. But he just knees it and sends the monster flying into the rock behind it. He moves in again while the monster is all bloody and plunges his dagger into its chest, leveling up once more and gaining 120 achievement points. The helper is once again stunned by the protagonist's strength, and after he kills that monster, he asks the helper if the door must have opened, and he says of course it did, confirming that it must have opened. The two of them go through, heading back to the officials area, and that's when they ask if that isn't the guy who got the shock. They say yeah, and that he's the one the captain was looking for. One of them remembers that Captain Kang asked to be contacted if he came back. And right then they ask what the problem is, because the guy inside is really surprised and asks if that completion time is correct, since it's completely unbelievable. Then the helper says he needs to get back to his teammates, telling the protagonist he'll get in touch later. He says that's fine, telling him he did well and that he'll leave the clothes in the storage room. After changing and leaving, he thinks about how hungry he is. But when he gets out of there, he looks ahead and sees the captain standing right in front of him, who immediately asks if he's Park Haru. The protagonist asks who this guy is, and he introduces himself as Kang Miriok, captain of the 27th Combat Team of the Sheila Guild. He asks if the kid can spare a few minutes of his time and talks with the protagonist while he eats. The protagonist asks about this Sheila Guild, and Miriok gets straight to the point, asking him to join his guild, saying he'll provide the best environment to help with his growth. However, the protagonist refuses the offer, saying he's not interested, and Miriok doesn't like that one bit, wondering what this guy's deal is and questioning how he could refuse an offer to join his guild without a second thought. He asks if it's some kind of ploy to drive up his value. He says that if the protagonist is already associated with another guild, they can make an official offer, but the protagonist says he isn't in a guild. So Miriok says they may be in 4th place, but the protagonist needs to know that there's practically no difference in strength between the top guilds. They promise to provide a package that will beat any other offer he might receive. But the protagonist slams his coffee cup on the table, saying he doesn't like being under someone else's command, and Miriok is taken aback by what the kid just said. And with that, he heads back to June's place, thinking that it seems they aren't back yet, to wait for them. He goes up to the roof, thinking that maybe they're just having some quality father-son time. And an old lady comes up there with a basin of clothes, asking why young people these days like to waste their time so much. The protagonist doesn't really get it and tells the grandma she should lie down too, saying the weather is perfect for a nap. But she asks if he can't see that she came to hang the laundry. So he gets up to help her, and she tells him he has to make sure to stretch them out well. Then she asks if he's really June's older brother. He says yes, and she says that's quite a surprise, teasing him that Benjamin Button is in her house, but he insists that it's real and it's true. He insists, but the old woman still doesn't believe him, so he just says it's all right. She says that with all these strange monsters popping up out of nowhere and causing havoc, looking younger isn't something that surprises her, and says she heard it's been 10 years since he last saw his brother. She tells him to be sure to take care of himself so he doesn't break his family's heart. The protagonist takes this to heart, saying he won't die that easily, and she calls him an idiot, saying the ones who talk like him are always the first to go. Just then, June arrives with his son, asking if Grandma is on the roof. She says yes, and he goes to find the protagonist, with both of them looking surprised. But as he sits down, the protagonist tosses an envelope into June's hand, who asks what it is. The protagonist says it's 250,000, telling him to use it to settle his debt. June is shocked, realizing all that money was earned by him, and the protagonist says he's paying off his debt so they can have dinner together. And June asks how he can ever repay this favor, but the protagonist tells him not to get all sentimental. He just tells him to go with that money. But before he leaves, he asks June if he has enough money to buy food and drinks on the way back. He says, of course, telling him he'll be back before his brother even notices, and asks him to look after Gungo. And so he stays there with the child, looking at his status window. With a little dog nearby, it says that it's following him, asking him to name the target. He asks the boy what he's going to call the little guy. He says Bake Go, that he wants to call him that. The protagonist names him, saying from now on, he'll be Bake Go. Then its information appears, showing it's level 1 with a combat power of 3. The protagonist tells it to get the ball, and the little dog actually goes. He keeps playing with the child on the roof, but then it starts to get dark. The boy thinks about how hungry he is, wondering why his dad isn't back yet. The protagonist sees his little truck pull up and says he thinks he's here, telling the boy to go see his dad, and he runs ahead all excited. But when June gets out of the truck, he's all beaten up and bloody, and he collapses near Gungo, right in front of the child. The protagonist realizes he screwed up by letting him go alone and wonders what happened to June. Meanwhile, over with the mobsters, they're all relaxed after beating the crap out of June, and their leader asks how the bets are looking on SPFC that week. The subordinate says the odds are 1-2 for John Harvey and 7 for some guy named Dan. They keep talking about it, and the leader asks if there's any news from Horizon, because the last time they went to Bang Dawang, they lost a lot of money, but while they are talking, they're just totally relaxed. Someone starts pounding on the door like a wild animal. They all jump, startled, asking, "What the hell is all that racket?" And so their leader tells them to go check, but just as they get up, the door flies open and a guy from outside collapses onto the floor. He's covered in blood, telling his boss, "We're screwed." But then the protagonist grabs him by the head, dragging him back outside like something from a horror movie. He disappears into the darkness, and everyone inside is scared to death, wondering what the fuck that was. And the toughest-looking bald guy of the bunch steps forward to see what's going on. But then the guy who was dragged out comes flying back in, thrown right into their chests. They all pull their knives, shouting that whoever's out there is a dead man, telling him to bring it on. And sure enough, the protagonist gets ready to step into the room. Who would have thought, Prota, that letting your brother go pay off the debt alone was gonna go to shit? Huh? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that after you beat the hell out of one of them, things would go south? And as Prota's inside the room, he grabs the door with all his might, ripping it from its frame, hoisting it to the ceiling and slamming it down on the guys, throwing everyone aside. And one of them starts screaming at the sound of shattering glass as they get hit by the shards. And they all suffer Prota's wrath, until some of them start falling out the window, and others end up under the kid's boot. So their leader is scared to death as Prota walks toward him. And even while shaking all over, the leader asks, "Who is that son of a bitch model?" And the other guy says he seems to be one of the awakened, and maybe he is, but then the protagonist comes in, gives the table a hard kick, and pins both of them against the wall. So they're yelling that their legs are being crushed, still cussing the kid out, like they don't even get the situation they're in. So the protagonist stops pressing down on them and climbs onto the table, getting close to that guy who keeps demanding to know who he is, but our guy just asks if he's Jinsen. Then that lunatic keeps up his tough guy act, saying that's him, and asks again who the protagonist is. And to that, he just says he's someone who wants to pay off Park Junho's debt, but Jinsen, still acting all high and mighty, says he must be completely crazy. He asks if he thinks he's some kind of awakened being after beating up honest, hardworking people, telling him he shouldn't think he's going to get away with it. But then he notices the protagonist isn't really paying him any attention. Right before he gets hit with a slap so hard it sends a bunch of his teeth flying to the floor. But that slap doesn't just come from one side. The protagonist repeats it on the other, whipping his head back and forth. He says, that's right, asking why he had to beat up the guy who just wanted to pay off his debt. He says that all he had to do was take the money and let the guy go, asking him why he had to cross the line and beat him so badly. With him now on the verge of tears, the protagonist continues the beatdown, and the leader starts to cry, begging for his life, but he has no intention of stopping, asking if he wants to settle the debt or get beaten to death. So the leader says he wants to settle it, he wants to settle the debt, crying like a child. So the protagonist stops the beating, forcing everyone to their knees in front of him. They swear that from that moment on, their client, Park John, has no more obligations to them and that all his debts have been paid. But our guy just tells them to yell louder. They repeat themselves, saying that from that moment on, Park John has no more debts or business with them. And our guy warns them that if he sees them again, they should consider themselves dead. So they better be sure not to cross his path, and they all lower their heads to the ground, agreeing with him and staying completely silent. But the leader doesn't seem like he's going to follow that rule. And as soon as he leaves, one of them alerts the boss, who immediately starts plotting against our protagonist. He thinks the guy has no one backing him up and says those sons of bitches are dead. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the captain who was tailing our protagonist is running into a room, telling Mr. Park that he's found a real talent. He, already so tired of this same old story, asks if the captain ever gets tired and who has caught his interest this time. And he tells them to take a look at this guy, saying he's the super rookie he found today and that he's an F rank. They're surprised by this, and what's more, he only registered as an awakened that very day. He says there are more reasons to believe he's the real deal and asks if they can look at his profile. And Mr. Park, already weary, finally agrees. However, access to the protagonist's profile is denied, which surprises them. So Park asks who the hell he is. The captain asks if he can use the back door and does it quickly, managing to get into the profile. But when they see it, they think it's really something. So the captain asks, didn't I tell you he was the real deal? They really question if he's an F rank because his profile is confidential, and the captain tells him to look at the skills. That's when he notices our guy is a conjurer and asks what he's looking at, because his skills provide bread and water, and the captain finds that strange. And Park asks if he really thinks the kid defeated Choi Shik with just bread and water, thinking about how they attacked him, but there's no damn way that's what happened. And Park asks if he knew that guy had been missing for 10 years, saying something is strange here, and wondering if he's a special agent. And the captain starts to agree with that hypothesis. He thought the guy was strong because of his skills, but he never thought he could be a member of the intelligence service. So Park tells him he should give up on the idea of recruiting that guy, because he's almost 100% certain that he belongs to the country and knew it would be trouble the moment he caused that whole scene. However, the captain says that's why he was being so nonchalant. He then invites Park for coffee, but asks why a special agent would enter a level 1 dungeon. So Park says, who the hell cares? But even so, the captain asks him to keep an eye on the kid. He says he already told the captain to give it up, but the captain just asks for a weekly report, because who knows, something special might pop up. He says it's not going to happen, because he's already told him a million times that he's busy. And so, just as they're leaving, the protagonist gets to the hospital to see Park John, asking if he's woken up yet. And he is awake, and already doing better. With that, he asks why he bought so much food. And the protagonist says he heard that eating a lot helps with recovery, as he hands a bunch of food over to him. Then he asks if his brother is feeling any better, and Park John replies that he's recovered quite a bit, saying that he'll be able to take his bandages off the next day. So he asks if the protagonist's mercenary test isn't tomorrow as well, and the protagonist says yes. Then Park John says that it would be great if he passed the test and got invited to a guild. However, the protagonist hates that idea, because for him, who was once the king of the forest, to join some group and become someone's lackey, he would never accept it. At this, Park John asks if he should research some high-rank guilds, but the protagonist says no, telling him he doesn't need to because he's simply going to make one. He's going to pull the one-man guild thing too. It worked in solo leveling. That psycho got rich and strong. This guy here can tank, but at the very least he needs a porter, right? It'll be him and the guy who carries the stuff. And Park John is surprised that instead of joining one, he's going to make his own. Elsewhere, Choi is taking a peaceful walk when someone calls out to her. She's surprised, asking what the chief wants. He asks what's been going on with her these past few days. She says it's nothing, but he informs her that there have already been 2 breaches in her sector. And if yesterday's portal had been a higher level, her sector would be in ruins. But Choi asks if they can't do anything without her. Then he gets irritated with the girl, asking her to please lend a hand, because the manager of the portal department has been on his case all day long. So she questions what he wants her to do, asking if he wants her to quit. But he gets even more annoyed and says that what he's trying to say is that she's wasting her talent. She doesn't seem to care much, saying it's been hard to stay focused, but he tells her to stop talking nonsense and just read the thing. Then she asks what it's about, until she gets a surprise, asking why he always sends her the grunt work right when she thinks she's finally going to get a little break. But he questions if she thinks she's the only one, saying it's not her first time anyway. Then she storms off, all pissed. He then tells her to wait, saying that their conversation isn't over yet. He tells her not to go around rejecting candidates just because she's upset, and says that she knows they're short-staffed and need every person they can get in the field. But she says it's better to reject those imbeciles who can't even protect themselves. He just keeps calling her stubborn. Meanwhile, elsewhere, several people are gathered and some idiot starts a recording. He talks to everyone, saying he's there at the Mercenary license test and that if they could show their support, it would be great. And he says he'll be sure to pass the test and share a ton of the frantic hunting content that they all hype up so much, telling them to smash that like button and not to forget to subscribe to the channel. I'm also sure that you've reached this point in the video without clicking like and subscribing. That's just weak. You can open up a dictionary right now and see that the definition of weak is getting halfway through a 2-hour video without subscribing and liking. And at this, the kid starts laughing at his own strategy, saying that the Mercenary license test content is making more money than he thought. He wonders how much he's going to make from this. But then the test administrators enter the room and he quickly tells the people on his live stream that it's about to start, just as the protagonist comes up behind him, stopping to watch what's happening. Then the kid asks what's up, asking if it's his first time seeing a live stream. But the protagonist asks who he was just talking to. The kid gets angry with him, asking if he minds giving him some space. And the protagonist says he's funny, pissing the kid off even more. Just then, the leader of the test greets everyone, introducing himself as Major Kinhan, and he's the chief supervisor for the next 3 days. He says that the 21 supervisors present with him will decide if they have what it takes to pass the test. And at that, everyone starts talking, whispering about the test itself. The major then says he assumes they all received a ticket with a number on it when they arrived. They will be chosen by supervisors through a lottery, and when their names are called, they must form a single-file line in front of their supervisor. And he lists them all off, and then it's Park Sayun's turn, who is assigned to supervisor number 15, and it's Choi herself, the blonde, up ahead. He gets excited about this, since he hadn't seen her in a long time, and the girl also looks excited to see him there. Then the major tells them to head to their respective rooms and rest until further announcements are made. And everyone leaves, upset about their supervisors. The livestream kid says he even bragged to his viewers that passing the test would be a piece of cake, but it looks like he's going to be out of here first thing in the morning. Over in room 15, he's also with the protagonist, so he puts on the special clothes. But the protagonist goes up to the kid, asking why he has such a long face, since he was all excited just a little while ago. And the kid isn't too happy to talk to him, realizing he actually ended up in the same group as that guy. So he asks if he should be dancing for joy, asking if he's never heard about how crazy that psycho is, saying there's a reason everyone calls her the witch. And the protagonist understands perfectly and says she's the type to eliminate someone just because she's having a bad day. And if you're unlucky and she doesn't like the look of you, you'll have thrown your $200 application fee away. But the protagonist asks why that would be the supervisor's fault, questioning if it isn't the fault of the person who wasn't prepared. The other guy asks, "What was that?" realizing he was just ignored, thinking to himself that he knew the protagonist was useless the second he saw him. But the protagonist doesn't really get the kid and asks him if he minds showing some respect for his elders, questioning why he has to argue with everything he says. However, the protagonist says that if he has a problem, why don't they just settle it with their fists like real men? Because as it happens, he knows a good place for them to do just that. Then the livestream kid asks his viewers if they can believe this guy, questioning what he's thinking and if he thinks he's an easy target. And the protagonist obviously says that yes, he does think he's an easy target. So the kid thinks that he's driving him crazy and tells the protagonist to bring it on with all his style and determination. But right after that, the blonde girl shows up. She realizes no one's in the room and starts wondering what the hell is going on and where everyone went. So they head to the ring, and everyone watching gets hyped up because it looks like that place is about to become someone's deathbed. The streamer kid and our protagonist face off, and the others outside tell them to hurry it up before the supervisor gets here. If she finds out, they'll all be sent home. But then the other guy asks who cares, since they're all going to fail anyway. And the streamer kid calls him a pathetic loser, saying he should have thought twice before trying to pick a fight with him. He asks if he's ever heard of Kaboom Dono TV. He says that, even though he might not look like it, he's an up-and-coming boxing YouTuber. And our guy asks what a YouTuber is, wondering if it's something you can eat. The kid thinks he's messing with him and says it looks like he'll have to teach him a lesson or two. And just like that, he starts shadowboxing in front of our guy, saying one of his hobbies is teaching disrespectful kids like him some manners. And if he could just stream this fight, he'd probably get like 100,000 views. And our guy just laughs, getting interested now, because this actually sounds fun. Dano tells him not to ask him to pay the hospital bills when he's done, and he lunges at our protagonist, trying to land a punch. But just then, the blonde shows up and tells them to stop right this instant. He's terrified to see her there. And Choi orders everyone back to the waiting room now, and they all scatter. She asks what this is all about, wondering if the two of them are that desperate to fail the test. But Dano says it's not like that. He just wanted to have a friendly match. But she says they don't need to explain themselves. She just needs one of them to take the fall. Dano asks what she means. So she tells them that whoever loses fails the test, and tells them to go ahead. And the streamer, seeing her, thinks to himself that she's definitely crazy. But our protagonist lunges at him, ready to fight, so the streamer tells him not to get mad at him. After all, he's the one who asked for this. But our guy also apologizes for what's about to happen. And when the streamer charges at him, yelling, "Shut up," our guy dodges, clips him on the chin, and knocks him out in a single blow, planting his face right on the floor. And at that, the blonde girl is just stunned by our protagonist. Then her thoughts turn to Park Se-yoon, because that bastard is the reason she's so on edge. Ever since the day she met him, she's had this uncomfortable feeling that just won't go away. It's the feeling you get when you encounter an irregular. So he walks up to her, asking why Choi is so distracted. He asks if she wants to fight too, telling her to get in the ring, and that just pisses her off, and she demands to know what he's talking about. And our protagonist says he has one condition. If he wins, she can't disqualify the other guy. So she thinks he must be crazy, dropping her sword and actually stepping into the ring. Then she asks if he's an irregular, but the kid doesn't even know what that is. So she tells him she'll explain. I think if he doesn't die. And when she lunges at him, our protagonist is surprised, but he dodges her punch. Then she readies another strike, but he blocks that one too and takes several hits from her at once. The girl is incredibly agile, even landing a knee strike on our guy. But in that moment, he notices something while she's all cheerful, saying that if he wins, she'll grant him a wish on top of his original request. And with that, she lands a kick right in our protagonist's face, making him nearly spin around. And she thinks that something's wrong. He's definitely hiding something. But after hitting him and seeing him fall, she opens her eyes to find our guy clinging to the cage of the arena. She thinks he's stronger than she thought. But what really surprises her is that he withstood all of that. But since he took it, she decides to apply more pressure, rushing him again, saying that this time, it's really over. But our protagonist dodges her attack pretty easily, dropping to the ground. And when he hits the floor, she comes at him again, trying to land a blow, but our guy gets away again. The girl keeps attacking him, with our protagonist defending every single time, until he sees an opening. When she extends her leg to try and kick him, he ducks down, aiming his elbow at her leg. But before it connects, she uses a bit of her magic to create a barrier. But the barrier shatters, and she's thrown backward, totally confused about what's happening, because her shield just broke. Then our protagonist rushes her again, saying it's his turn to go on the offensive. And she thinks that he's absolutely absurd, while the kid finds this whole thing fun, and thinks to himself that he really must be an irregular. Realizing that yes, she wasn't mistaken about that uncomfortable feeling. But just then, he stops right before hitting her, because she doesn't want to fight anymore. So she simply says she surrenders, but he asks why, after all, the fight was just getting good, and she says the place is too small for her to use her abilities. They'll schedule a fight in a bigger place next time. He thinks it's a shame, but he accepts. But then, she just asks him to state his wish. After all, a bet's a bet. So he asks if there are many strong females like her on Earth, but she says she can't say there are many. So he says that he chooses her, asking her to make babies with him, and she doesn't quite understand, but he repeats it, saying he wants her to mate with him. At that, he just gets a huge slap right across the face, while the streamer can't even believe what just happened. Alright guys, I gotta be serious with you for a second. If you're single and looking for a female you know, don't try this line. For real, at the very least, you're either gonna end up with the cops on your tail or spend a night in the slammer. Look, just don't do it, because this guy is crazy. Like, really crazy. He lived with wolves. Can you imagine how this guy's mind works? And the streamer is wondering what happened and why the blonde is slapping him around like that. And more importantly, why is he times the one lying on the floor? And she storms off, completely pissed at that lunatic, and he has no idea why. But the streamer wonders how he got hit and says he thinks he lost and has to go home. He says he wasted his application money without even taking the test, collapsing on the floor and saying how embarrassing it is. But then, he looks at our protagonist and asks if he's happy now that he got him disqualified. But our guy says he wasn't disqualified, and the streamer asks what on earth he's talking about. But meanwhile, a surveillance camera is watching everything unfold, and a guy is completely shocked that Choi Suang lost. And right then, our protagonist calls out to the streamer, but the guy tells him to hold on, asking how in the world he wasn't disqualified. He says that he just asked her to ignore his disqualification. The streamer questions how he did that, asking why he let her slap him, but our protagonist says he doesn't need to know, leaving it a mystery. But then, he starts to put two and two together, thinking it was because of him that he somehow convinced that witch to ignore the whole mess. By letting her hit him, he starts to see the protagonist as some kind of angel in his life, saying that guy is a real man, and starts calling him Big Bro, asking him to wait up while running in a kind of weird way. You know? I don't know. He would have been better off running like Naruto. Just then, the facility's loudspeaker asks for Soun to go to the superior's office as soon as possible. He's surprised, figures it's him, and heads to the office. In there, the superior comes face to face with our protagonist, who asks why he was summoned. The superior then says that before they talk about anything, he wants him to know that everything he's about to say will be recorded, and the protagonist agrees. So, the superior says he saw his little fight with Supervisor Choi Swang and was surprised that a candidate like him could go up against a B-rank awakened, saying he must be an irregular. But the protagonist says this is the second time he's heard that question and asks what an irregular even is. And just like that, he realizes the kid doesn't know, saying that, apparently, someone still needs to brief him on the bridge portals. And with that, he tells him about the bridge portals that connect Earth to 3 other planets, Aroka, Gen, and Midgard. He says the first one is Aroka, the home planet of the elves and dwarves. Earth and Aroka have a good relationship and occasionally engage in economic and cultural exchanges, and the Earthlings who return from there have learned skills related to magic and artifact creation. And the next is Gen, the planet inhabited by mamans and martial artists who are constantly fighting for sovereignty over the planet. The martial artists are our allies, while the mamans are our enemies. And the last one is Midgard, which is a planet ruled by warlike orcs. To make matters worse, that planet is also infested with ferocious monsters, and whenever a portal to Midgard opens, a full-blown war is expected to break out. And among the Earthlings who returned from those 3 planets, there are those who have learned powerful skills. They discovered that their combat power exceeds that of the other awakened ones and decided to classify them as irregulars. And our protagonist thinks this is all pretty complicated, but he's certain that the place he was in wasn't any of those 3 planets. And at this, the superior is completely surprised because he wasn't on any of those 3 planets. He could just be a returnee from a dungeon, but there's no way a returnee from an F-rank dungeon could defeat a B-ranker like Choi Soo-young. He then asks what planet the protagonist returned from. He says he already told the bald doctor all of this a long time ago, but that he'll repeat it, stating that he lived with wolves for 1,000 years. Hearing all of that, the superior was horrified. The protagonist finishes his story, and the superior says he understands, thanking the young man for sharing his story. He tells him he can go back to the waiting room, and as soon as he leaves, the superior starts getting more and more scared, because if that absurd story is true, this is far more concerning. Just then, Sergeant King presents himself and says he heard the major calling for him. The major then asks if he can take over as the supervisor for the 15th squad. He asks what he means, questioning if Choi Soo-young wasn't the one in charge of that post, but the major says she fled. King then asks, "What do you mean, she fled?" And he says the details don't matter. He wants him to monitor candidate Park Sa-yoon closely and give him a detailed report when the test is over. With that, all the candidates are called once more, told to put on their training clothes and report to the field. And so they gather in front of their instructors, and the one for the 15th squad has been changed. Everyone is surprised that their supervisor changed, so they wonder if the blonde was fired, but our protagonist senses that something is wrong. Then, the sergeant shows up, saying that he will be in charge of supervising Team 15. He says that the minimum requirement for that day's physical test is 9 seconds in the 100-meter dash and 1 hour to complete the course, saying it should be easy. But they think he must be joking, since not all awakened abilities specialize in enhancing physical skills. And apparently that's true, because one of the candidates is disqualified by 3 seconds, but she is not at all happy with how things are graded there. Healers are supposed to have an easier test, but the military man asks if she thinks monsters are going to go easy on her just because she's a healer. At that, Andong goes to the starting line, and the streamer says that 9 seconds is like taking candy from a baby. He tells the protagonist he'll see him in the second round, but when he takes off, he ends up finishing in just 8 seconds. And with that, Park Sa-yoon gets into position to run, and Don Woo is up front, cheering the kid on. And as soon as King gives the signal, he finishes the race in almost less than a second, leaving everyone there stunned by the speed at which he ran. So, King calls the superior on the spot and says that the results from candidate Park Sa-yoon's physical test just came in and are quite surprising, saying he sent a video. The superior immediately asks about the reporters who recorded everything, and Kim says they're back there having a field day. And with that, the major calls the director of the Returnee Center directly and tells her that he just sent some videos of Park Sa-yoon, saying she has to see them. She's completely shocked, and after watching, she nearly falls out of her chair. They say the Major has a lie-detecting ability. Therefore, they can assume the F-ranker was telling the truth during the interview with Dr. Kim Jung-gu, and she's stunned, unable to believe that the doctor's report was actually true. And for that lunatic F-ranker to actually be an irregular, he'd have to be at least stronger than a B-ranker. And if his story is true, it means that Park Se-yoon could be a returnee from a fourth planet. So she speaks to her subordinate, asking him to make sure no reporters show up at the training grounds. He says that, about that, he thinks it's too late, because there's already a news story out about the protagonist. So she yells at him to take down all the articles at once and issue an embargo. But at that moment, all the reporters swarm the protagonist, trying to get an interview, and they call out to Se-yoon, asking if he can spare a moment. The protagonist just glances to the side, while the president says that this means Se-yoon somehow managed to maintain his physical stats, despite going through a portal without protective equipment, wondering if he received an F rank due to a lack of dimensional energy. And come to think of it, she remembers that the status window error from Awaken Central was also showing up back then. And she thinks that, either way, he's a returnee from a fourth planet. Just then, the military starts to hold back the reporters. Meanwhile, she says that South Korea may have just gained an edge regarding the development project for the unknown fourth planet, and all the reporters want to get in, but no one is allowed to pass. Meanwhile, inside, everyone is wondering what's going on with those reporters and saying it's because of the protagonist. And several of them were shocked after seeing the kid's record. And as it turns out, while he's eating that mountain of food, he becomes the center of attention. Don-woo, seeing him eat all that, gets all excited, thinking that's exactly right, because not just anyone can land a one-hit knockout. It's a shame he didn't stream that, but just then, the protagonist asks what he's staring at, and if he's finished eating. And he says no, asking if he's thirsty, and saying he'll get him some water like an underling. He says that just from watching the protagonist eat, you can tell he's on a completely different level, thinking he's sure he'll become a big shot one day. After that, they head to the locker room to take a nap, and Don-woo says that, seeing how empty those lockers are, he figures everyone else failed the physical test. But the protagonist doesn't even care. Don-woo says they're screwed, but the protagonist asks why, and he says it's because the next part of the test involves dungeon raids. So, teams with more members have an easier time than teams with fewer members. He says he hopes the instructors consider reassigning the teams, but the protagonist tells him not to worry, because they don't need anyone else. At this, he's horrified by how confident the kid is, saying he's the real deal, this kid. But the thing is, dungeons have so many unpredictable factors, so he thinks it would be easier to enter the dungeon if they had more people with different skills. But the protagonist says he already told him not to worry. And more importantly, he asks him what he was doing on his phone when he first saw him. He says it was YouTube, asking if the kid has never heard of it. And the protagonist really doesn't know what YouTube is. So, he asks if the kid's been living under a rock. And he says yes, because you could say he was in the middle of a forest. So, Don-woo wonders what this guy's deal is and shows him YouTube, explaining that the number shows how many subscribers he has. He says that, as you can see, he has 1,284 people watching his videos. However, the protagonist, glancing to the side, notices there's a channel way bigger than his. He says it's because that channel has been around longer than his. So the protagonist asks, what's this 1 million views about? And Don-woo says it's mukbang and it's really popular with viewers these days. And so, the protagonist, seeing that woman eat so much, is impressed. However, Don-woo thinks he really has no room to talk, since he does pretty much the same thing. And he says he knows a few mukbang YouTubers and if he's interested, he can get him on one of their streams. And the protagonist asks if he's serious, asking if he can really eat all that, and tells him to promise. Then, Don-woo realizes he's a gold mine, while the protagonist is super excited, saying he's actually a pretty good guy after all. At this, Don-woo thinks his partner has everything it takes to be the next YouTube star, because he's a total stud, has the perfect body, and even made headlines for breaking the world record. And if he shows off his combat power in the dungeon excursions, it'll only be a matter of time before he gets on the radar of all the top guilds. And if he can manage to pull off a live stream with that guy, then everything will work out. To make things even better, the protagonist himself said he likes Don-woo, telling him to join his clan. And at this, the guy doesn't really get it, and the protagonist doesn't get why he's not getting it. And at that, Don-woo asks if he's planning on creating his own clan, asking if he has no interest in joining a guild, and the kid says that's exactly right. So, he starts to think for a moment, but he sees this could be a chance, because if he makes a video about the clan's creation and goes on the dungeon excursion with the best mercenary test candidate of the year, it could mean success. He remembers getting beat up in boxing, saying that boxing was the only thing that got him through the rotten childhood he had. And despite continuously failing to get a professional license, he never lost hope. However, a major disaster took away all his hopes and dreams. While he was thinking he wanted to get rich, he was just drinking with his friends at Maifo. He says that hope is the last thing to die, or so they say. So he tried YouTube, and now he has quality content, and this was exactly what he'd been looking for. He can't believe an opportunity like that just fell into his lap, and he says he's willing to do anything for the protagonist. Then he says he's starting to like Don-woo even more, telling him to keep his promise about the mukbang stream. And Don-woo says he never goes back on his word, crying so hard snot's running down his face. He says life is all about connections, but the protagonist asks why he suddenly started crying, and he lies, saying it's nothing. Then he asks Seiyun if he knows they need at least 3 members to officially form a clan. He's surprised to hear that. But just then, another guy, a bald monk, shows up, and Don-woo asks why he just appeared out of nowhere and if this is going to be a Shaolin duel. But then he introduces himself as Candidate 80, Mongan, and says he was assigned to Team 15, and he immediately starts with some Buddhist greeting that I'm not even going to read. No. Because it's a bunch of letters that don't even make sense together. Don-woo notices he's a mercenary monk, looks around, and sees it's just the 2 of them there. But then the loudspeaker addresses all the candidates, telling them to put on their battle suits and report to the briefing room on the 3rd floor within 30 minutes. So the protagonist asks if they're not going into the dungeon the next day. But then the monk says he heard that sometimes the examiners run dungeon excursions at night without any prior notice, and Don W freaks out even more. But either way, all the leaders are being taken down, so they're told the dungeon run will start in just a few moments. And the dungeon they're going to enter for the test is located in the 5th sector of Seoul and is under the protection of the Phoenix Guild. It's a level 1 dungeon with 250 doors. The protagonist asks about this guild, and Don Wall says that even though they aren't part of the top 20, they're still a pretty big guild. He asks what he means by under protection, and Don finds his common knowledge questions strange, wondering if the guy is from another planet. He explains that with portals popping up everywhere, the South Korean government had a hard time dealing with all of them. So, the government hired private mercenary clans to protect the 12 sectors of Seoul, and a guild is the name given to a private mercenary clan hired by the government. In exchange for their service, the guilds get the right to process the dimensional energy from the dungeons they manage. And ever since the Great Disaster, guilds with bigger dungeons have gained more and more power since the global economy came to see dimensional energy as a new power source. So, the protagonist says that it's basically a tax-free area where you can hunt, and the kid says you could put it that way. And the protagonist thinks to himself that he only wanted to join a clan because he missed hunting with the pack, but now he thinks he might even be able to get his own land. Don W says, it's really great to have your own dungeon, because then you don't have to pay to use it. So now the protagonist thinks that the goal of his clan is to become a guild, but Don W tells him to keep his feet on the ground, asking if they shouldn't pass the mercenary test first. The protagonist finds this strange, and so does Don, who says he can't even tell if the guy is just playing dumb or if he's actually dumb. Just then, the Major says that this is an image of the portal's location in Sector 5, Route 14, and this dungeon only has 15 days until it breaks. It's a labyrinth-type dungeon, which has the lowest difficulty level and the fewest monsters of all dungeon types. It's a shame they won't be able to get much dimensional energy, since the monsters there are weak and scarce. And that's all he has to say for the explanation of the Level 1 dungeon. Don W is surprised by the information. The monsters might not be their biggest problem, and if they're not careful, they could get trapped in the labyrinth. So he thinks it's no wonder people say that success in dungeons all comes down to skills. He says that if he had a search skill, at least things would be better. But the protagonist, seeing him complaining, says he has a search skill. So Don starts to get a little more excited to be with the protagonist. But then he notices something's wrong, because the protagonist learned the skill before taking the mercenary test, and the skill book costs at least 120,000. He starts to wonder if the protagonist comes from a wealthy family, born under a lucky star. I mean, he was probably asleep under that star for quite a while. 1,000 years is a long time, but born into money? No, he wasn't. As the test is about to begin, the monk gets a little tense, and Don W senses it, asking if he has any awakened skills. The monk just looks away, seeming kind of down, and both of them find it strange. Then the monk talks about his past, remembering a time he was holding a severed head as monsters closed in on him. While he was inside the temple, monsters attacked from the outside a swarm of goblins surrounding the place. And then, when a huge monster showed up, all the other monsters were obeying it, invading the temple. Then someone came shouting, "Mong Jin, stop immediately!" He was surprised to see his older brother. He asked him what he was doing there at a time like this. His brother tells him to take the high priest and evacuate immediately. And just then, he's horrified to see a goblin already behind his older brother, killing him. After remembering all that, he snaps back to reality as the Major announces the end of the raid briefing. The other two are surprised by his reaction, but then the Major says that, from this point on, they will proceed to the marked target and begin the dungeon assault with a team led by their supervisor. While they're moving, they should make sure to read the manual again to get familiar with it. He hopes everyone passes and that no one fails. And with that, in front of the portal, everyone gets out and gathers with the military, who warn them that if they don't pay attention, they won't come back alive. To start, the 3 from Team 15 are some of the last to get off the helicopter, and they're asked if they're ready. The sergeant says that as soon as they go in, they should act like he isn't there and proceed accordingly. They know that even if the team clears the dungeon, their individual scores can still get them eliminated. And so, Don W tells the supervisor that his team is the only one with 3 members, asking if he'll help out if things get really dangerous. At that, he just tells everyone to move out. The protagonist, however, asks if Don is scared. He says it's not that he's scared, but the monk cuts him off, asking if they're allowed to use their personal weapons, and the sergeant says, of course. But Don W notices that the monk had a weapon made of dimensional material even before they started the mercenary test, and he's surprised yet again. And then, they say Group 14 goes in, and Group 15 starts to get ready. The sergeant calls them inside, and as they pass through the gate into the dungeon, Don gets annoyed that the protagonist is in the lead and says it's making him anxious, yelling at him to secure the perimeter. However, he realizes he yelled too loudly and lost points, since he was supposed to enter silently and secure the area first. But he made noise and drew the monster's attention. Because of that, the sergeant immediately starts deducting his points. A monster appears in front of the protagonist and dies instantly from a single punch. And Don starts to play it cool, saying that making noise to catch them off guard and lure them into a trap was all part of the plan. Then he asks the protagonist if he's using his search skill as he moves forward. He says that if he fails, it's going to be bad. But while he's still running his mouth, the protagonist has already taken action. And that's when Don Woo asks what's going on, since they're being told to put on their combat gear at this time of night. One of them steps on a trap, and when the monk looks down, everything around them starts to change. Don Woo realizes this could be dangerous, as a volley of arrows comes flying right at him. But the monk pulls out his dimensional weapon, getting ready to do something about it. He remembers when his sanctuary was attacked by those monsters. Countless missiles were launched at that gigantic thing to try and kill it, and he, in turn, grabbed his weapon to try and do something while protecting that priest. So he thinks it was all his fault, that everything went wrong because of him. But back in the present, he grabs his weapon and starts spinning his staff, stopping all the arrows that were headed their way. And Don Woo is amazed. The monk's skills with the staff are insane. Then they step on another trap. This time the floor gives way and they plummet down below. Then, the trapdoor above them slams shut, leaving them inside. They land in a heap, completely wrecked, especially Don Woo. He says that this is how all his dreams die. Then, when they look ahead, they hear the sounds of monsters coming from the end of the sewer tunnel. So he yells to the other 2, saying he thinks they've really drawn some attention. The monk apologizes, explaining that his awakened ability is an area of effect taunt. And Don Woo is not happy at all to hear this guy is provoking the monsters. But the protagonist says this is a good thing, since he was too lazy to go looking for them. The monk, however, doesn't quite understand what the kid wants. Then the protagonist leaps over a rock that he kicks up, and Don Woo is stunned, wondering how anyone can kick like that. And after he lands the jump, he's already up there. The protagonist then tells the monk that he likes him, and orders him to join his clan. But the monk is like, come again? Just then, a bunch of monsters come charging at the protagonist, and he uses search on them, locating every single one. He then charges the monsters as they rush toward him, and Don Woo says he thinks they've really screwed up this time. But the monk, who's already up top, extends his staff down to Don Woo and pulls him up. With no other choice, Operation AoE Taunt and Farm began as planned. He was pulled up, and when they finally reach the same level as the protagonist, all the monsters are dead. The scene is just insane. They think this is crazy, and the protagonist tells the monk to move on and take care of the ones that are knocked out. The monk heads off, while Don Woo thinks to himself that this guy is on another level. He goes on, killing the stragglers, and the sergeant is even more surprised that the protagonist has been finding the traps using search. He's advancing at an incredible speed, decimating the monsters while using the traps to his advantage. But then he notices something else. There's even a monster trying to pull a sneak attack on the protagonist from above, but he looks up just as the monster is about to grab him. But then the monk hurls his staff right into that monster's neck, killing it instantly. And with that, the protagonist finishes it off, gaining another 42 achievement points. And after a while, at the Mercenary HQ, they notice a team is returning from the dungeon and are shocked that it was way too fast, since only 30 minutes had passed, because that dungeon normally takes 5 hours to clear. They wonder if there was an accident, and ask for the team number. It's Team 15, and all their vitals are normal. It's Park Se-yoon's team. And just then, the major gets a call. He says it's the supervisor, asking why they're coming back so early, and Sergeant King tells him they've completed the mission, and the man is completely stunned. And Sergeant King says he'll understand when he watches the video, but that it'll be difficult to evaluate their stats in a level 1 dungeon, because he also broke a performance record inside the dungeon. And sometime later, we see Don Woo, and he's doing a live stream. He says he's introducing the Seoul clan's daily live streams, that this is the clan vlog, and someone asks him what he's going to show on it. and he says that first, they're going to watch the Soun Clan house tour video together, which was recently uploaded. He goes over to that old lady's house from Donwoo's neighborhood and asks her to say hello to his subscribers. But the old woman says she's got so much to do he could just drop dead, then shows off a wicked-looking knife, telling him to get lost before she slices open his fat belly and makes salted tripe out of his intestines. And just like that, he completely loses all motivation to livestream there. Meanwhile, the little boy asks John, "What's salted tripe?" and he doesn't really know what to say, and Donwoo continues with his livestream. And even the monk went over there, placing a Buddha statue in the office. A while later, he starts streaming again, going over to the other two clan members, and they're both eating while he's goofing around. He even tries to film a mukbang there, but the monk starts saying a bunch of nonsense, and John shows up, telling his brother that everything is ready, and the protagonist calls them to action, grabbing the truck and hitting the road. As they get near the hunting area, the protagonist notices something flying a drone and says that thing has been flying around for a while, wondering if he should destroy it. But Donwoo warns him that it's a recording drone, asking if he doesn't know what that is, and announces that right now they're heading to the mission area in Area 4, Gate 30. Then he asks if he can see the blue gate past the barrier, saying that today is the historic day of the Soun clan's first dungeon mission, and he talks to everyone on the livestream before they go in. And when they step through the portal, the protagonist sees they're all bats, and Donwoo explains to him that this is the bat dungeon, at which point he asks if the protagonist has any long-range abilities, but he doesn't. And so the kid asks how they're supposed to get them, but the monk tells them to leave it to him, and the other two find that strange. Then he simply takes out his gourd and starts tapping on it, and the bats start acting strangely. Donwoo asks why they're acting like that, because the monk's wooden gourd instrument is causing a strange reaction in the bats. And they swarm together, diving towards the monk, and as they get close, he stands up, grabs his staff, and prepares to attack. And when they get too close, he uses Wheel of Fire, imbuing his staff with flames, and just incinerates all those things, sending them flying. But since some are still alive and the bat dungeon boss also appears, there's not much he can do. But then the protagonist shows up and slices the thing in half with a single attack, finishing it off and completing the mission. And with that, the protagonist tells them to hurry up because the gate has opened. And that's how they do it. They take the crystals from inside so they don't leave anything behind. Meanwhile, everyone on the livestream is going wild, and a little while later, that president looks pretty surprised. So Park says that with their headquarters in Area 4, the three of them are capable of clearing 20 dungeons a day and are completely decimating the level 1 dungeons. And they are just completely shocked because the channel has already hit 68,000 subscribers, and she says she just placed an embargo, but it turns out one of their members is a streamer. And Park says that the videos released by the Sorro Clan are third in the real-time popularity rankings. And if they just let this go, they'll grow even bigger, making them wonder if they should take precautionary measures. But she says she knows that very well. However, she then sees another video, Hero versus Yorva, the Russian Hulk challenging the world champion, Okita Hero, and she thinks about this fight, remembering Okita Hero in Listen W. And he's the SS rank irregular born in South Korea. And she wonders what they'll do if the country approaches him carelessly, under the justification of protecting a talent, only to end up having to deal with a second Longo. So Park calls out to the worried director, and she tells him to get ready to contact Park Sorro, saying she'll go there personally. Look, lady, I don't know. You're the latest one to get this close to the protagonist. He invited you to his house. If I were you, I'd proceed with a little more caution. Meanwhile, back at their office, they notice the monk didn't show up for work, but the protagonist wonders where he would have gone, since he doesn't have a temple. And Jun says he told him he's living in Seoul with the temple family who survived that day. And Donwoo agrees, saying that without him, their hunting efficiency drops quite a bit. And at that, Jun speaks to his brother, asking if at this point, it wouldn't be okay to rest for a day, saying their clan is already ready to level up. Donwoo is surprised. Already? And Jun says their clan account has already collected 140 million won, and he's shocked, because that means they can go into level 2 dungeons now. Then he says he's done nothing but gather blood crystals, but his account has 20 million won in 3 days, and if they can start aiming for level 2 dungeons from now on, things will get even better. And the protagonist doesn't quite understand all his excitement, so he says, "This is insane. If it's true, how many donations do you think he can get?" And the protagonist thinks about how he received over 3,000 achievement points, so he bought a few different skills and can now see all those strange things, like also being able to see information about the people around him. So he says it's fine, telling them they'll rest for the day. And Jun says he's going to take Grandma and Baiku to a nearby park. And the protagonist starts looking at everyone's information there, but he can't see anything for his brother or for Grandma, but he can see Baiku's, who still has a combat power of 3. So he wonders if dogs can awaken just like humans. Then he talks to Jun, asking if he's been fixing the truck too often, questioning if it isn't difficult. He says he doesn't even know where to start, and it's already hard enough just to find the parts, but fixing it is killing him. So he asks, how about we just go buy a pickup truck, a new model? And Jun is completely surprised, and the protagonist agrees with it, telling Baekgu to come along too. And with that, he goes to a dealership, then picks out a huge pickup truck for himself, and Jun is totally hyped because that thing is what they call a real mercenary's dream, a Drago series. Then he starts listing off a bunch of its specs, and Jun is loving it. So the protagonist says he plans to pay in cash, asking if he can drive it off the lot. They hit the road in it to another zone, and Jun is super impressed because the truck is incredible and says it's on a completely different level compared to his old piece of crap truck. And the protagonist says that even the passenger seat is amazing and that they should have bought one a long time ago. But then he asks why they're heading to area 423, asking if it isn't a restricted area. And the protagonist says that he mentioned he couldn't awaken because he didn't have money. And so he tells him he's going to awaken Jun now. He's scared to death by what his brother just said. So he stops the pickup truck right there, getting tense along with the protagonist, and Baekgu too, who doesn't like that place at all. And the protagonist asks if Baekgu can smell that, saying that stench of piss is definitely from John Goblin. At this, Jun tells his brother that he's really uncomfortable, asking if they can't just leave. But the protagonist opens the door and gets out, saying he'll be back soon and telling him to wait there with Baekgu. So Jun starts calling for his brother to come back, but the protagonist vanishes in front of him at an absurd speed, and he can't even believe it. Meanwhile, with the idiots, they're watching a video of the protagonist and recognize he's the guy who beat the crap out of everyone. They realize he's the irregular, so his combat power is also immeasurable, and the mercenary thinks that, if he's at this level, it's useless for them to even hire the assassin. But the subordinate thinks that, even so, they can't just leave him alone. And so, the boss asks for a list of the guilds in Area 4 that they've been sponsoring frequently. But they say that in Area 4, there's Assistant Manager Choi. They remember him and say that making a person disappear is nothing when you're talking about this guy. Then they say you shouldn't forget how he made 6 bastards who owed him money disappear last time. And the boss orders them to contact him, telling them to give him whatever he needs to spend on the job. Meanwhile, Grandma is walking home and gets caught in a heavy downpour, until a car pulls up beside her and she finds it strange. Just then, the manager of the Department of Returnees appears next to her, asking if she is Lee Sukja, and says they're from the Department of Returnees, asking if they can meet with Park Seoro. She thinks for a moment, wondering whether or not she should give these people the time of day. Meanwhile, Jun thinks about how he can't see anything, still standing in the same spot. He feels like it's been over half an hour, wondering what the hell his brother is doing. Meanwhile, Baekgu is not liking the vibe there at all, and this makes Jun more and more tense. Until suddenly, a blood-soaked goblin appears at the window and slides to the ground. The door opens, and the blood on the ground startles Jun. The protagonist tells him to get out, and he gets even more scared. Once outside, they stand next to the half-dead goblin, who even tries to do something, but just stays down. So the protagonist tosses a dagger to his brother, telling him to follow along while he kills it. But just then, Jun asks his brother to wait, pleading for him to calm down a bit. But the protagonist asks why. Jun then questions if he really has to awaken, but the protagonist tells him he can't survive if he's weak, ordering him to kill that thing, and fast. And even in that situation, he still hesitates. Baekgu gets seriously pissed off, and the protagonist tells him to bite. The little dog lunges at the thing, biting its arm. However, the goblin grabs the little dog's head, nearly killing it. The protagonist then says Baekgu can't do it yet because he's too young, telling Jun that if he doesn't stab the monster, Baekgu is going to die. So Jun begs his brother to stop this. They say, but the protagonist screams, ordering him to kill it. The pressure makes the wimp start to cry while the dog is right there, being killed by the creature. At that moment, he musters his courage, starts to move, and plunges the dagger into the monster's head, killing it and saving Baekgu. Then the protagonist tells him to do it again. He keeps stabbing the dead thing on the ground until he finally drops the dagger, completely exhausted, staring at the blood on his hand and becoming desperate about the situation. But the protagonist orders him to pick up the knife. Jun tells his brother he really can't do it, but the protagonist says that if he doesn't kill, he'll be the one to die. And Baekgu, a tiny little puppy, gets his attention. When he looks to the side, another goblin is there, and the protagonist tells him to follow along as he kills them because they're running out of time. He just walks away, and his brother is left calling after him, remembering the time he was getting beaten up and the protagonist didn't do a thing for him. In that moment, he feels like it's the same thing all over again, and finally decides to act, turning his gaze to the monster. He grabs the knife and thinks that his brother really is this way. This bastard has always been like this. Then he runs at the monster and finally kills it, his personality and mindset shifting as he tells the thing to shut up. He does this over and over, stabbing all of them, telling the monster to just be quiet already. Killing another one, he loses control in the process, stabbing it more than he has to, and screaming at the monster to die over and over again. until he finishes off another one, and just then, something inside him changes, because he's laughing, enjoying the slaughter. Then, another half-dead goblin lunges at him. However, since Jun wasn't expecting it, the goblin manages to throw him to the ground and almost bites him, but he grabs the dagger and shoves it into the monster's neck. He feels the sticky sensation spread across his hand as he cuts through the flesh, something he enjoys, and he asks himself why he's doing this, telling himself not to do this, to save himself, hoping his older brother will do something for him. The protagonist is just sitting up there, watching. Then, Junho finally awakens as a rank F, level 1, butcher. So, he thinks his brother is actually pretty cute with that class and asks if by any chance he worked part-time in a slaughterhouse, and he says no. But then the protagonist tells him to come over, and his brother has already snapped he's completely insane, smiling while he kills monsters. And the protagonist says he should get some rest. With a horde of monsters behind him, a while later, he's covered in blood, and the protagonist takes him to get registered as a mercenary. The girl at the reception desk asks what happened and why he looks like that, and the protagonist says that he just awakened a little while ago. So she tells him that for now, he can clean up in the bathroom, and after being inspected and tested for diseases, he can go to the measurement room. He can go to the dimensional energy measurement room on the 3rd floor, but Junho asks what she means by the meter. She says it's a machine that measures dimensional energy, and his number needs to be higher than 100 to be registered as a rank F awakened. And after that, he'll be qualified to take the mercenary test. He says he got a 96, so he failed. But then the protagonist thinks that it makes no sense for his brother to have failed. But then, after his shower, he goes to the measurement room, sits down, and starts with a score of 111. They tell him he can get up now and send him to proceed to the skill manifestation room. The scientist who's there asks if Suho will also be taking the measurement test, and the protagonist lies down to take the test again. And when the test begins, something appears in his measurement. Several eyes begin to stare at the boy, while the system says that something unidentified is observing him and also recording his information. And the boy opens his eyes, causing the machine to have a reaction they've never seen before, giving him a new number, 189. He wakes up startled because he saw something, but he doesn't know what it was. And so the scientist tells Suho that his dimensional energy has grown rapidly, just as the rumors say, telling him he'll soon be rank S. However, the protagonist asks who built that machine, and she says she's sure the scientists made it, but he doesn't seem to like that. He asks about these scientists. After all, what he saw in there was not a good thing. Then, Junho's certificate is finally ready. He also receives a cell phone as a gift and is told that he's now qualified to sign up for the mercenary test. The protagonist congratulates his brother, but asks if he's sure he didn't feel anything strange when his energy was measured. But he says no, and the protagonist wonders if it's possible he's just not as sensitive as he is, and asks what his awakened skill is. He says it's decapitation. Meanwhile, he sees that blonde girl passing by, and finds it strange that she's there, and he yells out to the girl, calling her Blondie. Then one of the guys asks if he's calling their captain, saying it looks like he wants to die. And just then, the protagonist recognizes her and says it was his bad for the misunderstanding last time, saying he's still not used to having conversations with civilized people. But the girl shuts him down cold, saying they won't be seeing each other again, and everyone there ends up thinking the protagonist just got shot down. Suho is left behind, not understanding anything, and the girl is left wondering about his misunderstanding, and so they all start thinking something is going on between the two of them. But the blonde girl starts getting pissed, asking why they haven't left yet, and the protagonist thinks it's a shame, saying that she's the captain. But she has a really unpleasant personality, and so the two of them head home. Meanwhile, over with Grandma, a woman is keeping her company, and she says that the strawberry wine is perfect. And the old woman says it's wonderful to see a young lady with such a voracious appetite, explaining that her husband made this wine 10 years ago but passed away without ever getting to taste it. The girl gets more and more worked up about the monsters as she drinks. And the grandmother says that even the way she talks is beautiful, while she continues to praise her grandma's cooking. Then she gets straight to the point, saying Suho is taking too long. And speak of the devil, he appears. Our hero shows up, not understanding a thing, and the nephew runs to his father too. The two of them immediately run to hug each other. Meanwhile, that girl starts talking with Suho. Our hero asks who she is, and sees that she's Kim So-hee, rank A, level 2. And she explains to him that she's from the Department of the Awakened, and he asks why she's there. She says she came to sign a contract with him, and our hero doesn't quite get it. She then asks if he knows the official name for a returnee, and he says he doesn't. She tells him it's human coordinate. Our hero is still confused, and she asks if, when he was coming back to Earth, he arrived through a red portal. He confirms it, and she says that the moment he returned to Earth through that portal, the conditions were met. A returnee successfully coming back is a sign of success, but he doesn't really understand. and she explains that the portal will appear again, a bridge portal capable of going back and forth. Our hero asks where it will appear, and she points right at him, which just confuses him more. She clarifies that the portal will appear near the coordinate. He thinks about it for a moment, realizing it means he might be able to see his friends again. She tells him the Department of the Awakened Suspects this is the 4th new planet, and she says if their assumption is correct, South Korea will be the only country in the world with a portal to the 4th planet. And our hero asks her when it will form. She says in 99 days at the most. He questions what she wants from him, and she says that until the portal appears, she needs him to please not go abroad. He asks why. She says they don't want him to become the second Lee Sung-ho. Our hero asks who that is. So she explains that it seems he doesn't know about the Lee Sung-ho case and says that the current #1 in the world, Okita, his Korean name is Lee Sung-ho, and he was originally from Korea. Our hero is shocked by this. She continues, saying that during the early stages of the Great Disaster, the government detained and confined the returnees in the name of national protection. Back then, there wasn't much information about irregulars. Because of that, he, who was a rank D awakened when he returned, escaped easily. The Japanese government approached him when he was disillusioned with South Korea, and after that, he went to Japan. Currently, all 9,000 gates in Tokyo are because of Lee Sung-ho. She asks if he knows what the dimensional industry is, and says that if a portal appears while he's on vacation, Korea will suffer a great loss. So he gets it now and asks what he'll get in return. She tells him to name his price. Our hero, seeing this as a chance to get what he's wanted for a long time, says he wants the promotion of the Seoro Guild, exclusively for his guild. And with that, the other streamer is completely shocked. She asks if he wants anything else, telling him to write everything down on a piece of paper. He says he hasn't asked for the most important thing. She tells him to say it, and he asks how they know when the portals are about to appear. She says an agent specializing in dimensional energy breaches will be dispatched. She's the best agent in the department. Our hero becomes curious about this best agent. Meanwhile, the blonde woman is remembering our hero shamelessly asking her out, without even any wine. She gets so irritated with him, she has to go wail on a punching bag. And everyone watching is surprised to see the girl like this again. She just keeps laying into the bag, absolutely furious over something that had nothing to do with it. Poor thing. She says she should have thrown him in jail for sexual harassment. Just then, the same manager from the department approaches her, asking who Seo Ju-hyun is. She says she doesn't know, adding that she's pissed off and telling her not to bother her. But then the manager asks, "When are you not angry?" And so, the blonde tells her to stop trying to pick a fight and asks what she wants. She says the blonde is going on a mission. She asks about this mission, wanting to know a little more. I'm starting to feel like you're going to be put side by side with the mating guy. After reading the mission details, she starts to tremble, asking why her of all people. The manager just says it's because she's the right person for the job. But she insists, asking times why asterisk. And the manager says it's because she's the best on the detection team. She starts getting pissed at her superior, who asks what she thinks will happen if a portal opens in the middle of the city when they don't even know what kind of planet it is. She immediately thinks it would be hell, foreseeing the chaos it would become. The superior says that if she sees signs of a dimensional breach, she must grab Park Sorro and leave the area beforehand. And until then, she is not to leave his side at all, asking if she understands what she's saying. The blonde starts to get furious, saying she swears she's going to write a letter of resignation. Meanwhile, back at Junho's house, he's totally freaking out, thinking guys are on the ceiling, completely desperate, until his son calls him to come eat. When he sits down, he asks why the streamer is so happy. He says they managed to pass the test to promote the clan, and now they can also get level 2 dungeon weapons. Our hero thinks that this is good. Junho says that if they want to go into level 2 dungeons, they have to be a rank D party, but they're still short on people at the moment. He then asks if it wouldn't be better to go all in on the level 1 dungeons for now. The streamer says he's not wrong, but as long as they have Sorro, he's sure that the level 2 dungeons will be a piece of cake too. But our hero says that first, they'll make money in the level 1 dungeons, then level up with skill books, and after that, when they're prepared, they'll split the teams, attack, and recruit more members if necessary. They all understand, until the streamer notices someone arriving. It's a bunch of people showing up, and he greets them all. They ask if he's eaten yet, and he says yes, just telling everyone to get ready to leave. And as they go, they enter the portal, and another team stays behind, keeping an eye on the protagonist team. And that guy sees it's Sorro, and shouts out to him. The protagonist doesn't quite understand at first, then notices it's G, who says he hasn't seen him in a long time. He said he heard that he started a clan, and the protagonist asks about his friends from back then. Then he gets a little serious, and Sorro doesn't quite understand. He just says that they're fine. So he asks why he's in a day rate party, and everyone in the back starts calling for G. He looks back, not happy at all, and tells Sorro that he has to go, telling Sorro they'll talk later. And the protagonist tells him not to forget, as a member of the group asks who he is. And the protagonist says he's just a dungeon friend, calling for everyone to enter today's dungeon. Meanwhile, that same guy keeps watching and paying attention to the protagonist, and G's group talks to him as they were wondering who it was, and it was Park Sorro, and he had invited the kid to join as well. But G thinks to himself that he couldn't tell him that his clan was disbanded, and the two guys he called comrades left under the excuse of needing medical care. It's a common story. A guild collapses when its core members leave, and level 0 clans are easy to make and just as easy to dissolve. The stress level caused by a work environment that requires you to kill or be killed reaches a point of no return. And it wouldn't be a surprise if the first two to leave never worked as mercenaries again. Then one of them speaks to G, asking him to take good care of the rear guard. He asks them not to forget to keep their distance from the vanguard, and he thinks to himself that mercenaries without a clan often team up to challenge dungeons and day-rate parties, and there has to be at least one person destined to be your comrade among these people, and he's going to start over. As they face that portal, Laura arrives on her motorcycle, saying she's just leaving the Sorro Clan's office right now. They've been raiding dungeons since the morning, so the manager says she'll send the location. And she gets it instantly and takes off on her bike, accelerating even more. Meanwhile, the protagonist's group is dealing with that dungeon, and Monjin uses Dragon's Charge. And one of them asks if they're seeing this, saying that Dragon's Charge is the new skill Monjin got after emptying his clan's treasury. The streamer says that Park Sorro's only brother, who awakened recently, is also absurd, and he says that he's perfectly normal until he holds a knife and becomes a complete psychopath. The butcher, Park Junho. And finally, the skill he learned from the skill book, tracking. Meanwhile, Junho continues to kill the monsters in a very brutal way. But the streamer sees that while he's caught up in it, something is coming up behind him and yells to Junho that something's there. That frog flying towards him is easily taken down by Junho, but as he kills it with a brutal takedown, he starts to laugh in a strange way. The streamer notices that he's smiling, because he's already turning into a yakar, and the protagonist, seeing this, says it looks like the three of them are enough. But then a huge explosion happens nearby, and G's group is suffering badly against those monsters, with him already spitting up blood. He asks his friend why that idiot threw a firebomb at him, but one of them is caught by that frog and eaten by it, while the others meet the same fate. And G starts to pass out right there, realizing that this team was done for too. And he remembers the protagonist team, thinking that he was jealous, but he starts to put himself down, saying there's no way in hell they'd let a swordsman who's stuck at C rank like him be a part of that guild. See guys? 10 times. The only thing separating success from failure is just trying. If he had just gone to the protagonist and asked to be part of the guild, he'd be with a much better crew by now. And with that, the protagonist's group returns from the dungeon, and that streamer says that it was definitely faster. This time, he's feeling a lot less tired, and Monjin says that it was a significant moment, where he could feel the power of a skill book, something he had only heard about until now. And the protagonist thinks that this is great, but from now on they're going to split up and raid in teams. But then that guy is waiting for them outside, asking if they're part of the Sorro Clan. But the protagonist asks who he is, and he introduces himself as Choi Myung from the DGB Guild. And the streamer is surprised to hear him mention that guild, because it's a level 5 guild from Area 4 and the owner of the portal they just came out of, saying it's a huge guild that's ranked 20th in the country. But the protagonist asks why he's there. And Choi says it's a coincidence that they're sharing the same area as the famous Sorro Clan, so he just wanted to give them a small gift. And the protagonist asks about this gift, and he says that they heard on the grapevine that the Sorro Clan leveled up and, as a congratulatory gift, they wanted to give them a free entry ticket to one of their level 2 dungeons, asking what they think. The streamer gets happy, because if it's a level 2 dungeon, an entry ticket is worth around 10 million won. So he asks what they think, questioning if they want to go there now. But Joao Ra speaks to them, asking if they shouldn't prepare a little more before going to a level 2 dungeon. Then Choi says that they don't need to worry too much, since they prepared the dungeon strategy and equipment themselves as a gift, saying they'll go together. But then the streamer thinks that this can't be happening, because they've had all this help, and Sorro thinks it's more than enough. The protagonist says that they can go to the level 1 dungeon and improve their teamwork even more, and he'll go to the level 2 dungeon alone to be more efficient. And Choi likes that, and they all understand, saying they can go. So Choi asks him to go with him in his car, and the protagonist goes with him. On the way, Choi says they're going to use Gate 47, and the protagonist says he doesn't see any mercenaries around. He even jokes that it's a bit empty, saying it's because this gate hasn't been formed for very long and he's already taken care of the entry procedures, so they can go right in. Then the protagonist says he thinks he's bothering him too much with this, but then Choi says that they'll be more than grateful if the Sorro Clan continues to use their guild's portal in the future. And the protagonist says he actually likes the portals that are close to him, so he doesn't see a problem. As he gets out of the car, Choi asks if everything's ready. An officer from inside says yes, and tells him they have the strategy notes for this dungeon and a survival kit. And the protagonist says they'll all grab something to eat after he gets out of there. He just thanks them, telling him to finish up fast so they can go get a drink. But as the protagonist gets ready to enter the portal, putting on his helmet and stepping into another dimension, Choi starts laughing from the outside. Then the blonde woman shows up, and he's left wondering what's going on. The blonde stops near him and asks if that's where Park Sayunwi just went in. He says that's right, but asks who she is. And she says she's a member of the Soun Clan, and that she's going in too. Choi just smiles and says, of course, but as she enters, a very sly grin spreads across his face. A while before this, he was talking to another guy at a facility, saying it would cost $2 billion per head, and that guy questions why they should pay so much, since it's not even an assassination. Choi explains that it's not hard to manipulate them, but it's a huge risk because he's so famous. Meanwhile, back in the present, he gloats that the total payout will be $4 billion, smiling widely. As the girl enters the portal, walking right into the trap, she flashes back to when she went to talk to the rest of the Sayanu clan. She had arrived, asking, "Where's the protagonist?" Then Junho tells her that he just left. She grabbed her motorcycle, heading over there immediately, and warned her department head that he was heading to a different portal. She explained she was chasing him, and the leader told her to enter the portal with the protagonist. She asked why, and the leader said she wanted her to confirm and report on his abilities with her own eyes, but not to take too many risks in a level 2 dungeon. Besides, she wasn't even dressed for it, but the manager just said she was out buying milk. She complains that she hates these clothes, and the manager offers her a double bonus for property damage. So, she sees there's not much she can do, asking if she really has to go this far. But the leader turns to Kim So-young and asks if she doesn't think it's important to snatch up Se Yun-yu. Kim So-young replies that she already told her they have the contract, but the leader says a guarantee is just the bare minimum, asking her to do this one little favor. And Kim So-young keeps calling her crazy as she puts on her suit. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the protagonist remarks that the atmosphere in there is really different, and he sees the portal open again as Kim So-young arrives, telling him to stop. But as he looks back, she yells at him not to turn around, because if he does, she'll kill him. She steps out of the portal, still pulling on her clothes, and immediately starts saying her mood has gone down the drain, muttering that she should have asked for a triple bonus. But then she looks over and sees the protagonist was clearly looking right at her. She snaps that she told him not to look, calling him a pervert again. But he denies it, saying he just liked the bracelet and asks if it has an inventory function. She demands to know how long he was looking, but he's quicker and turns the tables on her. Because now that he thinks about it, she also saw everything that day he arrived on Earth naked and says that now they're even. But she doesn't like that one bit, asking if she looked at him because she wanted to, telling him not to make her laugh. But the protagonist says no and asks why she's there if she came all this way just to fight with him. However, Kim So-young asks if he hadn't heard from Captain Kim that he was going to get a guardian, and he suddenly remembers. But he says they told him a competent person was coming, and she, reluctantly, says that she times the most competent one. The protagonist says it doesn't look like it, and she gets irritated, snapping that she came dressed this way because she was in a hurry. She tells him not to worry and not to touch her prey, because she came here to see just how good he really is. And with that, the portal closes, and she starts to realize that the creature he's hunting has already come out to greet them. And when the protagonist looks back, he sees a huge creature, ready for a fight. She sees it's a warrior orc, and remarks that he's got a fight with the dungeon boss right off the bat. She thinks he's lucky, but then he tells her that there must be 4 bosses, and she asks what he's talking about. Then all their suspicions are confirmed, and she thinks that this can't be right, because a level 2 dungeon doesn't have this kind of danger available right at the start. And he tells her this isn't a level 2 dungeon. The girl is completely lost. The protagonist then asks if she didn't feel it when she was coming through the portal, and asks if she's sure she's really that capable. The girl gets pissed, saying it was because of her bracelet's barrier that she didn't feel anything. But he just says that, either way, she's not to touch his prey, then dashes off at full speed, kicking up a cloud of dust and startling the girl. And she wonders, what is that insane speed? He slams right into the warrior orc, grabbing it and throwing it to the ground, snatching its weapon and getting ready to use it to kill the thing. As the others charge him, he decapitates the first one, taking the top of its head clean off with a strike right through its open mouth, and the monster drops dead right there. The others, seeing this, are terrified. The protagonist grabs the axe and hurls it right into the middle of the second one's head, killing it instantly and sending it crashing to the ground. And the bald orc starts chasing the protagonist, who takes off in an insane sprint and leaps from the top of a cliff, grabbing onto some vines and pulling a Tarzan. He disappears from the bald orc's sight, and as it looks around for him, he drops down right behind its head, preparing to kill it. Meanwhile, Choi, on the outside, says they can go ahead and pay him now, because even if they are S rank, it's going to be difficult for them to get out. But then, his contractor asks what level the dungeon is, just as the protagonist is killing another orc with his bare fists, completely crushing its head with a powerful downward blow. Kim So-young stares in disbelief at what's happening right before her eyes, because he just killed 3 level 2 dungeon bosses. each one with a single, effortless attack. The last one standing charges at him, and the protagonist asks why the dungeon's level would even matter. After all, he just has to kill all of them. And that last one comes in to try and kill him, but the protagonist dodges its axe, making it hit the ground instead. And after sidestepping, he lands a kick on the monster, sending it flying. Model. And the monster goes tumbling away as our protagonist sees that his plan worked perfectly because the orc was impaled on a branch that was right there and died instantly. And our guy gets 32 conquest points from all those kills. He realizes that this place is a gold mine, and Kim So-young has no idea what's going on as he hands her a backpack. He tells her not to just stand there, saying she can help him carry the blood crystals. And the girl, seeing this, thinks that even though he's an irregular, he barely has the experience points of an F rank. But even so, she doesn't see a single ounce of hesitation in the way he hunts and kills, making her wonder if he's a psychopath. While our protagonist goes over to pull the blood crystal out of the monster, she gets worried about something and uses her search ability. And our protagonist thinks that even the blood crystals are huge on that monster. But then Kim So-young tells him that now is not the time for that, and he asks why. And she tells him that even though he killed 4 orc warrior chiefs, the gate didn't open, and she throws the backpack at him again, telling him that the only things in the backpack are rocks. She asks if he didn't notice. And our protagonist asks if she's serious, saying that at least he can use it to store the blood crystals, since there's nothing else in there. And she, seeing how he couldn't care less about the trap he just fell into, thinks he really has no brains, saying that this place is at least a level 4 dungeon. And if it's a level 4 dungeon or higher, it's going to be hard for them to get out of there alive, even if they combine their strength. But our protagonist is surprised because Choi tricked him, saying this gold mine was just a level 2 dungeon, but he actually put him in a dungeon higher than level 4 and let him in for free. And the girl is shocked because he looks excited. And so he starts shouting for Manager Choi, saying he's going to buy him something really cool when he gets out. And the girl thinks he's a complete idiot because the psycho is actually happy in a situation like this. But in reality, he was just given an absurd opportunity to grind. The guy went looking for copper, but he actually struck gold. And just like that, she looks back, terrified, as she's almost hit by one of those warrior orcs. However, as she tries to use her plunder attack, she realizes she didn't bring her sword. Noticing it's gone and that there's nothing she can do because her sword is on her motorcycle, she's almost hit, but our protagonist saves her at the last second, cutting off the orc's head with a single strike, and the girl just sees the dead body fall beside her. They say she immediately looks at our protagonist, and he tells her to relax. After all, he's strong, although he used to be stronger. And the girl is surprised that he was even stronger than this. And when she looks back, she wonders what that energy she just felt was, and uses her clairvoyance to see what's going on, and she sees a huge army of those orcs heading straight for them. I'm telling you, the number of times he's gonna save your ass, girl. The number of times. If you had gone in there alone, you didn't even remember to bring your weapon. After what he's about to show you, his offer to mate is going to sound like the best deal in the world to you. And she screams at him, telling him there's a squad of orcs and that they're surrounded. On top of that, she looks behind all those orcs and spots a war chief, and our protagonist is surprised, because even though the monarch isn't there, the prey keeps on coming. But the girl tells him to be quiet. They say, and then some of the monsters show up with wolves too, and she thinks that there are even mounted orcs. Our protagonist is surprised that it's a wolf, all excited, and she says they're coming, but he tells her not to dare touch them, because they're all his. But she asks how he can say that in this situation, using her shield to defend herself. And our protagonist continues to kill the monsters with ease, getting them off the wolf. And the girl uses her inventory, calling for her sword, and she uses that sword to wound one of the orcs, right in its ribs. But she thinks that if only she had her blade, she could have killed it instantly. But our protagonist says again that he already told her not to touch his prey, and charges at that orc. He sends it flying with a heavy blow, knocking it off the wolf. The orc lands behind the girl and she's shocked, while he runs through, killing several of those orcs with a coordinated attack, making every strike a kill, and then charges at a few more that are coming. And so he speeds up until one of the orcs manages to land a direct hit on his stomach, sending our protagonist flying. It's the war chief, and the war chief starts to scream, calling everyone to charge at him again. And our protagonist is thrown back, almost getting launched into the rest of those orcs. But he manages to get up easily and gets excited, asking if he's the boss, and the chief roars at him, challenging him to a one-on-one, and so he orders them to get that bastard first. And our protagonist once again takes out his dagger and charges at the chief, who tries to hit him with his club. But the kid manages to dodge it pretty easily, taking that dagger and stabbing it into his back. And so Kim So-young asks if he killed him, but our protagonist sees that's not the case, and once again takes a massive blow from that club, leaving part of his dagger broken. It broke when he was hit by the monster and thrown back, and the girl saw him get sent flying. Meanwhile, someone speaks to Kimson, saying that what's happening is strange, and she asks what it is. And one of the guys asks if Kim So-young didn't go to meet Se-yoon. She asks what's wrong, and he says that their cell phone signals are in 2 different locations, but there hasn't been any movement for an hour, and she finds that strange. He says that Park Se-yoon's signal is near a level 1 dungeon, but Captain Choi Kim So-young's is somewhere else, so Kim-sun asks what he means by that. She's sure that the two of them were together. Meanwhile, Sayun's guild finishes another dungeon, and the streamer tells them to rest for an hour before heading back. And Sayun says they'll reorganize and clear their inventories before heading out for one more. But then, the streamer looks inside the car and realizes that Sayun left without taking his cell phone. Meanwhile, the girl's cell phone was left on her motorcycle, and Kim-sun is calling her phone, asking what he's doing and what Choi Kim So-young's location is. And he says he already checked and they're in a newly opened level 5 dungeon, and she's completely shocked by this. Then she remembers when she told Kim So-young to go to the portal with him, and the girl asked if she really had to go that far. So she's wondering why they went into a level 5 dungeon out of the blue. The DGB Guild manager confirms their entry record, and she sends word for whoever is in charge of the portal to call her immediately. Meanwhile, the protagonist is getting thrown around, chased by those orcs. The girl runs up screaming for him to get up, and the protagonist opens his eyes again just as the orcs are about to strike him. He says that things are getting a little tough now, but then he grabs one of the orcs, pulling it in front of him, and takes its axes, throwing one right into the middle of another orc's forehead. The others start firing arrows at him. Kim So-young takes off running and realizes there are archers there too. She's almost hit, rolling on the ground and about to be crushed by a few more of the orcs. However, she uses a defensive bomb at point-blank range, blinding some of them and killing several in the blast. But the protagonist shows up, grabbing her and dodging an attack from the war chief, who almost crushes the girl. And as they run, the chief keeps calling out for the protagonist. She asks what he's doing, and he says they just have to run. She says there are orcs everywhere, asking what he means by run, but he says it's empty over there, and the girl asks what he's talking about. She says they can't go over there, because it's a cliff, and the protagonist says that's exactly why they're going there. And so, while leading her by the arm, he suddenly scoops the girl up into his arms. She asks again what he's doing, and he tells her to hold on tight before jumping off the cliff with her. As he jumps, a few orcs even leap after him, but he manages to twist in the air and land on his feet below with the girl in his arms. All the others just splatter on the ground and die. And she asks what just happened and if she's even alive. The protagonist just drops her on the ground, saying that he almost died. The girl is completely confused, because the distance they fell was insane, and despite falling from that height, they're still alive. He then leads her to a cave. Then she notices that those bastards are making a lot of noise, since they're still looking for him. But she calls out to the protagonist, asking what his plan is. He says that if he kills just 4 more warrior orcs, he can level up, and after that, they'll attack again. She's surprised, and says that leveling up and raising his limit isn't going to make him that much stronger. But for him, it's like he's removing his restraints. She doesn't really get it, and he just says he gets a lot stronger. She stares at him, still skeptical, as a huge commotion breaks out outside. Everyone is crowding around the portal, and some authorities are telling them not to cross the barricade, while a reporter begins his broadcast. A news report states that they are currently in the level 5 dungeon managed by the DGB Guild, and that 2 days ago, an unfortunate incident occurred. So, everyone from Sayun's guild goes there to pray for the protagonist, and the reporter says that they caught a man named Choi, who claimed that Park Sayun and Choi Kim So-young entered of their own free will. But after his lies were detected by Major Kim Yang from Army headquarters, he confessed to his crimes. So they ask him to say something. They ask what Park Se-yoon's final words were. He thinks to himself that this is irritating. The journalist says that while attention is focused on the safe return of Park Se-yoon, who is presumed to be returning from a new, 4th planet, they also need to consider the potential losses South Korea will face by losing the portals to this new planet in the incident, especially considering they're in the age of the dimension industry. Just then, Kim Miso arrives, calling for the director and asking what he's doing right now. He doesn't quite understand, and she says she's talking about how they have to catch all of those bastards. But he asks if she's talking about the guys who did it, because they've already caught all of them. The head of Dragon Lone fled, but they've put a bounty on him. But she says that's just cutting off the tail of the snake and points out it's a level 5 dungeon, asking if he really thinks this was all done by just one individual. And he asks if she wants them to investigate the DGB Guild, a tier 5 guild, just over this. She retorts, asking him if Sayun and Kim So-young will come back to life if they do that. But he asks what she means by just over this. He says that Park Se-yoon is only supposedly a returnee from a 4th planet. He could just be a returnee from a dungeon and not a new planet, but she just gets more and more pissed off at the director. However, it's reported that the number of crimes connected to criminal organizations has been on the rise recently, leading to criticism about the urgent need to punish guilds for their sloppy dungeon management. The director is shocked, because now they're circulating a press release to put pressure on the guild. And if he could just go to the guild's financial manager and try to extort a little money, everything would be fine. But Kim Miso is in the back, crying, because she was the one who sent Captain Choi Kim So-young there. He looks back at her and asks if she thinks he doesn't feel anything about this problem, but right now, there's nothing they can do, other than to keep their faith in her and wait. And the reporter in the background says that speculation suggests their chances of survival are low. And seeing this, Miso starts to cry even harder, while the director continues to pretend he feels something, when in reality, all he wants is profit. As Miso cries for Kim So-young. But meanwhile, inside the dungeon, an orc is prowling around, and the protagonist's spirit goes to get its attention. The orc tries to grab the spirit, but it flees. The orc gets more and more pissed off and tries to swing its axe at the spirit, being lured exactly where the protagonist wants it to go. It arrives at a tree where the spirit is hiding, and from that tree, the protagonist drops down, killing it in one blow. And with that kill, he thinks that now he only needs 3 more to level up. Meanwhile, Kim So-young uses her clairvoyance to find another orc, and she says there's one 100 meters ahead. The protagonist immediately dashes off as the girl tells him to wait. He leaps at the orc to try and kill it, but the girl runs out from their hiding spot, yelling that it's a trap. Just then, the protagonist is thrown into the air by a huge log that shoots out of the ground, knocking him out. I gotta admit, it's not every day you see an ultra-strong protagonist fall for a ridiculous trap like that, and the girl sees this orc grab a horn and alert all the others around him. Everyone gets ready to attack, coming out of the holes where they were hiding and surrounding the two of them, using a pretty advanced military tactic for low-intelligence monsters. So she tells him to get up, and our hero's brain basically reboots as he looks to the side and realizes he's screwed, because there are a ton of orcs heading his way. He wonders what happened, if he fell into a trap, and questions why he's feeling this way, because his senses are getting blurry and he can't put any strength into his body. Just then, a few orcs get close, ready to kill him. And Kim So-young shouts at him that he's been starving for 2 days, and he realizes it's true as she throws some defensive bombs near them to take them out, blowing up a bunch of those orcs all at once. But the girl ends up collapsing on the ground as she throws them, passing out right there, completely drained of strength. And our hero runs to her, grabs the axe, and uses it on the orcs, taking out 2 of them at once. He thinks he just needs 1 more, and he charges at the last orc so he can finally level up. Man, it's always like this. Basic rule of human survival. Never get ahead of yourself, because the chances of everything going to hell are incredibly high. But just as he's about to kill that orc, the war chief shows up and sends our hero flying with a single swing of his club. And with that, the girl's eyes snap open at the sound. The war chief roars again, and she says that big fat orc is back, just as our hero is thrown on top of another orc, hitting it, and they both go down instantly. And because of that, the axe in his hand flips around and lands right on the orc's head, in the luckiest fluke imaginable. Then, he levels up, and 175 achievement points are accumulated, and the system asks him if he'd like to unlock the beast transformation skill. And our hero, seeing this, thinks it could be a good thing, just as the war chief charges at Kim So-young. The girl is collapsed on the ground, completely weak, and she thinks she doesn't even have the strength to stand up. The war chief gets ready to kill her with a swing of his club while she tries to grab her sword to do something. Anything. Meanwhile, the grandma is looking for Baekho, calling him to come eat. And he runs right up to her, and she serves him his bowl of food, but says it's been 2 days with no news about whether his owner is still alive. And that's the state the boy's in. But right then, he rushes forward to eat and grow strong. But back at the portal, Kim So-young manages to deflect the war chief's attack, protecting herself and somehow staying alive. Meanwhile, our hero uses beast transformation, and his transformation ends up teleporting Baekho, who was just about to eat his food, to his location. But before he disappears, he rises up in a ball of energy, making the grandma fall back on the floor, completely terrified. Meanwhile, our hero is engulfed in dark energy. The girl is dodging the war chief's attacks, and the protagonist starts turning into some kind of werewolf, and she keeps holding on with everything she's got while his transformation completes. He really does turn into some kind of lycanthrope at the last second, just as she starts getting hit by that club. She drops her sword, and the war chief moves in to deliver the final blow. But then Soun, completely transformed, lunges at the war chief with absurd speed. And when the chief turns his head, it's too late, because our hero grabs his head and drags him away. And so the girl is shocked to see a werewolf there, because that werewolf is slamming the war chief on the ground and getting ready to pummel him, landing so many punches that the chief can't even fight back and starts to bleed. And watching this, she realizes that this totally brutal monster is our hero. He grabs the war chief's neck, biting down with all his might, and the girl is just frozen, speechless. And after he finishes eating the war chief's neck, he gets 45 achievement points, and she becomes even more terrified. Then the protagonist looks back, and the girl looks at him, recognizes that look in his eyes, and sees that it's Park Se-yoon, and he barks at her in a kind of embarrassing way, because he's barking and she doesn't understand a thing. And she asks if he's a dog and not a wolf, and he sort of confirms it. He's saying something like, "Woof." I have no idea what he's trying to say. I don't speak dog. Outside, The reporter says that it's now the third day since their disappearance, and there's no news about the two people who entered the dungeon. The only thing left there is a motorcycle, waiting for its owner. Then he speaks with the director of the DDM who's there with him, asking the director to explain to the viewers what kind of place this dungeon is. And he explains that it's a sea-level dungeon, known as the Orc's Castle, and that it's a dungeon with a recommendation of bringing a party of at least 30 rank B members, or at least 10 rank A members. And the cameraman filming everything starts saying that they set up a media blackout and all that crap, but it was just for show. The department is probably using Park Sayun as an excuse to get money from the guild, and he asks how long he has to film this crap. But the reporter asks him if it still wouldn't be incredible footage if they somehow came back alive. But at that, the camera guy asks if he really thinks Park Sayun is on the same level as Leon or someone like that, because he's rank F at best. And in a few days, the headline will be that South Korea has lost a future ranker. But then the scene cuts back to the grandma about to eat her food, and she wonders what kind of phenomenon that was. And there, in front of Kim So-young, our hero completely detransforms. He realizes he can merge with the beast he tamed, that it wasn't a transformation, but a fusion. But when he looks at her, he sees that the girl is terrified, and he asks what she's doing, saying they're going to grab as much loot as they can and get out of there to eat. But she says it's useless. He asks why, and she tells him it's because this place will be their grave. He asks what she's talking about, and she says that even though the Orc war chief died, the gate didn't open, asking him what he thinks that means. And our hero gets a really bad feeling about this. Then the atmosphere starts to change and rain begins to fall, and he asks Kim So-young if she's saying that thing wasn't the boss. She says yes, telling him there's a stronger monster here. He asks what kind of monster would make her think about digging her own grave before even seeing it, and she tells him this monster is something she's seen before. And 3 years ago, when she had just reached rank B, the department sent them a team of 20 combatants with 10 rank A mercenaries on a mission into an S-level dungeon. And one of the hunters there looks at her, asking if her ankle is okay. She tells him not to worry about it, since it's much better now. And he says that's a relief. And Captain Kim was there too, and she says she can see you drooling from over there, and that's why you can't come to these places with couples. And just like that, all those orcs invaded and found them. The captain ordered them to hold formation and advance to the central tower. And one of them spoke to Kim, telling her to stop the orcs at the 3 o'clock position. And so she confirms it, stopping the orcs with her power. And another one says the 4 o'clock defensive line is collapsing and asks who's there. And they say it's Kim Jong at 4 o'clock. He needs assistance, but he ends up taking a huge hit and gets injured, out of commission in one attack. And Kim So-young reports that he's injured and requesting backup, and Kim rushes over there telling her to get back. But as she's running, she just trips, ending up right in front of those orcs. However, the other hunter jumps in front, lashing his lightning whip at those monsters, lifting them up and saving the girl. And so Kim orders them to clear the path, killing all of them. And she speaks to Lee Tyrone and also Choi Kim So-young, telling them to retreat to the 2 o'clock position. The two of them look at each other, and he pulls her, telling her to go. But she asks Tyrone to wait, saying she thinks something is wrong, but he tells her they can talk later. So she keeps asking him to wait and be calm, because she says there's another energy around. But as they reach a wall, she says that energy is coming from that very spot. And up there on a peak, there's a 3-eyed orc, and that orc lunges at Taron, taking his arm. Then she's thrown aside and his sword falls near her. Kim looks over along with the others, and when they see it, they see Tyrone dead, thrown on the ground, and that 3-eyed orc picks up its spear, about to plunge it into him. Kim So-young just keeps screaming, Tyrone. But in that moment, he just talks about the sword, but she's wondering who cares about that stupid sword, as she remembers him telling her to put her feelings into the blade. And how, just as yin is separated from yang, your sword, your body, and your mind must become one. And he asks her to grab the sword, but then he's killed, smashed to pieces by that thing, and the girl is in shock, remembering this in the present as she talks to the protagonist. She dries her tears and he senses the gravity of the situation and her sorrow. He goes to the girl and consoles her, shocked that something like this happened in her past. Meanwhile, her sword begins to react. And the streamer is recording himself even at a time like this, wondering what they should do if they're left like this. And he's live, and everyone is thinking he can't possibly be acting this way. And Kim is still there, looking very sad. And so, during the news report, the journalist says that Kim Yosin, a great shaman, an intangible cultural heritage, is performing a ritual in front of the gate, praying for the safe return of the missing people. And the dance, which embodies the desire for the warrior's safe return, seems to be lifting the atmosphere of the place. He also says that a strike force made up of the highest ranks from the Seoul district is gathering in front of the dungeon for a mission of vengeance, and everyone sees that it's Kang Minok from the Shinra Guild and Shin Jun from the Storm Guild who are also there. And that same guy who's obsessed with the protagonist says that if he had just joined his guild from the start, this wouldn't have happened. And when you're associated with the department, all that happens is you get used to things like this. Meanwhile, that guy who left Korea for Japan is in his room, and a girl grabs him, asking what he's watching, asking if it's South Korean television. He says that no matter how much time passes, that country's stupid sentimentality is still the same. Meanwhile, the protagonist is in a cave with Kim So-young, and she asks if it's delicious. And he says he can buy a lot of things now that he's leveled up, telling her to try the sirloin sandwich. And she says he could open a fast food joint like this. He says it seems like she really likes to eat, and the girl asks if eating 12 bacon double cheeseburgers with everything is a lot. My God. It was supposed to be just a date. Good Lord. What is this? Does she think tonight's meal is the last one of her life? How long has she been on this intermittent fasting kick? Then she says she's full after eating so much. He asks why, saying this is his 22nd one. Geez, if this lunatic walked into an all-you-can-eat place I owned, I'd lock the doors, file for bankruptcy. I don't know. I'd ask him to leave. I'd pay him to leave. And she's kind of speechless. But anyway, she thanks him for the food. He brings up the subject with her again, asking if she used that sword to kill the Orc Lord. But she says no. She said she fainted right there, and when she regained consciousness, she was in the hospital. They had brought her Tyron's sword, but 2 more S-rank mercenaries had to sacrifice themselves to barely manage to kill the monster, because that orc is an unthinkable beast, capable of defeating 5 war orcs at the same time. And the protagonist is surprised there's an orc lord there, asking where it is, and she says it's probably in the orc castle, but there's nothing like that within a 1-kilometer radius. And she says that normally, the war orcs are in 4 small towers, and the lord is in the middle of them, and when you cross the castle walls, hundreds of orcs will charge at you in groups. Then the protagonist's fairy shows up and talks to him, and he tells the girl that they've found the orc castle, and she asks if they really found it, and he says yes, telling her let's go, and she asks if he has a plan, and he says he's just going to find them and kill them. Then she says she kind of wants to hit him, but she can't think of a better plan. And with that, they get near the castle. Reaching the gate, several orcs come pouring out from inside, looking for the protagonist. Kim So-young gives him the signal, and so the protagonist comes out of the bushes in his giant wolf form with her on his back, charging into the castle. And the orcs are completely confused, and she looks back, seeing that they're being chased. And she says the orc knights are on their tail, telling him to go faster. But as he gets closer, the bridge starts to rise, and the orc archers begin to shoot arrows at them, but she uses her shield to defend them. And when the bridge is almost vertical, he manages to jump and get on top of it, falling inside and leaving the rest of the orcs behind. And she uses a defensive bomb to destroy the bridge and throw herself inside, and he had reached the heart of the orcs' defense. So she tells him to run for the center, and he tells her to hold on tight as they advance, getting closer to the Lord. But then the other orcs descend from the towers to attack, but our protagonist starts to climb. However, the girl is grabbed by an orc and begins to fall. Noticing this, he prepares to go back, but she tells him not to worry and to keep running. As she's falling, she manages to grab on and let them fall alone, and she gets back up, returning to a firm spot. But she comes face to face with 2 more orcs. However, she calls her sword, preparing for the fight, and our protagonist keeps advancing, and the girl prepares to kill those 2 orcs until the protagonist reaches the top of the tower. And up there, that 3-eyed orc lord ends up waking up, and with that, he forms a wicked aura as he gets up, arriving at the edge of the tower. When he looks down below, our protagonist comes face to face with him. He grabs him by the neck in one go and lifts him up, while continuing to bite him, nearly ripping his neck off. And with that, he kills that lord in a single blow, pinning him to the spire of the tower. He dies impaled, and the protagonist levels up once again. Then he throws himself down below, destroying the tower and dropping it on top of several other orcs. And after killing that wave, an explosion happens in another tower, and the orcs look over there. Meanwhile, Kim So-young falls along with some rubble and orcs swarm around her. As she's falling, she wonders if this is how it's all going to end. But the protagonist appears holding the girl, saving her from the fall and holding her in his arms. She's completely shocked, asking about the orc lord. He just says that thing is dead and tells her it's time to go, throwing her on his back once again and taking off with her. She asks if he's for real, wondering if it's actually dead, and our hero says yeah, telling her to scan the gate. And that's when she notices that the gate is open, questioning if he really killed the orc lord that fast. She can't even believe it. And at that moment, on the outside, the agents from the department pick something up. One of them jumps, and the other asks what the problem is. He tells him that Dungeon 127 has been cleared. So he shows the data to everyone outside, and the streamer, seeing it, is in disbelief, because it means that Dungeon 127, the Orc's castle, is now counting down to a gate break. Then everyone starts to get their hopes up, because Kim So-young is going to make it out, and everybody outside is cheering for them. Meanwhile, our hero is inside, running from the orcs with the girl. He asks if she's found the gate, and she says she has, and that it's in the 11 o'clock direction, 700 meters past the castle walls. They have 10 minutes and 20 seconds until the gate rupture, so they take off running. But then our hero catches a scent. She asks where he's going, since he's changed course, and tells him they're out of time. But the protagonist keeps heading off course anyway, because he wants to tame something else, and the girl doesn't really understand. Then, the orc's wolves get scared, and he tells them to follow him. And they actually do. She's surprised he's taking them with him, and our hero just says yes. Because from now on, they're going to be his family. Orcs appear up ahead as the girl shouts that they're surrounded, but one of his fairies gets to the protagonist's ear, telling him there's a small escape route that way. And when he tells Kim So-young this, she uses her radar. She says there's something to the right, telling him to turn now. And just like that, all the wolves start following him, and the orcs, not knowing what they're doing, follow the protagonist. And she says there's an exit over there. The protagonist says that's where they're going. And after passing through, they finally reach the forest, saying they have 1 minute until the portal ruptures, and they finally see the gate. And she says there are 23 seconds left. As they get closer and closer, one of the orcs throws its spear, about to hit the girl. She looks back as the spear comes flying. And just then, that spear ends up hitting Kim So-young in the back and she falls to the ground. The protagonist is in shock as the wolves run past the gate, and when he turns around, the girl is still lying on the ground. She's in pain, with all those mana stones scattered around her. She sees the protagonist approaching and begs him not to come to her, but he keeps moving forward, grabbing the spear and killing that orc. He throws it into the air, and the orc crashes to the ground. From outside, they say there are 8 seconds until the gate ruptures, and everyone there is counting down the remaining seconds. With that same hope, everyone is begging for the two of them to get out, and they realize that at this point, it means they've failed to clear the dungeon. But then that guy with the camera tells him to knock on wood, saying that viewership is over 60%. And if they get out now, it means they've hit the jackpot. And back inside, the protagonist finally reaches Kim So-young, grabbing her. And she says there are 4 seconds left, calling him an idiot. But he tells her to hold on tight as he summons all his mana, and she finds this strange. But in that split second, he unleashes a blast of force from the ground so powerful that all the orcs and wolves are thrown far away. And when the clock hits 0 seconds, everyone in front of the portal is in shock as the gate begins to shatter. The orcs, looking at it, see a massive light, and that light begins to consume them, and the entire realm starts to crumble and come undone, and the remaining orcs begin to die. Outside, they say that as the countdown finished, everyone was filled with hope, and at that moment they wonder why they didn't come out. But then they notice something, and the portal starts to react, with wolves pouring out from inside. They keep asking if those are really wolves, because they're coming out in droves, and the people are just stunned. And just then, both the protagonist and Kim So-young are spat out from inside, with him shielding the girl during the fall. And they're all surprised, asking, "What was that just now?" Because it looks like someone came flying out. Then one of them tells them to check quickly, and they say it's a human. And when they look, they see it's Park Se-yoon protecting Choi Kim So-young. And everyone becomes euphoric, seeing that they both made it out alive, which means they succeeded. Then the wolves begin to howl, and an ambulance is called. It is said that a miracle occurred, and the 2 people trapped in the level 5 dungeon returned alive after 4 days, 11 hours, and 28 minutes. And that photo made the rounds throughout the entire department. And Kim Miss says that it was taken right after they came out of the portal, and after that, they were both taken to a hospital. But they question why both of them are in that position, and claim they were told that the circumstances required it. And these are the headlines from the articles they gathered on Sayun after the event. And everyone is putting an absurd amount of expectation on the protagonist. The director just laughs it off, saying the reporters are being way too provocative. But Mr. points out it's because someone gave them the cue, congratulating the director. And he, taken aback by that jab, gets a little flustered and says they're there to figure out how to solve the situation, not to point fingers, telling her to continue with the meeting. And she says that, as she mentioned, new reports about Park Se-yoon have been spreading thanks to this incident, and scouts from intelligence agencies in various countries are now arriving in the country. At this, the director is shocked, calling them bastards. She mentions Victor Daub, a KGB agent from Russia, and El Gorenstein, a Mossad agent from Israel. On top of that, there's the vice chief of the Tokyo Federation of the Awakened, Nakamura Koji. And upon hearing that name, the director gets really pissed off at Nakamura, asking if that imbecile came again. And Mr. says yes, and that he was the one who took their sumo wrestler, but she personally thinks America is more dangerous. So the director says they have to secure Park Se-yoon first, asking if there's any security method beyond the contract they currently have. And the bald guy says that as long as his family is in Korea, he won't leave. But the director questions the whole family thing, asking if he's saying he cares more about family than money. The bald guy says he lived with wolves for 1,000 years, missing his family the whole time. But on the contrary, after he returned to Earth, he started to miss the wolves he lived with for 1,000 years. The director starts to think that he's a hard person to figure out, but then the doctor says he just places more value on spending time with his family and, in a way, he's a very simple person. He tells the director to give him a territory where he can live with his family, undisturbed, and that way he'll have no reason to go against the department. So the director thinks that's right, saying they'll give him some territory. Still, he asks if they shouldn't stop the scouts from making contact. And seizing this opportunity, Misor says there's this abandoned factory in a place with a complicated name. At this, the director asks what she's getting at, and she says she thinks the best thing would be to give this area to the Seoro Guild as their territory and mark the surrounding land as private property, a little far from the center of town. That way, even if a portal to a new world appears, it'll be relatively safe. And the director says those buildings look okay and should be secure after a few repairs. And he asks if Choi Kim So-young will continue to be the one keeping an eye on him. Then Misor says that Choi Kim So-young is the most suitable person for the job. He questions if she's woken up, and Mua says she's recovering. The director asks if she's just resting after writing a report on Park Se-yoon. Misor talks about the report, which is basically just the girl saying the protagonist is a dog man, and that's what she said about him. None of them get it. So the director tells her to just keep talking. Elsewhere, some kind of UFC fight is starting, and it's announced that the time for the main event has finally arrived. The final match. And everyone starts cheering. Apparently, this guy, Lion, appears on stage, and the announcer says he's the current #1 rank in the world, defending this title for the 21st time. The man who remains undefeated in his 45 battles and the strongest creature on planet Earth, the hope for people living in these desperate times. The weapon created in Japan, Okita Hero. And everyone goes wild as Okita starts to wield his twin swords. And as if acknowledging everyone's cheers, a black flame begins to spread from Hero's magic sword. And that girl watches from above as he starts doing his flashy moves all over the place, entering the arena. And it's said that the champion has arrived with his signature move, his Flaming Phoenix. And so the challenger is the S-rank human weapon, the new rising star, undefeated in 13 fights, the Mad Bear of Russia, Michael Zorbas. He jumps right in to face him. He immediately rushes in with everything he's got and tells Hero that his era is over. So, while Hero is in danger, he simply dodges backward. And Zorbas starts yelling that he's a damn little rat running away and uses his mana machine gun. It's said the shots from the mana machine gun are randomly hitting the iridium barrier that's protecting the audience. And Hero is dodging every single one at an insane speed. Zorbas starts aiming at him with the mana bazooka, firing a beam in Hero's direction, who dodges it beautifully, leaping into the air, and everyone is left stunned. Then Hero begins to counterattack with his swords. It's said that the aura from Hero's sword is attacking him rapidly, but Zorbas counters with his machine gun, and Hero attacks once more with the aura sword. He manages to block it, but then the machine guns start getting shattered to pieces, and Hero gets closer and closer. They say then Zorbas uses a mana sword to try and hit Hero, who leaps over it, dodging the blade, and lands behind him. He turns and moves quickly around Zorbas, until Zorbas manages to launch chains out of his weapons. He traps Hero with the chains, but Hero still seems completely calm. Zorbas thinks he's won, yelling that he's got him and that he's going all in to crush him. But then Hero tells the 7th villain, Michael Zorbas, that he is already dead. Then Zorbas starts bleeding from all over his body and falls backward. And everyone is stunned as he lies defeated on the ground. They're all wondering, how did that happen? Because Zorbas has collapsed, and the man who was on a winning streak started spitting blood on the floor. The referee called for a timeout, and medics began to rush in. They say they're trying to heal him, but he isn't moving. Finally, the judge speaks to the announcer, giving the verdict that he is unable to continue the fight. And so, he wins, defending his title for the 22nd time. When he gets back to the elevator with his team, they ask him if the technique he used today was something new. He says he just threw his sword's aura at Zorbas and let it go. They say it was an attack no one saw coming, and he tells everyone they did a good job, saying they'll all go out for drinks later. And when he gets back to that girl, she runs up to him, asking if he killed him. He says that considering Zorbas was going to be one of the 7 villains in the future, he did the right thing. But the girl tells him not to try and do everything by himself. He thanks her, but then asks if anything unusual happened. She asks about it, saying that other than a call from the department, nothing much happened. Okita asks if the call was from the director, and she says it was, adding that he just told her to be careful not to get hurt. Then she says they should get ready and go, since everyone must be waiting for them. Just then, she remembers something, mentioning that a while ago she heard the person trapped in the level 5 dungeon managed to get out. He looks surprised. She says people are saying he's going to be Korea's #2 hunter and that they seem to have high hopes for him. Also, some reports have started to come in saying that our defense department is very interested in him. Okita wonders who he is, and she says his name is apparently Park Se-yoon. She asks if he remembers the guy the reporters made a big deal about for being trapped in a level 5 dungeon. She's already gathered all the intel on him, figuring he'd be interested. And when he sees it, he says he doesn't remember him, and the girl is surprised. So he asks if he happened to awaken as a swordsman. She says a swordsman hasn't appeared in a year, and from what she heard, he's a druid. And if he really is a returnee from another planet, they say it's a chance for Earth to connect with a fourth planet. Okita thinks long and hard about that. They say, but she says he's just an F rank, but asks if that isn't incredible, since she thought he already knew about him. However, Okita thinks to himself that this is impossible. After all, this is his 25th regression, and he has repeated the same event over and over again for about 500 years. As a result, he remembers every awakened who will make a name for themselves in the future, and has a general outline of the major events that will occur. But Park Sayunhwa isn't on that list. In all this time, no one named Park Sayunhwa has ever stood out, not even once, much less as the returnee from a fourth planet. History changes a little depending on his actions, but there's a limit to the butterfly effect. For example, one of the 7 villains who was supposed to reveal himself in 10 years suddenly dies, or someone who was going to die 2 years ago remains safe and sound. Those are things that can fall under the butterfly effect. But major events, like when a level 7 dungeon appeared, or when the planet connected with the fourth planet, those things never change. That's supposed to happen 5 years from now, and a new planet isn't supposed to appear before then. I don't know why, but I had a slight feeling that this was all just talk about a returnee. These guys are such a pain. I wonder what it's like for other people when the protagonist is a returnee with this obsession of going back again and again. And Kiko asks if it wouldn't be better to bring that guy, Park, over to their side, asking what Okita thinks. And he says he's not sure about that, which Kiko finds strange, saying he's still the most popular person in Korea. But Okita says he's going to wait a little longer, remembering what's to come. And he thinks about how the apocalypse will soon begin. And cities that were strongholds for the Cataclysm's survivors were destroyed one by the various dungeon breaks on the continent and the waves of monsters that poured out of them. And monsters dominated the land and the sky. And in the face of death on the continent, a mass exodus began. And during the Long War, everything was forgotten, while the heroes who emerged from among the Asian awakened and the displaced people chose their last hope. That place was Japan, and that's why he decided to build his base in Japan, even if it meant being called a traitor for it. And if he deals with the dungeons in Japan alongside the talented people who show their true abilities in the future, this island nation will be the best place for survivors to live. And he remembers when people arrived in Japan and thinks to himself that the survivors from Korea don't call him a traitor, they call him Long Hero. He remembers this with a small smile on his face. Kiko finds that strange. He says he still thinks this is all just a show, and she asks what he means. He says yes, that the protagonist is a fraud, but she presses him about the guy, saying it wasn't just their defense department. But Okita says that if he's still alive after the apocalypse begins, it won't be too late to bring him in then, so he wants to wait and see. Meanwhile, Misyu goes to Kim So-young, who is reading, and Misyu asks if it doesn't hurt, staying in that position, but she insists that it does. And so, Misyu sits down, saying it doesn't look like she's in pain, and she insists that it does hurt. However, Misyu says there's a rumor going around the hospital that a masked guy comes every night and leaves at dawn, asking if it's Sayunhwa, and the girl is over there reading an ebook called He Really Loves Me. And so she asks if she bought it, and Misyu calls her a lucky bitch, saying she sent a guy over for her and also bought food. As she puts everything out, Kim So-young starts complaining, saying she asked for Guinness, not this. But she retorts that they're both black. But she says the chicken was wrong too, that it was supposed to be the yellow one from Olivia's. She starts complaining about everything Misyu bought, and she is not having any of it. She tells her to just eat, ready to smack the girl. After stuffing her face, she gets a full belly and says that now that she's full, she should get to work, asking why she's just lying there. And Kim So-young says she's just going to take a nap for an hour, but she doesn't like that at all and threatens her again, so she puts her back to work. Meanwhile, at CIA headquarters, everyone is watching the news about Hiro, who defeated the Zorbas for good. And one of them over there says that it doesn't matter who it was still the Zorbas. And to think they'd be defeated so easily is just too much. And they realize it looks like Hiro just keeps getting stronger at this rate. An SSS rank might appear soon. But then they ask where Sayun went. However, one of them says it's not that he went anywhere. These photos were just taken by their agents. And the bald guy asks where that is, asking if it's Seoul Station and questioning what he's doing there. The other one says he's been visiting that place a lot lately. He questions why. Is Park Sayunhwa lonely? Is he talking to pigeons or something? He even asks if it doesn't look like he just got dumped. But the bald guy doesn't like that at all, saying he can introduce him to plenty of beautiful women. He says they can't let anyone steal their Park Sayunhwa from them, no matter what, and asks if the other guy understands what he means. And the assistant says his special agents left for Korea this morning, but he's afraid of something. The superior asks what he's afraid of, and he says the airways don't look very good at the moment, and he questions him on it, asking what's wrong with them. Meanwhile, on a flight, a little girl looks out the window, notices something, and calls to her mom, saying there's a little bird. The mom asks what she's talking about, and when she looks, she's horrified to see it's a monster flying right alongside the plane. That monster is screaming at the plane as if it's trying to intimidate it. And everyone is looking outside while one girl says that the bird looks strange, but then they notice it's following the plane. However, one of them asks if it isn't a wyvern, and another guy, seeing that it's just a young one, thinks nothing's going to happen. Still, they wonder what a wyvern is doing out here, asking if a wyvern dungeon just appeared out of nowhere. They figure it's best to contact HQ when they arrive. But then, the other guy realizes that if a wyvern dungeon broke open, something much worse is about to show up. And that something worse, way bigger than the plane, appears right above them. And it immediately shows it's not playing around, spitting a blast of fire down onto the plane. And just like that, the pilot starts screaming Mayday, reporting that American Flight 758 is currently under attack by an unidentified flying creature. But then the plane explodes and starts to plummet while the wyvern watches its prey fall from the sky, and it keeps flying until it meets up with another flock of wyverns. And so, a breaking news alert is sent out, reporting that 2 days ago, while flying over Siberia, a group of wyverns escaped during a dungeon break. And along with the main character's guild, the streamer says it looks like they're heading into the country, but he asks if they think they're there yet. And John looks ahead, asking, "Isn't that it right there?" The streamer asks if that's a haunted house, and the main character asks where. He points to the 2-story house in front of them. The monk sees it and immediately starts praying because the house is awful. The streamer thinks to himself that it really is a haunted house, and everyone starts complaining, asking if this is seriously going to be their guild headquarters. They say it's not a place where humans can live, that it's an abandoned house. The streamer wonders if any sponsor will ever want to be associated with a place like this, while the girl thinks she just saw a ghost on the second floor. And the complaints keep coming, as Kim So-young tells the commissioner that she can't live in a place like that. But then she tells the girl to be quiet, saying the main character must be a little surprised since it's his first time in a place like this. He asks what she means, and she says the renovations will start tomorrow, so he doesn't need to worry about a thing. But he asks why, because he actually really likes it, saying that as far as he's concerned, he could move in right now. But Kim So-young asks if he's crazy, and says she doesn't get it at all. And so, she says that a man with wild instincts is truly perceptive. She says they're going to define the boundaries of the territory, but he doesn't quite understand. She says he can decide how much of the land he can take over, and so he starts to summon his aura, saying that the area he can handle is whatever his ability defines. And several tree spirits emerge from him, and he starts marking out the territory with his spirits. Then, Miss asks what he's doing, and Kim So-young says she's the one who told him to define the territory's boundaries. Then she watches as the tree spirits go into the ground and create tons of trees, forming a whole forest. And everyone is shocked, because the main character is building a wall of trees. They think it's incredible, telling everyone to look at the size of those trees. A massive wall has been built. The main character says he's done, explaining that it should be a 1-kilometer perimeter with the house in the center. They'll mark the territory out to there, and she says it looks great, and that from now on, this area will be designated as the territory of the Seoro Guild, and everything within it belongs to the Seoro Guild. But he asks the commissioner if they aren't being a little too generous, since he only needs to be in the country for a few months. And she says they're just following protocol and, besides, her department thinks of Seoro as family. The main character says he likes the sound of that, so she asks him to sign the contract, and he immediately grabs the pen to sign it. But Kim So-young tells him to wait, saying he has to read these things carefully first. The commissioner gets annoyed with the girl, stopping her right there and telling her he just needs to sign, and the main character just draws a wolf on the paper. Dude, I can't handle it. Every time he does that, I'm never ready for something like this. I'm just never prepared. And she thanks him for his cooperation, saying this is his copy and that they'll do their best until the gate opens. And the main character says, of course, he'll keep his promise. Then she tells him to trust the government, gets in the car, and gets ready to leave, telling Choi Kim So-young not to slack off. And she yells for them to send a renovation team tomorrow, otherwise she's out of there. Lena doesn't like the girl's attitude one bit. She asks her what her problem is, sticking her tongue out at her. As the other woman drives away, she mutters that the girl is becoming more and more of a problem. But then, the guy who's driving asks if such a large territory can really be maintained by so few people. The commissioner says that if they can't handle it, they'll use that as an excuse to send in their own people. And she orders him to make a list of attack units above level 5 and have them on standby. Meanwhile, in the middle of the sea, some pirates see a ship with some cargo and think they've hit the jackpot, opening fire on it. And the people on that vessel start sending a mayday call, saying this is the Emerald Coral Queen, that they're under attack by pirates of unknown origin and requesting immediate assistance. A voice comes back, "This is SSO Kigo of the Haedong unit. We are receiving the Emerald Queen's location. They say it will take 2 hours and 45 minutes for the rescue team to arrive. And if the pirates board the ship, they're told to kill the engines and try to stay in their current position for as long as possible. But the pirates get there too fast, and they send another mayday call, screaming that they're boarding the ship and giving the coordinates, because several of them are climbing aboard. An order is given to shut down the engines, turn everything off, and hide in the engine room. But then something starts shaking the ship, and they think it's strange and have no idea what's happening. Model, as they're rocking the ship, all the pirates on the side are thrown into the air, and the captain doesn't understand a thing until he sees one of an octopus's tentacles. And that giant octopus starts to wrap itself around the ship, preparing to sink it while tearing it apart. The captain, falling down below, sees what's happening and spots the mouth of a giant octopus about to swallow him. And that enormous thing wipes out the crew of all those vessels. And it's actually a shark that seems to have dreadlocks instead of a tail fin, and the octopus is still dragging that vessel down. And several of those sharks start to appear, and a helicopter flies over the scene along with the backup that Rhyme Esmeralda called for. And they report that they've arrived at the coordinates sent by Queen Coral Esmeralda. After searching a 16-kilometer area, there's no sign of the ship. He requests a search party expedition at his current location. But then, that same octopus that took down the Rhyme Esmeralda goes after the rescue team. Meanwhile, the protagonist is releasing all his fairies, and they fly up to a gigantic tree on the territory and start blessing the entire area. And their house is already much better after the renovations were done, and it looks like a livable home now. And in the morning, Kim So-young's phone won't stop ringing, and the girl finally answers, still half asleep, and someone says she must be having a lot of fun. She asks why they're saying that, since she's still on duty, but they ask if she's with Park Soro right now. She says no, explaining that she doesn't even know where he is. Then Miso calls her lazy, asking what she means she doesn't know, saying the sun is already high in the sky and she hasn't even gotten up yet, and thinks to herself that this brat is really good for nothing. And the girl goes to make some coffee while looking at the protagonist's tree, and she thinks that he really planted a lot in a short amount of time, seeing that the thing is turning into a gigantic world tree. Just then, the wolves start running around the area, and the protagonist watches each one of them, and the system sends him a bunch of messages, and the protagonist names one of them Terok Bok. But on the wolf's stat sheet, there's a warning that if the wolf's dimensional energy is greater than his own, he might lose control when they're fused, and so he thinks that he can't be leveling up the wolves too much. And the girl walks up to him, asking what he's doing. He's surprised that she's already awake and says he was naming the new members of his family. So she's completely confused by him calling the wolves family and says he should have woken her up, asking why he went alone. Just then, Beiko comes running up to them and she's surprised because he's growing every single day, and she asks about the others. And the protagonist says that they all left early in the morning and probably went to the dungeon, and the girl realizes that they're working hard, even though it's so hot. And at that, he asks if she wants to go for a walk to cool off. And she questions this. But the protagonist simply fuses with Beiko, telling her to get on. The girl asks if he's finished playing gardener, and he says he'll show her, and she asks if he wants to brag about what he's done. Then he tells her to hold on tight as he takes off with her at an absurd speed, and she starts begging him to slow down, just a little, slower, because otherwise she won't be able to hold on, and she ends up losing a shoe along the way. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the entrance to a cave, some guys are waiting. They note that there's nothing to report there, since the weather is so hot it's getting uncomfortable. And they say that Sed told them to report any news, but it's been almost 2 months since they've left the house, asking if by any chance anyone there has crossed the boundary. However, one of them asks if they don't see the cameras there. The military would be sent immediately, but he'd probably be eaten by wolves before the soldiers could even arrive. And so they say that since no one knows when the portal will open, 2 units are stationed nearby, and they mention that the restrictions are in place so that reporters and scouts from foreign countries can't get in. After that, the Sorro Clan's car drives out from inside. They ask if it's Park, but he wasn't in that car. It's the rest of the guild coming out. Then Junho says it's really hot, but the reporters just won't let it go. And the streamer says that honestly, he doesn't know if it's Dongsuk TV or the Sorro channel, but when he opens the channel, he gets a shock, wondering to himself, what the hell is this? Junho asks what it is, but he says it's nothing, and thinks to himself as he sees donations from the United States and Japan, Russia and England, asking himself why there are so many foreign donations. He wonders how much it all adds up to, and says it's at least 4 billion won, and the highest donations seem to be from scouts and influential foreigners, wondering whether to tell Sorro about this or not. But as they're speeding along, they see Sorro together with Kim So-young. She's riding on his back alongside the wolves and waves at them. The streamer calls her sister-in-law, which Junho finds weird. The girl immediately threatens to hit him, and he says that if they live, sleep, and shit in the same house, then she's his sister-in-law. He says Sorro never gives them a ride, saying that he's the best. And just like that, they realize he's way too fast and has even passed their car. He tells Junho to floor it because they can't lose, and the car really goes all out and pulls up alongside Sorro. They say the bet is that the loser pays for dinner. Then they switch on sport mode, yelling that it's cheating. However, while they're racing, Kim So-young notices something and tells Sorro, and he asks if she felt it too, and she says yes. Then she says she's sensing a dimensional breach within a 200-meter radius. Then, she starts to remember when she was still bedridden, asking Sorro what kind of planet he'd been on. He says it was the animal kingdom, so she asks if there were really only animals there. He says yes, and recalls an unimaginable place, full of hostile creatures with dimensional energy higher than 700. And the girl gets scared when he talks about that level of dimensional energy. He says it's a place where fights for territory and survival don't end until one side is dead. And to be the leader of a group, you need to be at least S rank. And even after he became king, he had to accept challenges for hundreds of years. And she thinks that with a bridge portal connected to the planet, restricted passage is possible for both sides. And if it's like Sorro says, this place will become a war zone where they'll fight against hostile beings from another world. A war against beasts above S rank with dimensional energy is going to happen. And she asks if they think Sorro's planet will be friendly towards them, but the director says, with high risk comes high reward, asking what she's so worried about. She points out that Sorro was the king there, asking if he can't control them. She presses, why? You said you were the king. But he says his current self isn't the same as he was before, wondering if they wouldn't just try to kill him. Just look how weak he's become, huh? What can you do? Who would want to be ruled by someone weak and stupid? Who would want that? Imagine being led by the most important person in the country, and he's weak and stupid. It's a real mess. And she gets irritated, wondering to herself why that makes so much sense. Then she orders him to run at top speed to the northeast field, saying they have to get as far away from the city center as possible. As they take off running into the woods, the rest of the guild asks where they're going. So, they say they're going to follow, and as they head out, the dimensional break starts to happen. She says it's starting and that space is distorting, but the protagonist senses something's off. Kim So-young calls Miss, who asks why she's calling. Kim So-young says the portal is about to form, and she's surprised. Kim So-young tells her to send the portal's location to the units on standby, and so everyone gathers there to witness the break and prepares to open fire if anything happens. They announce that the capital's 1st Division and the artillery are in position and ready to fire. And so, the protagonist, getting closer to the portal, feels something, saying this isn't the planet he was on, it's just an ordinary portal. The girl finds it strange, asking how he can be so sure without using any equipment, but the protagonist stops in front of it, saying the sensation is different from when he crossed over. But she says the portal he crossed was a teleportation gate that returnees sometimes use, so it might feel different. But then, she says that now that she stops to think about it, the dimensional energy from the teleportation gate Sorro came through was stronger than a portal bridge. She says at the time, it was so strong she thought her device had broken, and she even suspected there was something wrong with her intuition. And she says it's true. Her intuition is telling her this isn't as dangerous as that time. But still, either way, this is a dungeon portal. But she questions if it really is a dungeon portal. Meanwhile, outside, some people wonder if this is the sign of a dimensional break and figure they're right. The other guy sees the detection department team arriving, and that a helicopter unit has also been dispatched. It looks like a portal really has opened, and he wonders if it's a portal to a new planet. And that portal opens up right in front of the protagonist and Kim So-young, and she confirms that it really is a dungeon portal. She thinks to herself that Sorro's intuition is better than hers, even though she has the best detection ability in the country, and he has no detection ability at all. But just then, the others arrive, and the streamer gets all excited, asking if it's a new planet. But the others arriving behind him startle him, and Detection Team 11 begins to install the measurement devices. Then, they ask what they're for. They say it's to calculate the dungeon's level and the time until it breaks. At that, they get closer for a better look and see the number 4,280. And so, the computer nerd says it's a level 4 dungeon, a low danger level. But the protagonist thinks that this will do, and Sorro seems more at ease. However, Kim So-young says that according to Sorro, this isn't where he came from, and she thinks they need to go in and check first. The director is surprised that it's just a level 4 dungeon, and she says that she's still not sure, and that first they need to determine if the dungeon is newly created, or if it's where he came from, leaving a member of Detection Team 11 with a memory ability behind, instead of having them come along. And the director thinks that this is really going to drive him insane, wondering if she has any idea how much money they poured into this. Then she says she's serious, that she already told him they aren't sure yet, pointing out that the skill level Sorro has demonstrated so far is not that of a mere level 4. And he fires back that if the first portal to appear near a person who just returned is a dungeon portal, then they're dungeon returnees, asking if she knows who trusted them and invested in all this. Then she asks if they didn't invest in the times possibility asterisk, saying that Sorro has great value simply because he's an irregular. However, the director says that, possibility or not, if the news that Sorro is a dungeon returnee gets out, all the hype about the new planet will go right down the drain. However, Kim So-young tells him to use the inspection as an excuse to buy them some time, and she's clearly pissed. And with that, The director orders her to find some way, because if they can't get their investment back, they're finished. Just then, they learn the dungeon will break in 50 days, and Kim So-young tells Miss to send the military unit back, since it won't be for another 50 days. But the protagonist says that this'll work too, and the nerd standing there doesn't get it. He asks why, and then points out that the protagonist would have to clear the level 4 dungeon several times a day, asking if that wouldn't be difficult with their current number of members. But he says it's not difficult, so the other guy says that sounds good and asks the price. He asks if he means the dungeon energy measurement device, and explains that it's a piece of equipment most guilds own, but the latest model costs about 3 billion. The protagonist thinks that's expensive, and the nerd agrees. But a moment ago, he was notified to permanently loan him the equipment as a gift, and asks him to sign for it. However, the protagonist asks, "A gift for signing a contract?" And he asks why they're just giving him things like this. And so the nerd gets a little awkward and says that even if he ain't a returnee from a new planet, the department would never treat him badly. And as far as they know, he's been contacted by many foreign countries recently, but the protagonist still finds it weird. The nerd pleads with him to please understand that the Korean department truly considers Sorro valuable, since he's their country's treasure, because that's what he was told to convey. And the protagonist questions him about these foreign countries, saying he hasn't received any messages, and the nerd realized he wasn't supposed to have said that. So the streamer goes up to the protagonist, saying that, to be honest, he needs to speak with him alone, mentioning that right now the competition to get him is pretty fierce overseas. And since he doesn't really use the internet, he's been receiving a ton of donations. And in his opinion, sitting on the fence and not committing to anything is something he still doesn't quite know how to handle. So the protagonist asks how much it is, and he says it must be around 5 billion won. And so he talks to Don-suk, saying that no matter how much he likes money, they shouldn't become slaves to it. As he goes through life, he'll realize that having someone you can talk to is better than 5 billion won. Don-suk says he'll keep those words in mind, but then he tells the protagonist that they want to show him what they're offering, so he has to at least show him 3 of them. The protagonist talks about it, but Don-suk asks if they're not going to send assassins just because he looked. He tells him to say that he looked, but then ignored it. He also asks him to get Junho to change his clothes and come back. So Don-suk agrees, saying he'll take a small cut of the donations and send the rest to the guild's treasury. Then he tells him to do whatever he wants while he heads to the portal. And Don-suk thinks that he's really generous and totally his type. Whoa, buddy. Hold on. Just because there's money involved doesn't mean you have to open up like that. He says that when he's with Ryong, it feels like money just flies into his pocket and mentions that he just made 3.6 billion won. At that, the protagonist says that if everyone's ready, they'll head in, but the nerd asks them to wait. He says a combat team from the department is on its way, asking them to wait so they can go in together. But the protagonist refuses, and the nerd doesn't really get it. And the protagonist says that if he needs to mobilize someone to inspect things as per the contract, he'll only allow 2 people, but they cannot participate in the hunt. And so Kim So-young agrees, telling him not to worry, because they're going in. But then the nerd says to her that it's still a level 4 dungeon, asking if this many people will really be enough. She tells him he just needs to record everything, and so he agrees. They enter, and Baeko runs over to the protagonist, who agrees with the little dog, saying he should go and level up a bit too. And so they get ready to enter. And when they pass through the portal into a new area, Kim So-young asks the protagonist what he thinks, asking if this is the place. He says he's not too sure either, and so she uses her skill. Then the protagonist says that something feels a little familiar, but it's still not right. And so the nerd asks if it's okay for them to just be walking around like this, questioning if they shouldn't be a little more cautious. However, Don-suk says the protagonist is up ahead, and they just need to follow him. However, Kim So-young abruptly tells them to stop, and everyone gets scared. She says there's a group 70 meters ahead of them, 3 monsters. So Don-suk stops the group, and the nerd asks if this is going to be enough. But then the guy starts getting annoyed with the scaredy cat nerd, and something comes out from among the trees. Junho immediately starts getting excited, smiling like a psychopath. The nerd asks why he's acting like that, and Don-suk doesn't even know what to say. Then Junho charges forward with everything he's got, all fired up. However, the protagonist knocks him out to save his brother's life, and the nerd is completely confused. The protagonist tells him to wake Junho up and give him a sedative. Don-suk rushes to do it immediately. At this, the nerd asks why they're acting like this. And Kim So-young explains that it's because he has an illness that makes him go insane whenever he holds a blade. At that, Don-seok starts giving him the medicine, waking him up, and the protagonist moves forward until he tells everyone to get back. From behind one of the plants, a totally weird, eye-covered monster emerges, which definitely doesn't look like it came from the protagonist's planet. Then, a few more of those things appear, and they recognize them as lizard men. And with that, he orders them to use the defense zone while the protagonist charges in. The nerd starts recording the protagonist, killing them with a single strike, and he manages to deal with them pretty easily, as the monsters don't seem to be that strong. And so he gains 84 achievement points for each one of them. The nerd is left wondering about that reaction speed, asking himself if what he's seeing is real. And so the protagonist calls out to Don-seok and Junho, telling them not to forget the loot, and the two of them descend on the corpse to do what he says. But Don-seok starts complaining to Junho because he's just stabbing the thing, splattering blood everywhere. And the nerd says that guy, Junho, seemed normal outside, but he turned into a psychopath the moment he held the knife, and Kim So-young just tells him to keep moving. The protagonist says that from the next one on, he's going to start sending them over alive, telling them to stay alert. But the two in the back are just transfixed by those stones. So the nerd asks what he's talking about, questioning if he's really going to send the lizard men, who are at least rank C, to the rookie and the psycho while they're still alive. The protagonist speaks to Baek-gu and tells him to go into the forest and bring a few more of them over. The nerd is once again completely baffled as the little dog takes off on its own, and he asks if this isn't animal abuse, questioning what they're going to do if hundreds of monsters come running over. Speaking to the team leader, he asks if they're going to be okay, but she once again just tells him to keep recording. The two in the back notice that they're coming, and the nerd gets scared while Junho continues his psycho act, and he sees that the guy is freaking out again. And so Don-seok tries to give Junho another tranquilizer. But once again, it doesn't work. He charges in like a madman. And so the protagonist tells Don-seok to act quickly, and Baek-gu dashes towards them while dodging the spears thrown by those things. Then Junho attacks with one of his daggers, killing the first one, and moves on to the second. However, the protagonist, seeing that he definitely wasn't going to get very far, dashes in front, grabs the monster, weakens it, and allows both Junho and Baek-gu to get some experience by killing it. And Baek-gu gains another 14 points in bite strength. The nerd yells for Junho to be careful, as the monster is about to bite his head off. When the protagonist looks back, Don-seok does his part, landing a shot on that monster and stopping its attack. And after that shot, he fires a few more and manages to lower the thing's health even more. So Junho just needs to finish it off, tearing the monster into several pieces. And so, the teamwork between the two pays off, and Danso finally reaches level 9. And the nerd, seeing this, speaks to Kim So-young, asking if this is a level 4 dungeon. She asks if he thinks it's a level 3 dungeon, and he questions if it's okay for them to be acting so carelessly, since everyone there is a little too happy. And she says that's why she told him to focus on recording and stop talking so much. He just agrees, and so Baek-gu rushes forward as they tell Seoro that enemies are coming from all directions. And so, when he turns, he sees a monster coming out of the woods and heading towards him, along with two others, each from a different direction. Meanwhile, outside, a car arrives, and all those reporters crowd around it, and one of them wishes Kim Miso a good morning. But she snaps at him, asking what he's doing there, and if he has a death wish, telling him to get out of the way. He says he'll move if she tells him one thing, and she asks what it is. And he says that a little while ago he saw Captain Lee's combat team going in, but Miso just asks, so what? He says that if it's Lee Min-soo's combat team, doesn't that mean it's a level 4? Realizing he thinks the dungeon that just appeared is a level 4 dungeon, she doesn't really know how to respond, and he sees it in her eyes. So she tells them to get out of the way, fast. And so he thanks her, because she couldn't bluff and ended up giving him the scoop. Then they think that it wasn't a waste of time after all. They question what she said. He says that he's a returnee from a level 4 dungeon, telling everyone to pack it up because they're going to put an end to this little charade. As she heads inside, her driver asks her if this isn't confidential information, wondering what she'll do if this leaks. But she asks what he thinks is more important, the higher-ups playing games with money, or Park Seo-ro. But the driver doesn't quite understand, and she explains that if they tell everyone that Park Seo-ro is a dungeon returnee, the flies won't be attracted to him anymore. However, the driver asks if she'll be okay, because according to the director, this is going to cause trouble. But she says that's why they're on their way to find a solution. And so, Combat Team 13 gets ready to enter. Captain Lee is at the front, asking if everything is ready, and says they're going in to smash some monsters. But then a guy comes over calling for Lee, telling him to wait a minute, saying they were told to stand by. And he questions, what is that guy talking about? My friend, if you go into that dungeon to kill the protagonists and his crew's monsters, I don't think you're even making it out of there. Miso arrives, wishing him a good morning. He asks what's up, and she says he can't go in right now. He questions what she means he can't, and she says that, first of all, as long as Park Seo-ro hasn't agreed to cooperate with the combat team, entry is not permitted. So he questions this entry business, asking what kind of nonsense she's spouting to a team that had to reschedule all their plans to rush over here. She says that a few things came up and that's why, but he argues that there's clearly a flaw in the contract clause. He asks if it makes any sense to go in with only a recon team and no combat team. And she says that's why they need to alter the contract and that she came here to solve that problem. And there's also something related to the director, but he asks why everything is so complicated, and she suggests they continue the conversation in the car. Meanwhile, the director is already seeing the news that the protagonist has been revealed to be a returnee from a level 4 dungeon. At that moment, he's telling his boss to please not worry about where that money was going. Then he tells the minister that there seems to have been a mistake. They need to investigate a few more things before releasing a formal statement as he hangs up the phone. He thinks that this is driving him crazy and asks why they still haven't been able to get in touch with Kim Miso. Meanwhile, over with the doctor, he also finds out that the protagonist is from a level 4 dungeon, and he thinks that the dream of a new world for Korea has been destroyed. He thinks that this is another plot twist and that guy's life is like watching a primetime soap opera. But then he remembers something the protagonist was telling him, that before he discovered the fruits on the trees, he used to hide on the coast and there was a lot of food in the sea. But it didn't take long for him to realize that it wasn't a place where he could live, because he ran right into something and saw enormous crustaceans coming out of the sea. He definitely said there was a sea, and there's no way there can be a sea in a level 4 dungeon. And that means there's still a possibility, because the current theory on the origin of dungeons is that a planet breaking apart forms a dungeon. He also remembers when the protagonist talked about his little brother who was alive, asking for help to find him. He said that it was fine, but told him there was one condition, and it was about the things that happened in the 500 years after he became the king of the wolves. When he went to war against the gorilla tribe and the time he spent as the true king of the forest, he wanted him to tell him everything, because he had said he would tell him after he found his brother. And so he thinks about the F-rank returnee, who is the same as an ordinary person, claiming he spent hundreds of years as the king of the jungle. Who would believe him? He thinks it's a shame he lost the opportunity to hear a much more interesting story because of a hasty decision. Meanwhile, the protagonist is killing tons and tons of lizard men over there, calmly slicing them to pieces. And as he tears through them, the nerd is shocked, because the way he got out of that ambush was insane. And the protagonist asks what his problem is, telling them to help with the spoils. And so they leave the dense woods, heading to another area. And Kim So-young asks what that is, because that place is extremely beautiful. Don Sor says that the shining stone looks like a gem, but it also seems to give off a dark aura. And the protagonist says he's never been there before, but he wonders why some things seem familiar. Just then, they notice that it's Hangul, the Korean writing system. They go over to read it and it's written, "He will never return, territory of the leopards." When the protagonist sees that, he remembers something. Kim So-young keeps asking if this is one of Don Sor's pranks. Then she says that if it's not, it's fine. And she also asks the nerd if he's recording this. And she asks why there's a Ryong, one of times those asterisk, in a place like this. And when she turns around, she sees the protagonist heading somewhere else. So he tells everyone to follow him and goes inside. That's when they see it's a cave, and they're surprised there's a cave in a place like this, because it feels like something is about to happen. The protagonist leads them to another spot, and they start thinking that whoever wrote on the walls was insane, with all kinds of writing in this glowing cave. They notice it's all written in Hangul and wonder if a Korean was living here, since the walls are covered in sentences everywhere. And Dom S says that someone wanted to go home, wanted to eat chicken, and also wanted to eat stew, asking if the psycho who lived here thought he was some kind of dungeon version of Robinson Crusoe. And the nerd says he's talking about missing people. They realize the guy must have been desperate to carve this into the stone, and they think this weirdo was perverted enough to write indecent stuff here. And Doron goes to check, noting that this guy was practically insane with desire. They say they can't handle the immaturity and point out there are drawings here too. Then Donsoa asks about those fire mushrooms, and among the phrases, the person says he misses the people he used to hate, misses his mom and dad who he used to hate, and also misses his little brother, Junho. And Dom S thinks that the name Junho is written there too, and Junho himself sees that his brother wrote that he was here. And the two of them realize they were talking about his own brother. Kim So-young looks at him, and that's when they see that the writing is similar to prehistoric cave paintings and start saying that the things the protagonist wrote here seem to have great scientific value. So Kim So-young asks if he lived here, and the protagonist gets spooked because he sees his other notes there, saying it's been 500 years since he became the master of Moon Hill, the king's symbol. And for 100 years, Goryeo didn't invade the Sorro territory. And just like that, he remembers Goryeo. Remembers the tiger he fought for so many years. He remembers the fight, until Kim So-young calls out to him, asking if he's okay. And he sees another one of his writings that talks about the war for Moon Hill. And it says it's been 30 years since the gorilla Jack started a rebellion. And it says that in 3 sunsets, the final battle against Jack will begin. And he remembers it all. And in another entry, it says that, in the war, and one of them will definitely die. Then he starts to remember everything he went through on that planet, and Donsoa calls them over, saying there are also some unfinished blades here, asking if he made them by sharpening glowing stones. And they ask if this stuff isn't on par with an artifact, and the protagonist just bolts out of there. They ask where he's going, and Kim So-young tries to run after him, but she gets left behind, telling Minsu that he's pissed because of their jokes. But Minsu says he was joking around too. And the protagonist keeps running with a purpose until he reaches the highest peak he can find, wondering what the hell happened to his planet. Okay, this is getting interesting, and I have a theory that might make sense soon. Since time on this planet passes much faster than on Earth, maybe a lot happened, and the planet collapsed after the protagonist left. And right then, she climbs up to Sorro, asking what happened and if this is where he used to live. He says it looks like it, but something's wrong, and she asks what it is. He says there used to be a snow-covered mountain here, and on the other side there was a grove of fruit trees, and the sea was over there. She's surprised there was a sea, and he says it was called the Thundering Sea, and no one was supposed to go there. And she's shocked there was a level 4 sea monster, and she asks about the writings, wondering if he was the one who wrote them. He says yes, and that it was all part of his effort to not forget civilized society. Right at the beginning, when he first got here, he lived in that cave to hide from the other animals and started writing on the walls. And even after he moved somewhere else, he'd come back every now and then to write a diary, just so he wouldn't forget how to write. And he'd come back and write a bunch of random stuff, just to keep the memories in his mind and read what he'd written. Then she asks if the lizardmen were always here, and the protagonist says no. So she asks what happened to his animal companions, and he questions that too. He tells her this was the leopard's territory. They weren't weak enough to be driven out by a few lizardmen. And she asks if he can see that fog over there and says that's the end of the dungeon, which means it's impossible to cross. The protagonist doesn't understand any of it, but then she looks down and sees lizardmen coming. She says it's an ambush because they're climbing up and there are 80 of them. They all think about climbing fast because if they don't stick with those two, they're dead. And just like that, 102 lizardmen close in on them. And the girl asks why they're all coming at once, while the protagonist grabs his daggers to do something. And from up there, she spots the Lizard King, and he starts screaming at them. And the protagonist, seeing the Lizard King, notices that on his head is the skull of a fanged animal. He remembers it's the Leopard King and is shocked, telling her to stay there with the others while he throws himself down there, right on top of all those things. And Kim So-young asks what he's doing, and he just dives into the middle of those lizards, filled with rage. And at Grandma's house, she's saying that the pigeon she's taking care of eats a lot, but then the pigeon in front of her starts to teleport, just like Baeko. And Kim So-young, seeing this, doesn't understand a thing because the protagonist just sprouted wings, charging at those things and getting ready to kill them all. One of them throws a spear, but he manages to dodge it, and so he stops right in front of the Lizard King and ends up transmuting with Baeko at that very moment, turning into a demon, going for the lizard, grabbing its neck in a bite, and throwing himself down below with it. And Kim So-young just thinks he's gone completely crazy, and Dansoa doesn't understand anything, screaming Sorro from up above. And Minsu says that no matter how embarrassed he is, he had no reason to jump like that. Then Junho asks if that was Sorro who just fell, but Kim So-young says it's okay and that he's not dead. But they notice that he seems to have fallen way down there, but the girl says again that he didn't die from that fall. And with that, all those lizardmen keep climbing up towards them with their spears, ready to kill them. He says he didn't let anything get past him, and Kim So-young yells that they're 30 meters away and closing in, telling everyone to prepare to fight. The nerd immediately grabs a rock to try and do something, while Dansoa tells them to start climbing, crossbow in hand, and Junho also gets ready to hurl a rock from up high. As the lizardmen get closer, they're peppered with projectiles, but the prota falls down below with the Lizard King. He sees the skeleton on its head just as it's about to kill him, and he gets so pissed, he just punches that thing right in the face, beating it to death, completely annihilating the king until the monster finally collapses. He grabs that thing by the neck, brings it up to his face, and rips the Leopard King's head off the creature's skull, throwing it far away. He asks where the leopards are, but the Lizard King doesn't seem to be in any condition to answer. Instead, it touches its hand to the prota's head, as if it's trying to strike him. And this just makes him furious, completely losing control. He leaps up with the lizard, soaring high, carrying it into the sky. Meanwhile, everyone else is still fighting off those lizardmen, keeping them from climbing up. Minsu asks if these long-range weapons use more dimensional energy than short-range ones, and Dansoa explains that their power is also limited depending on the person's level, and they might not be effective. But sometimes, like right now, it's necessary. He then says they're getting close and to get ready to fight with swords. Junho takes the chance to draw his blades, but as soon as he does, he completely loses it. Dansoa notices he's gone crazy again, yelling at the others not to let that lunatic jump. But then Minsu spots something even worse. The prota is up in the sky with that king, and Kim So-young is terrified when she sees it. They see the prota is holding their king's corpse, and he takes the opportunity to throw the king into the arms of its subjects, hurling the Lizard King's body down onto the climbing lizards. With that, he gains a new skill, levels up, and unlocks the wind attribute. By throwing that king into the middle of all those monsters, he kills several of them and gets some new abilities. But he also ends up breaking the rock they're on, sending all his companions falling from above. As they're falling, he yells for them to find cover, fast. Minsu plummets from above along with everyone else, and in the middle of all that chaos, a bunch of people get buried under the rubble. Kim So-young somehow survives and screams for everyone, asking if they're okay. Minsu makes it out alive, and Donsor says he was almost crushed to death. Bigo goes over to Junho, and he seems to be alive. The prota calls for everyone to leave because the door has finally opened. Kim So-young finds this strange, but Donsor just runs with him. Everyone else is relieved, but Minsu thinks it's weird, asking what the point of all that was. And they finally get out, with the prota leading the way. Miss is happy about it, but Lemon doesn't look happy at all. When the prota gets out, he wonders if this is Park Se-yoon, saying it looks kind of weak. Emisor tries to approach him, but he has a very serious look on his face. She wishes him good morning, but he just transforms into a pigeon and flies away. And they're left wondering if that guy really just turned into a pigeon and left. They ask the captain if he saw it too, wondering if it was an illusion, and Song says he'll check. He says it's a good deal if they get Sarem, and asks what they think. Miss then asks Sai if she didn't say he was a dog, and she has no idea how to even respond to that. Then she asks what's wrong, wondering if something happened. And she says that if he came here to negotiate, he should leave now. Then she asks about the negotiation, and Kim So-young tells Miss to do his part, ordering him to go back to headquarters with her and do his job. But Miss says she needs to come along, and Kim So-young asks why she should have to do that. And Miss says the mission to observe Sayun is over, and she's been reassigned. The girl asks where she's going, and she's told it's a support mission on the northern field border, near Daegu, adding that it's very serious. And she gets more and more shocked with every new mission she's given. And Miss tells them that 4 members of Portal Management will remain there, since that's the minimum required to take care of the equipment. But John R. tells him to relax, because they'll be taken care of as guests. Then he says they should try to hire more people to manage things as quickly as possible. And John R. answers him in a very cheerful and civilized way. Miss finds this really strange, wondering which of his personalities is the real one. But Bung asks them what they mean by go back, asking Miss if she didn't tell them to cooperate with Park Sayun. And she says they're going back to talk about salary now, because the director is waiting. So they need to go now. But he says that's not the problem, asking why Pero refused to meet with them. And with that, he starts cussing out those bastards from the guild, calling them a bunch of idiots, asking how a fake, level 5 guild plans to clear that dungeon on their own, and saying they're only acting like this. Because if they can't clear the dungeon in time and it breaks, they'll just come begging the Ministry of Defense for help.
Help from the Ministry of Defense. But Dan-O says the way that bastard is talking pisses her off, but Jay just tells them to leave. And so, as she's heading back, Yoon-hee answers a call from the director, and he asks where she is, wondering if she was the one who told the entire press. He says that thanks to her, he can't stop getting calls, but she says that everyone is backing off, except for the management team. They can deal with it later. So they'll talk when they meet up, and with that, he sees she's being too serious, and asks what's going on. And back at the agency, Yoon-hee shows him all those recordings. He asks if everyone there is seeing the Korean scriptures, saying they discovered Sayun's diary written on the cave walls. And he fast-forwards to the part where he was fighting the chief. Suddenly, he jumped into the sky and threw the Lizard King. And he says that, unfortunately, he couldn't record that inside the dungeon, but he managed to do it when he was outside. And they're all shocked that the protagonist had turned into a pigeon. He says they believe he can merge with the animals he's tamed in that way. He says that's the end of the recording. So Lim Sung thinks that this is terrifying, because dealing with the Lizard King like that is just too much. And the director says that the strength of a Lizard King from a level 4 dungeon is around B rank, but Minsu says it's A rank, and he defeated an A rank easily. And so the director starts to assume that Sayun is above S rank. Then Kim So-young says his current dimensional energy is E rank. His normal combat abilities are S rank, but after merging, it depends on the animal, and they believe he reaches at least SSS rank. And on top of that, Sayun doesn't have a level-up limit on his abilities, unlike other awakened ones. So Lim Sung thinks about this limitless state, questioning if all irregulars are like that. Kim So-young says she doesn't know if they're all like that, but he is. Then the director says that if he's like this now, he wonders what his stats were like before he returned. And Minsu says that if all the people who disappeared during the cataclysm come back like Sayun, their country will become a superpower. Minsu says that since going through a portal without equipment means being torn to shreds, there's almost no chance of another one like him existing. But then the director says that either way, even the first round of testing showed that Sayun is a returnee from a level 4 dungeon. But she says they can't be sure yet. The director says he doesn't want to believe it either, but it's a fact that it's not a new planet. And what's important right now is that the secret to Seiyun's abilities is inside that dungeon, asking if that's not the case, and Junho confirms it. But then the director asks why Seiyun is stopping the scouts, even though he signed a contract. Lim Sung says he probably doesn't want to share the secret of his power, calling him a greedy bastard. But Kim So-young says Seiyun isn't like that. And Junho asks if he doesn't think this just means they need to negotiate more. And so the director asks what else he wants, because they've already offered more than enough. And so Junho says that's exactly why he's wondering what it is this time. Meanwhile, Kim So-young leaves them behind, wondering what they mean by a secret to his strength. While they stay there, they continue to negotiate, and Junho asks if he's interested. Lim Sung says that if he fills his 37th squadron with 80 people of C rank or higher, he will take responsibility for finding him, and the problem with the minister's investment will also be resolved smoothly. And the director says that's true. And even if they take all the loot, that sounds pretty good. Lim Sung asks for 3 times the usual pay, and a bonus of 780%. And the director says that if it solves the problem, that amount is nothing. And he talks to Kim, asking what they should give Seiyun to get free access to the dungeon. Then she asks if they don't have that thing left over, and he questions what thing left over she wants to give him. Meanwhile, the monk is with all the apprentices and is taking them to harvest tomatoes, but as they're entering the warehouse, there's something transformed inside waiting for them, lurking in the shadows. And all the military personnel are getting ready and telling the commander they are in agreement. He ends up calling for Team 11, and Kim So-young, who isn't paying attention, says there are no problems with the team's detection. Then he says they will begin the operation by moving on the portal. But as she goes with the other hunters, they say they heard the ego border is like hell on earth because of all the dungeon breaks in the area. And they doubt they would send the detection team to the front lines and ask Kim So-young. She says yes, telling them to write their wills and send them to their families before they lose signal. But none of them like the words she just said. Meanwhile, on the protagonist's little farm, everything is peaceful and he's just sleeping in the hay. And Dan-oh thinks he's sleeping a lot more than usual and says that since it was revealed he's just a returnee from a level 4 dungeon, the donations must have stopped. But then he sees something that catches his attention. Junho arrives and Dan-oh tells him to at least knock. He apologizes and asks if the protagonist was looking at an adult website. But the kid asks what he's talking about, since it's the middle of the day. Then Junho asks if the monk called, and Dan-oh says no. He says he can't get in touch with him, wondering if something happened. And so Dan-oh questions if he's achieved divine enlightenment, because either way, he's probably having fun playing with the kids or something. Then he asks what's in Junho's hand. He says his grandmother said he seems to be hallucinating due to some vitamin deficiency. So she bought him some dietary supplements. So they're surprised, because he looks perfectly fine. But Dan-oh asks Junho if he doesn't think the protagonist has been sleeping too much these days, and he says he was planning to wake him up, but the protagonist is already awake, looking at the tree. And he says he thought he could meet his friends again when the portal opened. But the land he returned to was just a small piece of home. Instead of friends, it was filled with red lizards he'd never seen before. And he remembers his red wolf family, thinking about the leather and also Jack's tribe and everything he experienced in that world. He wonders where those bastards are, if they scattered somewhere else because they were afraid of the lizards. But he asks himself if it even matters, because if they're destined to cross paths, they'll meet one day. Just then, Junho comes over asking if he's awake, telling him to come down and eat, and he agrees, saying he slept so much he didn't even realize he was hungry. And Blondie keeps calling him until he finally comes out to eat. He asks where Blondie went, since she likes lobster. The two of them are surprised he's even asking about her, and Dan-so asks if he seriously doesn't know his own sister-in-law's name. He asks if it isn't Blondie, and Dan-so is just stunned by his idiocy. He asks why Dan-so is reacting like that. Dan-so thinks that this can't be real, saying her name is Kim So-young, Choi Kim So-young. And the protagonist didn't even know that, so Dan-so asks if they weren't going out, but he just asks if he means hunting. And just like that, Dan-so starts to get an idea of what's really going on inside that guy's head. He wonders if hunting is all the man can think about. And Junho says they sent her to the field, and the protagonist asks about this field. He says she called him, since he wasn't answering his phone. On top of that, he says they need to recruit new members for the guild, and the protagonist asks if they really have to do that. And Junho says yes, they need people to manage the gate's meter. Besides, they don't know where or when a gate might sprout up in their territory, so their current numbers can't handle it. And the protagonist asks Don So if he knows anyone they can recruit. He says that if he asks his old boxing buddy and looks through the channel's subscribers, there should be a few. But then he asks about the protagonist, only to realize it hasn't been that long since he got back, which is true. The protagonist also asks if the monk has been around, and Junho says he hasn't called either. He remembers him saying that the place where the orphans and elders were living was in Seoul. And Don So says he's still not picking up his phone, and he's not the type of person who would do that. Meanwhile, over with Kim So-young, the situation is a complete mess as they enter the red zone filled with necrophiles. They question if this was on the original route, but the girl keeps her eyes on her phone until she finally gives up on contacting the protagonist and turns her phone off to enter the location. Meanwhile, he sees he has 2 missed calls from her. He tries to call the girl, but just gets an unavailable signal because she turned her phone off. Meanwhile, inside, it's an absolute war zone with those zombies and everyone else. And one of those zombies, apparently, is one of the things that's there with the monk. After a while, he keeps calling her, and when her phone finally turns on, it's all broken and bloody, and he's left wondering why she won't answer. Meanwhile, Miss arrives at the protagonist's property and tells Junho that they've just arrived, asking if they can meet Sayunwo. But just then, Lee Mang-sung looks to the side and sees some weird, dog-faced guy, and Miss doesn't understand at all. But it's the protagonist, sitting there looking at a tree, and he asks if this is about the inspection. She says yes, and he says it's not some new planet, asking why they're so focused on inspecting it. And she says they want to find the secret behind his ability in that dungeon. He says he already told them, they just need to train hard for 1,000 years, and asks why they don't believe him. But Lee Myung-sung loses his patience, telling him to stop being like this, since they're from the same country. He says they should help each other like good compatriots in this time of national crisis. However, the protagonist doesn't understand this talk about a national crisis. Lee Myung-sung explains that the frequency of level 6 dungeon appearances is increasing, and the time limit before a dungeon break is slowly decreasing. And the number of infected people in the countryside has skyrocketed, putting pressure on the city during a massive food and labor shortage. People with strong abilities like him are urgently needed, but the protagonist asks what he means by infected people. Lee Myung-sung says that after the cataclysm, an unknown virus began to spread among the people living in the countryside, and someone named Bill was found in a field in North America. He's considered the first infected person. These infected people are neither alive nor dead, and they indiscriminately attack people and animals. The infected are called necrophiles, and the red areas are necrophile zones. And they say that if the number of red zones with necrophiles increases, transportation via land routes and preventing dungeon breaks in the countryside will become more difficult. The protagonist says that if it's a virus of unknown origin, there's not much they can do. But Miss says they believe it's an alien virus that came through the gate, but it spreads so fast that it's difficult to respond to the situation even with their current manpower. And the protagonist asks if in exchange for permission to freely inspect the dungeon and hunt there, they're going to give him gifts. Miss says that first, they'll raise his guild's level to level 5. He thinks that means they can enter level 5 dungeons now, and she says that's right, asking him if it isn't exciting. The protagonist then asks about the other gift, and she says they're going to give him territory. The protagonist finds this strange, and she mentions the region that used to be Gyeonggi-do, in the north of Gwangju and Namyangju, which is near the Sayunwoo territory. But he asks if he'll even be able to handle it. He says that if she's talking about the countryside, it's already abandoned land, asking if she's really just asking them to protect the east of Seoul from danger. She says that they're all abandoned lands, except for Seoul, Daegu, Busan, Gwangju, and Jeju. Most regions are practically just countryside now. And after the great disaster, the people who stayed in the countryside couldn't take it anymore and started moving to safer areas because of the necrophiles and the dungeon breaks. But large cities with stable security don't have enough space. And the protagonist asks if he's supposed to take over Gyeonggi-do and welcome them. And she says that when people gather, they can help rebuild the city by developing commercial districts, dungeon districts, and clearing farmland. And then, the Seoro Guild could be recognized for its ability to manage its territory. It'll probably make astronomical profits. In the dungeon commercial district, a mobile modular house is supposed to be used in case of breaks. So, when a gate with a long break time appears, that guild would hit the jackpot. I don't know. I just don't trust that woman anymore. I'm absolutely sure she's trying to get the protagonist to work for free. So he thinks it's not a bad offer, but he asks what the situation is in North Korea. He says they took a huge blow to their command system at the beginning of the Great Disaster, and there were coups. And when their command system collapsed, they escaped to the mainland, and the remaining survivors are just wandering from place to survive. And since they can't manage the dungeons systematically, breaks are happening all over the place, and he asks if it isn't just a matter of time before they escape to Seoul. Seeing this, the protagonist smirks and thinks that he's not sure if he's being deceived or if he's the one doing the deceiving. He says he'll do it and signs the contract. And Miso says he made the right decision, and he asks if the condition that he has to stay in the country for 100 days has been lifted. And she says yes. Then the protagonist says, there are 2 things he'd like to ask for personally. She tells him to go ahead. He says he wants to meet the scientist who invented the dimensional energy measuring device. Then she asks about the other request, and he asks her to track the cell phone of his guild member, Mongjong-jin. So she's surprised, and he explains that he just suddenly stopped answering his phone. She agrees to it, saying that both are easy requests to grant. And Liminsum says he'll start his mission. Meanwhile, at the open mercenary recruitment for the Sheila Guild, 3 people are there. And it's said that the Sheila Guild is the mercenary group created by the biggest conglomerate in Korea, Sheila Corp. They talk about how recruitment only opens twice a year, but most mercenaries are completely disqualified during the application phase. The Sheila Guild was the dream guild for most mercenaries. It's hard to get in, but once you do, you receive a lot of support. And this one kid says he applied, hoping to get some scraps, even after being rejected by the guild. But somehow he passed the application phase, and it's pretty cool to say he's being recognized after working for 3 years in small clans and as a freelance mercenary. But he says it's not over yet, and out of the 50 people who passed the application phase, only 10 will be chosen after the interview. But he says he can't lose his confidence there, and that this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But then he notices something and looks at his cell phone in shock. Meanwhile, inside, during the interview phase, they tell the people who were just sitting there that they can leave. Then the man says that this round of open recruitment was also bad, saying that everyone is pretty ordinary. One of the interviewers says they'd be good as porters, since they would guard the supplies with their lives. But then one of them mentions that one of the chosen ones is a swordsman. They ask who it is, and it's Jik. They're surprised that the swordsman showed up. He's got a lot of experience, but one of them, reading Jik's file, sees that he's worked for 3 years but is still an E rank. And the other examiner says that if his awakened ability is swordsmanship, it might be worth training him, saying that he'll take that one. And so they have the next group come in and call numbers 45 to 50 inside, but only 4 people go. They ask why there are only 4 people, asking where Jik went. They're told that he suddenly left for some reason, and the guy who chose Jik is confused, because he left right after he'd picked him. Meanwhile, Jik is looking at a message from the protagonist, asking him to personally join his guild. He just rips up the paper from the Sheila Guild, saying there's nothing to think about, since the invitation is from the guy who saved his life and is the hottest topic in Korea right now. Meanwhile, that crew fighting the zombies keeps heading deeper inside, and they're talking about the low experience points they're getting from those things, saying that they're too cowardly to attack, but they still don't know when they might get ambushed. And one of them talks to Sergeant Ran, asking if he wants him to tell the story about the time he was surrounded by 2,000 of them last month, as the zombies keep advancing. They say the roads are getting more dangerous and maybe they should have stuck to their usual route. but one of them says they had no choice, since they wouldn't make it at the designated time if they didn't use this entrance. But then the driver speaks to Captain King and sees something up ahead, asking what the hell that is. There's a group of zombies eating a beast over there, and one of them looks at them in a really terrifying way. So the captain orders them to turn them to dust with the anti-tank rockets. But the driver says that if they shoot, the necros will get stirred up. But he says they don't have time and just tells him to fire, because if they keep going, they'll soon be in Bang's aerial military operations zone. And so he just accepts it, doing as Captain King orders and unleashing fire on the necros. As the bombs head their way, the zombies notice, but they are completely blown to bits. Then the other zombies nearby start to take notice. The captain tells him to floor it. They run over everything in their path and start speeding towards the base, but the necros are running right behind them. They ready the machine guns. The captain says they're coming and yells to open fire. Everyone shoots at them, eliminating the entire threat. Meanwhile, in Gapong, a car is speeding as fast as it can, and inside is a monk fleeing from those zombies. And the monk says he has to get to that campground area. And as they enter the area, the zombies keep following them. One of the monks says that if they go a little further, they'll reach the camp's management office. The driver apologizes, because if only he hadn't stubbornly insisted on them coming here. And to think that those creatures would make it to this area, it was just too much. But then the monk tells his senior that he also wanted to cook a delicious meal for the children with the fresh vegetables they had gathered. But Mongjin's words seem to get to him, and he says there are plenty of vegetables in the field they need to pick. The plan is to escape for now, then get back quickly to feed the children. The other one agrees, saying that's right, and everyone must be starving. But the zombies are still right behind them. They say the door to the ground floor office is open, and they just need to stop there. Meanwhile, Myojin looks back, saying they can run fast. He tells them that when the car stops, they have to run like hell. Everyone in the back is talking to the monk, looking pretty scared. But Myojin says that this time, he'll make sure to save every single one of them. And as soon as they get close and the car stops, they jump out to escape from those things. And the monk just yells for everyone to run. Just then, the senior monk tells Myojin to look behind him, and he gets ready to send the children inside. As he stays behind to deal with the creatures, he pulls out his staff and immediately knocks one back, killing the first of them. He keeps using divine retribution to kill all the zombies in front of him until he sees a massive horde of them, and he thinks to himself, they look like mountains. He still has 6 minutes before the cooldown on Dragon's Rush is over, but then he senses something and sees a fairy near his face, heading towards all those zombies. Then, the fairy lifts all the zombies in the area with several tornadoes that just appear out of nowhere. And at that, both Myojin and the other monks can only stare. And Myojin has no idea what's happening until someone appears on top of a nearby building. The protagonist just says, "Now that looks useful." So Myojin and the other monks look up, and there's the protagonist. Myojin calls him Benefactor. He tells him to get back, saying Myojin doesn't want to get sucked up with them. And just like that, he uses the tornado again, summoning more and more of them to wipe out that massive horde of zombies with no trouble at all. And he says he likes this, because he's dealing with them from a distance so easily. Meanwhile, the soldiers are still fighting the zombies with bullets, and Captain K requests a connection to air military operations for Area 7, Toban. He tells Command that this is Mole 3, and they're being pursued by ghouls. He requests support at his current location, but just then, something happens, and a ton of rocks start coming down on them. Seeing those boulders, there's not much they can do, but the driver yells for them to hold on tight and floors it, trying to get out from under the rock slide. But it's no use, they go over an embankment, falling along with all the zombies, and end up flipping over. The others report that Vehicle 2 has rolled over, and they start to fall back. Meanwhile, Kim So-young is still in her vehicle, feeling her sword begin to vibrate, and one of her men tells the captain that he thinks they're screwed, and a bunch of other zombies are swarming their truck, so she turns on the external camera to see outside. But a zombie is right in her face, and she jumps back, startled by its rotting eye. Then all those zombies start piling on top of the truck, trying to break into the APC. But just then, the blonde orders them to open the door, and one of the guys mutters that after his nightmare last night, he should have seen this coming. But even so, they open the rear door. As she slowly makes her way down, the men get nervous as the zombies start pouring in. Everyone thinks it's disgusting, asking how they're supposed to push through this. But she tells them that when they get out, they need to run to Team 7's vehicle, and if anything gets in their way, they kill it. And as the zombies swarm inside, she unleashes a blast, sending them all flying, destroying most of them, and clearing a path for her entire team to get out. And they start to think that their captain is one tough woman. All the zombies that were holding on were blown away, and she yells for all of them to jump, but they notice more are already coming. However, before the zombies can swarm them again, she orders everyone out, telling the driver to get out too, saying they're abandoning the vehicle. But as she moves up, one of the zombies that was on the roof tries to attack her. But she draws her sword, slicing it in half. Several others rush from the side, charging at her, but she just swings her sword, sending out a slash of energy and cutting all of them in two. But then, behind her, all the soldiers are having a much harder time, and so they kill them one by one, managing to make their way to another vehicle, and so they reach the survivors in Vehicle 2. But one of them reports that the driver and co-driver are dead, and the zombies are still advancing without letting up. And when they try to get in the vehicle, they realize the door won't open and yell for someone to bring the equipment. They keep telling Team 7 that they're going to breach the door, ordering them to stand back. All this while, some of them keep shooting. But one of the soldiers gets overwhelmed by fear in the middle of the chaos, drops his weapon, and just curls up in a corner. While his comrades are dying right next to him, one of them calls out to the captain, saying that if they stay there, they're all going to die. But the captain tells them to shut up and hold on a little longer and just keeps firing at those things. But the zombies don't stop coming, swarming into their midst. And so, from 40 meters out, the monsters keep coming, and the sheer number of them arriving is completely impossible to stop. The captain orders them to prepare for close-quarters combat, and the monsters keep advancing. But then, he notices something different. A barrier moving towards the creatures. This energy starts to tear apart all the zombies in its path, and soon, only pieces of them are flying through the air. They wonder what the hell that was, but then they notice it's coming from above. It's the special unit, arriving to help. They're overjoyed by this, especially as the unit's leader lands right on top of the vehicle, and the reinforcements immediately start killing monsters left and right. And the blonde woman is still doing her work over there too, until she spins around to attack something behind her, thinking it's an enemy, but it turns out to be someone from the special unit. She's surprised to see him there and wonders to herself if this guy is a foreigner. But in the meantime, the leader of the special unit is unleashing a massive ability on those things, saying he'll deal with the leftovers and telling them to take cover. So Jor uses his shield to protect the blonde woman. Their leader uses the Claymore mana net to launch a bunch of energy orbs at the zombies, and the orbs stop near them. They don't understand what's happening, until he detonates them, exploding everything in a gigantic radius as debris flies everywhere. But since they're behind a shield, everyone is okay, despite all the destruction. And so, the helicopters are monitoring the situation from above, requesting an on-site report after the ground team checks for casualties. But then, they start to see something on the radar. Thinking it's strange, they report an unidentified object approaching rapidly. They question what it is. But it's already too late. By the time the pilot looks to the side, they're torn apart in midair. Meanwhile, the zombies are dropping dead, and the ones killing them are both the protagonist and the monk. And the children they were protecting are just watching in awe as things unfold. And the monk, seeing this, can't even believe it. The children shout that all the monsters are dead, calling out to Monk Jin. The woman with them tells them not to get too close, and the protagonist says that was fun, telling everyone it's time to go home now. The monk speaks to his benefactor, asking how he knew he had to come here. Then they ask the monk who that is. Jin tells everyone to say hi, but the protagonist sees something in the distance and realizes things are about to go south. A zombie manages to bite the monk's foot, and he starts to panic. Meanwhile, in Japan, they spot another portal. The street begins to split open, and a monster appears in the middle of the crowd, sending everyone running. People are fleeing with babies in their arms, crying in the streets. A mother loses her stroller, and it rolls into the middle of the street. But then, someone appears and grabs it, much to her surprise. And the one who shows up is Kitairo himself, there to save everyone. Then, a hooded figure arrives on the scene with a team, and they attack the monster. It returns fire, launching several fireballs in their direction. But in response, they use their defensive abilities to counter the fireballs, destroying all of them, before they split up and charge the monster. But Kitairo delivers a vertical slash, cutting the monster completely in two. He slices it with other diagonal cuts, killing it alongside his team, and various pieces of the creature fall to the ground. All the onlookers who were fleeing begin to give him a standing ovation for saving them. They shout that the hero's team saved everyone once again and continue to cheer for him, while the military moves in. And on the breaking news, it's reported that in Umeda, a district of Osaka, monsters appeared through a portal, devastating the area. And there would have been more casualties if it weren't for the hero's team, who were on their way back from a level 5 dungeon. Then, the commissioner of the supernatural department, Takeo, is talking about it, and a girl walking with Riro says he did a good job and finished it quickly. He asks what she's looking at, and she says it's a video about Park Do-han, asking if he remembers the druid she mentioned before. But he asks why she's surprised, wondering if he's trapped somewhere again. But she says no, explaining that this person was just a dungeon returnee. Just then, someone on TV talks about the protagonist, and Riro thinks he was right, wondering why they were making such a big fuss over a simple dungeon returnee. But then, he starts to notice something. He tells her to scroll down a bit, and that's when he sees it, realizing that the guy there is someone he's seen before, and a look of shock crosses his face. And the girl asks what's wrong, wondering if he knows someone in the picture, and Kitairo recognizes the boy as the 8th perverse. He's still young, but he's sure it's him. And, at this point in time, he should have lost his father and be living in an orphanage. And that's why he put him last on his kill list. The worst villain to ever come from Korea, the 8th perverse. He questions why he's here. No, it's not possible. Riro notices something else as he watches the report, and he's stunned as he mentions Jang Jaechul, saying that in the future, he would become the swordsman of hell, and he also remembers what the Buddhist would become in the future. The immortal destroyer, the Buddhist master monk Jin, and he wonders how all these people are gathered in one place. Apparently, the protagonist has a team of psychopaths. I mean, pseudo-psychopaths, or future psychopaths, because he's gathered everyone who was going to turn evil and made them into a good team. Then, the girl tells the hero to take a look at the video, saying she compiled it to show him and that she doesn't think it's been manipulated. But, watching it, he sees that the protagonist is actually destroying everything, in both his human and wolf forms, clearing out that dungeon. He's completely shocked, and the girl asks what he thinks, wondering if he isn't too strong for someone who came back from an F-rank dungeon. She says that's not the combat ability of a mere dungeon returnee. She says she believes the articles claiming he's an irregular, just like the hero, are true. And he's surprised by this, because there's no way an irregular who isn't in the records could exist. He realizes that this guy must be a regressor, like him, and he starts to wonder if the protagonist returned to the past and used his knowledge of the future to gather all the notorious villains, questioning why. But then, a startling thought hits him. Maybe the protagonist's goal is to gather people to change the future, just like him. If so, the perfect plan he created by regressing 500 years into the past could become useless. At that moment, the girl looks at him, finding it strange, and asks what the problem is, since Riro doesn't look well. He then thinks that he was going to visit him after the apocalypse began, but he tells Kiko that he thinks he needs to go to Korea very soon. She can't believe it. He says he needs to meet this druid, and she tells him he can't right now, but he demands to know what she's talking about. Meanwhile, the protagonist has returned home, and his house is turning into something like the Garden of Eden, and everyone who sees it is more than surprised. And all the children love the place after all. There's even an elephant there, and they notice there's cabbage, peppers, eggplant, sweet potatoes, corn, and tomatoes, all ripened in an instant. And they see apples, asking if they can eat them, and the monk says it's the first time he's ever seen magic like this. But then, one of the construction workers there asks how many plots of land they're going to need. But inside, there's even a vineyard with grapes for them to eat. Meanwhile, the house just keeps getting better and better. But outside, the team keeping watch reports to their superior that 37 squads, with 20 members each, and a total of 4 teams, have been inside for 28 hours since entry. And the first clear of the dungeon by the Sorro Clan's 5-member team took 2 hours. Model Dasher, 30, but their 8th clear only took 11 minutes, and she's surprised to see that time, noting that it means if they invest 10 hours a day in a level 4 dungeon, they can finish it in 4 days. And she's freaking out for only realizing this now because she knew they had agreed way too easily and she should have set a special condition limiting the number of raids. But meanwhile, Jack is all happy, holding an infernal blade. The protagonist says it's a welcome gift, asking if he likes it. He says, of course he likes it, saying that his sword was getting pretty dull. The streamer asks if it isn't a long sword that only those above B rank can buy. He says he won't be able to use it properly until he at least reaches B rank, and that he'll do his best to get there soon, thanking the protagonist. And the monk speaks to his benefactor, saying he also has a favor to ask. The protagonist asks what it is, and he says that the damage output of his staff is too low, and he'd like a powerful weapon that can land critical hits more accurately. And everyone wonders if that guy is really a monk. The streamer asks if he thought he was a nun, but the protagonist asks the monk what kind of weapon he wants. He says he wants a winged spear, but at his level, he can't afford one. The protagonist asks if he's talking about the one that costs 120 million won, saying it was ideally upgraded for A rank, and he buys it, asking if this is the one. Everyone is shocked to see him just buy it. The monk says that's the one, and when he takes the spear, he immediately shows that he really knows how to use it, thanking the protagonist and saying he will repay this debt with infinite curses and massacres. Then the group gets scared, questioning what he means by that by curses and massacres. The streamer says that Ryung's specialty is a type of area of effect buff. Then the protagonist asks Dong-soo if he needs anything. He says he already bought him one, showing the weapon the protagonist got for him and saying that it's more than enough. But still, he changes the subject, asking the protagonist why there's an elephant in his house. And so the monk says he noticed that too, and the protagonist asks what elephant they're talking about. Jasek looks at the group in shock, because they're an F-rank group in a level 4 dungeon. He wonders if it's okay for everyone to be so relaxed, saying he really can't get used to it. But the protagonist speaks to Junho, asking if he's taken his medicine, and Jasek, in the back, wonders what happens when that guy doesn't take his medicine, but the protagonist says he'll get the medicine for him. Meanwhile, Sorro is about to lose it, or at least, that's what Jasek thought. He just calls for everyone to enter with a little smirk on his face. And when Kiko tells Hiro they can't go, he asks why. She says that all the airlines have been shut down, and he asks what she's talking about. She shows him an article that came out a short while ago about a wyvern nest break and the resulting shutdown of the airlines. It says a plane from America heading to Singapore went down in a monster attack, and he's horrified. And she says it wasn't just the airlines that were blocked, the sea routes were too. And he wonders what the hell happened, because the wyvern break happened way too early. Just then, he gets a call and sees that it's the minister. The minister says he called due to an urgent problem. He asks what it is, and the minister says that it seems his team needs to go to Hokkaido immediately because a level 7 dungeon has appeared. He can hardly believe it, and Kiko is surprised too, remembering that, according to his prediction, an S-level dungeon was only supposed to appear 5 months from now, and he thinks that it's early because he's sure the wyvern dungeon break was supposed to happen within 3 months, and it would take more than a month for the world's air forces to deal with the monsters. But because they wouldn't be able to prevent the break of the level 7 dungeon, a worldwide crisis occurs. He thinks that everything is a mess, because if this continues, he won't be able to prepare for the things that are going to happen. And the only strange variable is Park Sorro. He's certain that bastard is a regressor too. He just hasn't been able to confirm it yet. But the others on his side could also become great talents in the future. He thought there was only one regression stone. He wonders if he also went back 20 years in time, just like him, but he thinks not, thinking that he might be from a more distant future than his own. Then that means he knows about his existence and his future. And if that's the case, he can't just leave him be anymore. He needs to meet with him, and the sooner, the better. If his goals are different from his own, then he will get rid of him for the salvation of the world. And he tells Kiko that they're going to Hokkaido first. She agrees, saying she'll continue gathering information on Park Sorro, and all the cars change their route. Meanwhile, the protagonist tells Mong Jin to use his area taunt, and so he does, calling out to everyone. And Dong-su tells the monk to sing louder, telling him to sing with feeling. So he keeps singing, drawing the attention of everything around them, and Jazik starts to get ready for battle. And from within that dark forest, things are coming. And the streamer says, "They're coming." And when the monsters emerge from inside, 40 meters away, the protagonist's brother starts to get excited. Jazik begins to tremble with fear, and those lizards rush towards them. And Dong-su says there are 125 lizard men coming from the front. The protagonist uses his spirits, unleashing them on those things with the tornado, lifting them all up and killing several at the same time. They notice that only one managed to escape, but Dong-su kills it quickly, earning 12 points and moving up to 13, killing all the ones that try to flee. But it turns out there are too many, and he can't do much. However, the monk steps forward using his draconic impulse, managing to kill several at once. They realize the monsters are falling, and the protagonist's brother charges forward, dying to skin something else. But Dong-su asks Jazik what he's doing, telling him to go hunt, but the boy is completely frozen and can barely do anything. As they advance, the lizard men start to look at the protagonist's team. Dong-su shoots the first one, killing it easily. Junho charges in, slicing everyone up, and Dong-su ends up nearly getting hit by a spear while missing a shot. But Ji-hyuk moves to the front, slicing through the monster's spear, saving him and dicing the creature to pieces. Dojun thanks him, saying he can only handle 10 at his current level. But Ji-hyuk's stress level is so high he starts going berserk, shredding that thing. And another one comes at him, and he manages to kill it quickly too. Dojun starts to realize that the damage from the Hellblade is immense, and because of that, he thinks the kid is on a completely different level. But Ji-hyuk wonders whether it's a big guild or not, remembering when he wanted to sign up with the Sheila Guild. But he feels like no other guild out there would take an E-rank mercenary into a level 4 dungeon. But as he's lost in thought killing that lizard man, a much larger, blood-red one appears beside him, and he realizes it's the lizard man king. At that moment, Smunro tries to charge in and actually manages to cut off the creature's arm. And Ji-hyuk also gains the confidence to tear it to shreds. The two of them manage to kill the monster with just a few attacks, and he's completely shocked. The protagonist himself can't believe what he's seeing, and neither can Dojun. They manage to kill the monster with no trouble at all. And Ji-hyuk is stunned after all. He just decapitated the Lizard King. Dojun speaks to Ji-hyuk, asking him seriously how he could have just killed the Lizard King. The kid doesn't really understand. Dojun says they're going to have to leave without the blood crystals once again, and he doesn't get it at all, realizing he really shouldn't have done that. He apologizes, saying he got carried away. And just like that, the portal appears, and the breach time is 5 minutes. The protagonist tells everyone to get out quickly, but they think it's a waste. They calculate they could get around 400 million if they took everything. But Dojun says they can come back later, telling him to forget it. Dojun changes the subject, saying he's suddenly craving some meatball skewers. He says they'll eat when they get back. But then the monk who's over there feels a pain in his foot, right where he was bitten, noticing his ankle is still bothering him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, they contact Team 2, asking for a status report. They say that 30% of the investigation in Sector 3 is complete. Nothing special. One of them, Park, found something, and they think there might be a chance he left something behind. But they say they've already finished analyzing the graffiti on the wall and that they're moving to the next sector. But then, they call Team 1. They warn them that 70 meters from their location, at their 4 o'clock, 6 spear-wielding lizards are approaching. The team leader acknowledges, telling Donjin and Sungu to go take care of it without drawing attention. They shouldn't forget the blood crystals. They move forward. Then, the captain calls the base, requesting the location of the Lizard King. They start searching, narrating the scout groups. But one of them says that at the rate they're going, it'll take a while to find that rare item. But he notices something to the side, so he activates his skill. 70 meters ahead of the base, 8 lizard warriors are heading toward their 3 o'clock. The monsters are getting closer, but he notices something, asking if the other guy can see it. He picks up a detonator for a bomb that's in the middle of the path. Talking about those damn lizards, he dares them to just try and get close, because he's going to blow them all to smithereens. But then, some drool falls right on his face. When he looks up, the Lizard King is breathing down his neck. He starts to panic, but he doesn't stand a chance. And while they're looting the lizards they killed, they hear a scream. The captain asks what that was. The report comes in. The base has been breached by the enemy. The fight is at the base, and everyone rushes back. But the lizards in their path try to stop them, only to be killed quickly. The leader orders everyone back to base, now. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the government is once again taking action against the zombies, and they're landing there. The soldiers on the ground say the necrotics are gathering, and they need helicopters to transport the wounded and the scout teams. They just keep coming, giving them no time to even think. They yell to grab those guys and get out of there fast. One of them tells the blonde woman that they received a distress call while they were on their way to the Gyeongbuk field. He says it looks like they arrived just in time, and she remembers they were supposed to meet up with the CDC. He explains that while they were responding to the 5 level 2 dungeon breaks in the field, even the teleportation portal exploded. So, the entire CDC is on the move now. They're going to escort the scout team until they meet up with the 2nd Armored Brigade. They can follow the CDC's instructions after that. But then the helicopter above them is hit by a fireball that completely destroys it. That fireball goes everywhere, and a gigantic, all-purple monster appears, attacking everything that moves. Then, a soldier says that's the end of the report, stating that it was the end of the video sent to them by the soldier with the recording ability from the 707 Alpha Special Forces team. He thought the department should be aware of it too. And the girl questions if he's saying there's been no news since then. He says a report should arrive when things are wrapped up, but she says no, that this isn't part of their route, questioning what they were doing there. The soldier has no answer, only telling her that if it's confirmed they did something wrong, she'll be informed by the disciplinary board. But she doesn't like that one bit, asking who the bastard is that put everyone in danger by driving into a necrotics red zone. She says if that bastard comes back alive, she'll kill him herself. But as she leaves that room, a message says the number she's calling is currently switched off or out of signal range. The captain stares, shocked. One of his men calls out that the portal is forming 120 meters away at their 9 o'clock, and the countdown to the gate breach is at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. But in that moment, the captain realizes what a complete humiliation this dungeon invasion was. Meanwhile, at the capital's Defense Command Center, a car pulls up. Kim So-young tells them they can speak. The officer then reports that Strike Team 1 has returned, but members Ram Shomi and Kinro are dead, and 2 others are seriously injured and are recovering. And just like that, Kim So-young is shocked to learn there were 4 casualties. She asks how there could be so many casualties on a raid of a level 4 dungeon. The officer explains that since they had to focus on reconnaissance as well, the team had to split up and the operation became difficult. After they recover, they plan to go back in within 2 hours, but Kim So-young tells them to wait. She says she'll check with the other teams to see if it's possible to replace some members, but the officer tells her they're still in the middle of their own operations. So she asks about any leads, questioning if they found anything. But the officer reports they were too busy with the rescue since their base was attacked, and there are no clues about the item. The officer says they've confirmed there's a 2-to-1 time difference, and that Team 1 was in the dungeon for 48 hours. But only 24 hours have passed here. She's stunned that the time is twice as fast. 10 years passed before Park Se-yoon returned. And if the time is twice as fast, that means he spent 20 years in the dungeon. She remembers him telling her that she'd only need to train for 1,000 years. She thinks to herself that they've already confirmed the 1,000 years Park Se-yoon mentioned wasn't a lie. But if the time in the dungeon was doubled, 500 years would have passed on Earth. But then she wonders how in the hell 1,000 years passed in there. She recognizes that the Seoro Guild's clear speed is just too fast, and they need to take that spot, even if it means expanding the strike teams. The officer says that the Seoro team stopped raiding after about 7 hours, with 50 clears. He says they aren't going to raid the level 4 dungeon in Seoro's territory anymore, and that they're heading to the department right now to update their cards. So she's surprised they stopped raiding. Meanwhile, John R. is the one driving, and everyone seems to have leveled up quite a bit. The protagonist asks if he's tired. He says he isn't, just that. This all feels like a dream. The protagonist asks what he's talking about. John R. thinks for a moment, saying that for 14 years he worked his ass off, but he never even dreamed of a level 4 dungeon. He'd never even been in a level 3 dungeon, and now he's cleared a level 4 50 times in a single day. The lizard warriors were already on the same level as bosses from level 1 and level 2 dungeons. He'd barely become a ranker, crawling at the bottom of the barrel for 3 years. And yet, on his very first day in the Seoro Guild, he became a D rank. And if he had joined the Sheila Guild, he'd probably still be going through rookie training right now. He wonders if this isn't all just a dream. So the protagonist asks if he wants him to hit him just to wake him up. But the kid says it's okay. As soon as they arrive, the protagonist gathers everyone and tells them to get this over with quickly so they can go eat lobster. When they go to do the test, the protagonist sees numerous eyes watching him, and he hears a voice say that something is observing him, and his information is being saved by it. He thinks to himself that the higher his level gets, the more clearly he can hear them. Then he remembers Kim So-young saying that the person who created the dimensional energy measurement device was a Dr. Toddler from England. She said she'd sent an email asking for permission to visit him and would let him know as soon as she gets a reply. The protagonist thinks that as soon as he gets permission, he needs to fly to England immediately. While he's thinking about this, his dimensional energy appears on the meter, and it's at 488. Idon-sul says his dimensional energy is way above C rank, and he doesn't know why he's only a C rank, but congratulates him. As he stands up, he wonders if everyone saw his level, surprised that he's the only one who can see other people's information. So he asks the doctor who made the status window system. But Don-su asks, "Don't level, inventory, and shop just appear when you awaken?" The doctor says it's more of a legend among engineers, but they call it the God's Stone. After the Great Cataclysm, it was a central item that revolutionized the dimensional energy industry, and no one understands a thing about it. The protagonist asks about it too, and Don-su says he thinks he's heard of it, explaining that after the Great Cataclysm, a large stone pillar with red scriptures appeared in Northern Europe. They discovered that the awakened there could see the status window after the rock appeared on Earth. The people who suffered from the Great Cataclysm worshipped it, claiming the texts on that pillar were a revelation from God. After God's revelation was deciphered, pieces of the pillar were scattered around the world by different ministers. And because of that, all the awakened in the world began to see their stats through the status window. The piece of that stone pillar is what you could call the dimensional CPU of the department's computer, which is also called the God Stone. And the department's dimensional computer, created with that God Stone, allows them to manage the status windows of the awakened. Don-su says he didn't know that, and the protagonist asks if this is some kind of evangelism, questioning what was in the deciphered content. The doctor talks about general information that we use today, like the awakening update system and how to use dimensional energy. It was a major discovery at the time. But then he asks if all these things are God's plan, and how he can meet God when he gets out of here. Don-su asks, "Don't you meet him when you die?" Well, that depends, right? Sometimes you don't. The protagonist wonders if that's true, but he also asks another question. What happens if someone drops a nuke during a dungeon break? Does the person who dropped the bomb awaken? But Don-su says there's no chance of that ever happening, because awakening is only possible with dimensional materials. He remembers that. But anyway, he congratulates everyone on leveling up. G's acting all goofy over there, saying it feels like a dream, but the other guy says he's been saying that for a while now. Then Junho, for his part, says that now that he's looking, a level 0 has appeared, and asks if it was from the level adjustment. Our protagonist says that the level 5 Orc Castle dungeon should still be there. So Jun asks why he wants to go back in there, and our guy explains that his savage level has increased a lot. After taming more gray wolves, he's going to go recruit more members for his family. Then Donsu asks what they should do, and our protagonist says they can go on an expedition with Jake so he can gain a lot of experience while he's away, telling them to focus on their teamwork. And so, everyone agrees, except Donsu. After all, he's the best one at carrying the loot. But then he also remembers something. Now that they've leveled up, his pension should have gone up too. And Junho says that even if they go into a dungeon for just one day, they make hundreds of millions. He's surprised the kid still cares about pensions, and he's only now starting to remember that they're rich. The monk is in disbelief that they managed to gather about 5 billion won from the level 4 dungeon today. Then he notices that they managed all that even after wasting a ton of blood crystals. But then Junho breaks down the earnings. The guild will get 50%, and the remaining 2.5 billion will be split between the 5 of them and deposited into their accounts. So he's shocked by this. I mean, 500 million for each of them? Besides, he didn't even do anything. And Donsu just says it's because Sorro is generous, but he insists that it's still way too much. But then our protagonist changes the subject out of nowhere, saying he's hungry and calling everyone to go eat lobster. And Donsu has a really flashy reaction, and everyone asks what he's talking about. He just says he might end up getting murdered soon, and once again, nobody understands a thing. And when they finally get there, the kid shows them the live stream screen, and Jae-hee is shocked by all that money. And they notice there's 1.1 billion from the United States, 400 million from Russia, 300 million from England, and 1.6 billion from Japan. And Donsu says it's probably the media, but Junho reminds him that it was already proven that he's a dungeon returnee and asks why they're still focused on him. Then Donsu tells him to look at the message, because they said they really appreciate the protagonist's ability to control plants, since the land occupied by humans has decreased exponentially. Most of the world's food has to be imported from the planet Aroka, and with Sorro, their food problem would be solved. They're saying it's impossible for them to starve to death if they stick close to our guy, calling him the absolute best. But the protagonist just asks why he thinks he's going to be killed. So Donsu says it's because they're throwing money at him, since they want to talk to him, but he won't show up. And if he doesn't show his face in 2 days, they're going to kill him. But our protagonist says again that he already told them no. He says the problem is that they just keep bugging him. So he got annoyed and pulled a prank while he was drunk. He just sent an email saying that Sorro doesn't want to meet them because it's not enough money. And with that, our protagonist is in a real jam, wondering what he should do. He asks if he could send a direct message to the investors with a video, saying that otherwise he's going to get canceled for fraud or get murdered, and he needs to return all the money. But it's just too much. Our protagonist agrees with him, saying it's fine. And Donsud is surprised, saying he'll deposit all the sponsorship and monetization money that came into the guild's account. Or better yet, he'll change the channel's name to the Seoro Guild while he's at it. And our protagonist says he gets it, telling him to record the video already, because they need to eat lobster. And the kid sits down in front of the PC, sets everything up, and tells everyone that he's Donsu from Dun's TV, announcing that finally, Park Sorro, the person everyone's been waiting for, has appeared. And Sorro would like to personally send a message to the donors from various countries. He hands it over to our protagonist, who gets right in front of the camera and says, "I'm not going," adding, "Right now, I'm going to eat lobster." And the kid is left behind, practically crying tears of blood, asking the protagonist, "What was that?" Then Junho asks what more he could possibly need, saying he thinks that was exactly what was called for. So the kid is just standing there stunned, but he ends up getting an email and calls out to the protagonist again, because they said he doesn't have to go and asked if they could visit him. Junho gets it, and our protagonist asks, "They want to come to me?" The kid says that's right, and that they'll come if he invites them, because they want to have a serious conversation with him. And so our protagonist just tells them to come to him, and Donsu is surprised. He says if they want to come, why would he stop them? And everyone agrees. But at that moment, Junho asks which country said that. He says it seems to be an organization from Japan. But meanwhile, the Japanese guy is in the middle of traffic, saying he's on his way. and another guy is on the phone saying he's on his way and that this is really annoying. That old man is so annoying. He tells the driver he's getting stressed out and invites him to a club. But just then, he gets another call and asks what's up, and his subordinate tells him that Park Sorro has finally appeared. He asks, "What? Where?" and is told that after eating with the other members of the Seoro Guild, he's heading towards the dungeon. So the director asks which dungeon it is. He says it's the level 5 one, where that incident happened last time, and it looks like he's about to go in. And at this, the director gets all happy, ordering his people to get him first. Meanwhile, at another agency, the director calls his subordinate, who asks how he can help him. But the director asks if the group Vitamin doesn't have a member named Soun, mentioning that in her last interview, she said her ideal type is Park Sorro, and that guy agrees with it. So the director says they're releasing a new song soon and asks why they don't try some scandal marketing this time. And the bald guy has no idea what he's talking about. But then the director tells the driver to turn around, because they're going to pick up a client, and he just agrees, pulling a U-turn in the middle of the avenue like it's nothing, shattering the traffic code to pieces. The rulebook itself must be weeping right now. And just then, the chairman calls the director, asking why he isn't there. He says that he's working very hard for his DGB group at this very moment. Model, wondering how he could treat him like that. But the president isn't having any of it, demanding to know what he's plotting this time. He tells his son to get his ass over there immediately, because they'll see where he ends up if he goes anywhere else. But the director tells his father not to worry, asking if he isn't the sole heir to his DGB group, and says that this time he's going to do something that will help the group. But then his father asks what kind of incident he's trying to create this time. He says it's Park Sorro and that he's going to recruit him, but the president questions why he thinks he'll go there, since he already told Director General Xian not to cause trouble and to return to the main office right away. But he tells his father that he has his own plans, too, and his father asks, "What was that?" But he just hangs up and wonders to himself how there can be such a lack of trust in his own heir and, after saying that, he calls Sun, asking how she is. And she says they told her he was going to introduce her to Park Sorro and asks if it's true. He says he's on his way to the office right now, telling her to go to the main entrance, and he thinks to himself that everything is ready. But he's filled with hatred for the director, wondering how that old fox dares to try and steal the credit for his work. He says that young people should deal with young people, and even if the target is Park Sorro, with Sun from the idol group Vitamin, he won't be able to resist. And if he succeeds, he won't have to hide in the shadows and can comfortably inherit his father's group. So much so that the sky won't even be the limit. Meanwhile, at that same location, amidst several zombies, a helicopter is descending. A drone emerges from it and scans the entire area. On the thermal sensor, they notice there are several goblins around, and one of them comments that it's not like they're looking for a mouse. And he's indignant, questioning why they need highly trained soldiers like them and state-of-the-art equipment just to find some bum. Thinking it's already a pain in the ass to be called in on his day off, he wants to get this over with and go for a drink. But one of them notices something on the sensor, asking if that isn't a human. So they send the drones further to the left, and, sure enough, someone appears. And they finally found him. That guy with the scar on his eye is really pissed at them, because not only did they use him, now they want to capture him. They tell him to stay right there, because they're coming for him. But they draw too much attention and several goblins appear. They notice he's been surrounded, until he's face to face with a drooling goblin. And the men say they have to save him, telling them to go now. But the guy panics and shoots a goblin right in the head, then starts running. The others charge at him, wanting to kill him, while the helicopter slowly descends to save him in time. That's just how it is. When you call 911, it takes a while. It takes a while for them to come. Help is always slow. And so he runs for his life, but is almost hit. However, he turns around and shoots one of those things. However, the others keep coming after him. While climbing the stairs, he ends up tripping, falling flat on his face and dropping his gun. Then, one of the goblins pounces on him, about to kill him. However, the monster's head explodes, and the guy wonders, what is he seeing? The rescue team has finally arrived. They say they are the former DGB team and tell him to surrender, but he continues to struggle. However, somewhere else, the director that the owner's son is pissed at receives a call. He's told that the Exvo team's target has been secured, and he says it was good work, telling them to store him in the warehouse properly. As for the owner's son, he's left wondering how this happened, and his subordinate apologizes. He says he told him to leave him there until he arrived, but the subordinate tries to explain. After all, he was face to face with Park Sorro, and everyone wanted to talk to him since he was entering a dungeon all by himself. So he went to talk to the kid, saying he was from the DGB group and handing him a card. But the protagonist literally doesn't give a damn and just walks right into the portal. He says the kid was really, really fast. He went in like a flash of lightning and ignored him as if he were nothing. And so the owner's son gets even more pissed, while the subordinate can't stop apologizing. He asks how many days it took for him to come out last time, and the subordinate says that 2 people went in, and it took exactly 4 days and 11 hours and 27 minutes. He's surprised by all that time, asking if the other is saying it will take 8 days since he went in alone. But then he asks, by the way, how did he go in completely alone? Because this is still a level 5 dungeon, and he's insane. The subordinate thinks that he might actually die this time, and the idol in the car asks him how long it will take for her to meet Park Sorro, and so he just keeps saying that this is so irritating, leaving the girl hanging in there. Meanwhile, the protagonist inside that dungeon defeats hundreds of thousands of goblins and looks at his status window. His conquest points are 4,997, and his wild druid points are 350. The beast farm is opened. It requires 5,000 conquest points and also 300 or more wild points. He says he has enough wild points, but still needs 3 conquest points. Then he senses something among all those bodies, wondering if there's still one alive, and uses track to feel for something. And one of those things is indeed still breathing in there. So he braces himself, lunges at it, and kills it in a single blow. With that, he gets 23 conquest points, also picking up a stone. Everything goes into his inventory, and he has 11 available slots, and his conquest points exceed the required amount. The system asks if he would like to open the beast farm for 5,000 conquest points. So the protagonist agrees and opens the beast farm. They ask him to choose the location for the farm, and he marks out his own land. The system says the beast capacity is at 100 and the number of tamed beasts is 24, with 22 gray wolves, 1 hybrid, and 1 pigeon. And the protagonist doesn't quite understand what this hybrid is. At least he's referring to the BG Go. But then the goblins charge at him, not giving him time to think. The system tells him to enter the summoning command, and he doesn't quite understand as the orcs rush towards him. And so, thinking of the command, he speaks it quickly as he raises his hand, summoning a familiar. All of his summons gather at the same moment, and the wolves emerge from a portal, appearing right there to fight against those orcs. And he's really enjoying this. Some pigeons show up too, an even big guy, and the monsters charge forward right alongside him. And he wonders, how about they hit 100 today? Meanwhile, over with the rich boy director, he says the crew isn't looking so good today, but the other guy says it's fine, so he orders them to call some hotties over. But he ends up getting a call from the MIB. He asks what it is, but gets a shock when he realizes that Park Soun got out. Hearing this, he tells his assistant to do his job properly, asking if he's drunk and how the guy who went in alone could possibly get out a few hours later. But then he gets an even bigger surprise, because our hero went back in. He says yes, explaining that, according to the lady at the snack bar, this is already the 2nd time. Actually, he had already left, about 2 hours ago, but the director doesn't understand a thing that's going on, asking if he really thinks he's going to believe that. However, Aiden gets a call from him, and she's surprised that he's calling her now. Meanwhile, the protagonist is killing those orcs again and again with absurd ease. As he's messing around on the battlefield, he sees a shower of arrows coming for him and orders all the wolves to fall back, opening a portal for each one, letting them escape without getting hit by a single arrow. And our hero also uses his transmutation ability to sprout wings and start flying around. He flies up over that wall, going right for the orcs that are firing the arrows and swooping down on them. He spreads his wings and starts killing everyone there with his tornado, until he notices something a hooded monster coming right at him. So he runs from that monster. And the monster, it turns out, is the three-eyed orc king. So he activates his beast transformation. But two of his entities are still on cooldown. He says that this time, it's the gray wolf merging with his wolves and using a new transformation, turning into a werewolf. So that orc charges at him, but he couldn't care less. After all, he doesn't understand the orc language and just plants his fist right in the monster's face, sending it flying backward with a single punch. Then he uses the tornado to start the finisher, launching the monster into the air and meeting it with a kick, this time slamming it into the ground with everything he's got, embedding it in the dirt. And the king even thinks about getting up, but our hero comes crashing down on him with both feet, killing that thing and leveling up again. He gets 238 conquest points and the gate opens 450 meters to the southwest, and the 15-minute countdown begins. But while he's at it, other orcs appear. But he takes off running, using tame on all the wolves around there, calling all of them to get out, and he uses summon to get them out of there, using his portals, and runs to the human portal, leaving once again. Then he says that it seems the side effects are different from when he merged with his beast farm. From level 1, he's now reached 88 tamed beasts. He says that if he does it one more time, he can fill the 100 slots and level up his beast farm. But then the idol walks up to him. He asks who she is, and she asks if he's Park Sayun, all flirty, trying to put the moves on our big wolf. You can't just come at him like that. The last one who tried got an indecent proposal. You better be careful, you know? The guy spent 1,000 years without any snoo-snoo. At least that's what I want to believe, especially since he was on a planet with only animals. So I'm gonna maintain my innocence here and just continue with the recap. And everyone who sees the girl there realizes she's the idol and goes crazy seeing her next to Park Sayun. They start wondering if they're dating. They ask if that's really what's happening and everyone is cheering. For what? Who knows, right? But everyone is hyped. And so that guy talks to the director, saying they finally met, and he gets all excited, asking if he got Sayun. She says he's definitely different, and Park Sayun is reacting to her. The director acts like it's obvious he would do that, because Park Sayun is a man, too. And at this, they go nuts seeing them heading to a coffee shop together. The director is overjoyed, because this is exactly what he expected from Song, saying he's on his way and telling them not to let him leave, telling his driver to step on it. But then, he finally arrives nearby, and the director is shocked, asking where Park Sayun went. The girl just cries. She says she really did go over there with Park Sayun, but he said he was just thirsty and left after one drink. So the director asks why. And the girl reveals that he said he didn't like her because she was weak. And so he asks if she's on drugs, but the girl says no and that it's annoying, declaring she's going to awaken. The director is asking what the hell happened, and the assistant explains that he said his woman has to be strong, and so he gets desperate. The assistant says he thinks there's a qualified person among the awakened of his clan, and the director asks who it is. He says there's that one, Mi Jung, the ranker. She seems super strong. Yeah, I unironically think our hero would be into her. It's a matter of taste, you know? I think he'd like her. And the director gets pissed off at him, because that weirdo really has strange tastes, and asks where he went, and the assistant says he went straight back to the dungeon, and the director realizes things have gotten complicated again. But then he sees Park Sayun coming out again. The director asks what he's talking about, and our hero is really there with a little smirk on his face. He thinks this is unbelievable, since it's only been a few minutes since he went in. And so he takes off running, saying that they have to get him this time. They run up to our hero, who doesn't understand a thing. He asks what's up, and the director asks to speak with Sayun for a moment, introducing himself. But he just walks away, not giving a damn what he has to say. He even asks his assistant if Sayun just ignored him and went back in. He says it looks that way, and the guy starts cussing him out. But then the assistant tells him to calm down, but he keeps throwing a fit, demanding, "Didn't you see that bastard ignoring me?" He tells him his voice is getting a little loud, asking him to stop. And just then, someone else arrives, advising the same thing, for him to stop, please. He demands to know who said that, and it turns out to be the chief secretary arriving. The assistant bows before him, and the chief secretary says that there are a lot of eyes on them, so it would be better if he lowered his tone. And everyone is surprised to find out that's the director of the DGB. Realizing he'd been ignored by Park Sorro, he got pissed off, wondering what kind of incident that brute was going to cause this time. And the director is furious, because if these kinds of rumors start to spread, he'll be in an even worse position. He says that, apparently, he made a mistake, and the chief secretary says he'll take it from here. He then asks why he doesn't just call it a day, but the director gets pissed at the old man, saying it's still the job that he started. But the secretary says he did everything he could for one day and that there will be plenty of time to get closer to Park Sorro in the future. So the director asks, "Is that so?" He agrees and says it seems a little too late to get close to him now, adding that he'll leave it to the secretary. But as soon as he leaves, he gets really pissed off at that annoying old man. And the secretary speaks with his superior, saying that he's currently waiting at the dungeon entrance. And the chief director asks if Xiao Rohan's guild made a mess. And the chief secretary says that, more than that, Park Sorro's ability to clear dungeons is exceeding expectations. He says it really needed to be this way, and that's why they're putting so much effort into Park Sorro. The protagonist comes out again in just a few short minutes and says he's gathered 100 familiars. And when the beast farm gets to level 2, he'll have 200, and to get 200, he'll have to go back in one more time. At that point, he's getting hungry, saying he'll stop there so he can get something to eat. He notices the secretary in front of him, who tries to greet the protagonist. And Sorro starts to realize that a lot of people are looking for him today, and the secretary introduces himself as Xian Damong, the chief secretary of the DGB. The protagonist recognizes it as the guild that manages this dungeon. And Damong says that yes, that's correct. He says that he came to apologize for the incident that occurred. The protagonist asks about it, wondering if it was the previous incident. And he's talking about the incident where he entered a level 5 dungeon. But the protagonist asks why he's only showing up now, and he says it took them a while to prepare a sincere apology, one that wasn't just empty words. And the protagonist questions this sincere apology of his. He says that, on top of that, he'd really like to thank the kid, who is still confused. He explains that because of him, the gate became famous, and the commercial industries in the neighborhood have been revitalized, and everyone wonders who that person is, since Sorro is actually listening this time. So Damong says they've prepared something in return, and, to start things off, asks what he thinks of the idea of going on the best culinary adventure in the 4th district, where they've made a reservation for them to continue their conversation. And just like that, the protagonist likes the sound of this. He's hungry, so he says that sounds good. Damong says the car is right over there, and the protagonist just agrees, even liking the car. Meanwhile, the rest of his team gets home, and Dunson says that it was a truly fantastic day. All while Jeek was saying they ate lobster and had some drinks for the first time in a long time. And there's nothing you can do about Master Mean, but it's a shame that Jun couldn't drink since he had to drive. Dunson starts to realize it would be great if they had a driver, and they think that they need to recruit more people. But then Dunson is startled and Jun asks what's wrong. He says he was supposed to meet with those who applied to their guild tonight, and he asks why he's only bringing this up now. He says he forgot while he was eating, but Mon says he was also supposed to go to the construction office today. And if this happens again tomorrow, it's going to be bad. But Sorro says that if it happens again, of course they have to choose lobster and alcohol one more time. But as they enter the place, Jun asks if Jean Rohan himself shouldn't be conducting the interviews. He says that's true, but he doesn't even have a mercenary license yet. He's only listed as a porter on the team, and Mon tells him he should get his mercenary license first. And he says the application for the mercenary test is tomorrow, while Jeek says he probably won't have much time until he passes. And Dunson says he needs to run a bunch of dungeons, but he also has a lot of other tasks. He apologizes again, but the kid says that Sorro will probably do something about it. And Mon says he heard that in situations like this, the guildmaster is the one who handles everything, and they all agree, as his son and grandma come to greet him. And back with the protagonist, he says the food was great, after having eaten with the other man. So Damong says he's glad he liked it, but the protagonist gets straight to the point, because it's the best food money can buy. Besides that, He came with 5 pickup trucks, with the best accessories, costing 300 million each, asking if that isn't a bit much. And Demong asks how it could be too much when he almost lost his life. And they still have other gifts to give him. Meanwhile, at a port near several shipping containers, a guy has a bloody mouth with teeth missing, just ordering someone to kill something. And the protagonist, along with Demong, asks about this gift, since he seems to want to spend a lot of money using this as an excuse. He says the kid is pretty good at making jokes, but the protagonist then tells him to just say what he wants. He says he'll get straight to the point, saying that his group would like to officially partner with the Seoro Guild. And as he knows, the DGB Guild hasn't yet been able to reach a position where it can represent one of the 12 sectors of Seoul. This is because they haven't been able to create a level 6 combat team. Even with the support of the biggest financial backer in Korea, they couldn't do it. And when it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. And the protagonist realizes that must have hurt his pride. And he says the chairman has been going through some tough times. But the protagonist says he has no interest in becoming one of the guilds that represent the 12 sectors of Seoul. He says that the 12 sectors of Seoul are not his goal either, and the protagonist then asks what is. And Demong says that the DGB would like to open the 13th sector with the Seoro Guild, and the protagonist doesn't understand at all. He explains that, just as with the 12 sectors in Seoul, if there is a level 6 guild somewhere, a city begins to form around it. But currently, the guilds within the 12 sectors of Seoul have been having a really hard time whenever a level 6 dungeon appears, and because of that, the citizens are getting anxious. But what if a 13th guild were to appear, one that could put an end to people's worries? People would start moving to the 13th sector, and the price of land would increase at an insane rate. And they're sure the Seoro Guild can fulfill people's hopes, but there's one problem the guild can't overcome. He doesn't understand what this problem is, and states that the Seoro Guild doesn't have the manpower or experience to create and manage a city. It's going to need dungeon parties, dungeon managers, and to plan and build the city, all while cooperating with the government and making deals with various companies. So the protagonist asks if, because they have experience and money but not strength, he wants them to lend their strength to create a city. He says that he saw an opportunity in the Seoro Guild and that they would like to invest in it, asking if the protagonist thinks he can do it with just his guild members. Then Demong asks why he thinks all the top guilds in Korea don't get help from the government, but from large corporations instead. He says he can assure him that his DGB group can be the best partner for the Seoro Guild. The protagonist notes that they want to monopolize the construction of residential areas and commerce around the dungeon. But there's also nothing wrong with what he just said, because he himself recognizes that his guild doesn't yet have the ability to manage such details, and, at first glance, DGB would be the best option. The protagonist says he'll think about it, since it's not like the emergence of the 13th sector is going to be quick. Demong just thanks him and wonders if Park Se-yoon's behavioral report didn't reveal that he was a very simple guy, that he eats a lot, likes gifts, is stupid, and loves animals, questioning if the gifts weren't enough. The protagonist says it's getting late, stating that he'd better get going. However, Demong says it seems he has forgotten, adding that there's still one more gift. The protagonist doesn't quite understand. He says it was very difficult to find him, and the boy asks what it is. He says that as soon as the man was put on the wanted list, he escaped the fields and went into hiding. An investigation by the DGB Guild uncovered the identity of the president of the Yongar Loan Company. The protagonist doesn't understand any of it. Demong says yes, stating that he was considered dead, so he can do whatever he wants with him. But the protagonist says they didn't need to do that, telling him to do whatever he wants with that guy. Demong doesn't quite understand. The protagonist says he'll die even if he leaves him alone, so he doesn't care about him anymore. But Demong says he suffered a lot because of that man, asking if they shouldn't at least see him. But the protagonist says no, questioning why he would do something so troublesome, telling Demong to just throw him into some random dungeon. Demong doesn't understand at all, and the protagonist takes out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, his brother is fighting with his son. The phone rings and he answers the protagonist, surprised that he's calling at this hour. The protagonist says yes. Now would be perfect. His brother asks what happened, and Sayunwoo just tells Junru that there's someone who wants to see him. He says he'll send the address, so he just has to go there. Junru is surprised to see it's the DGB distribution center. The protagonist leaves in the new car provided by Demyong and tells them to leave the matter with his brother for him to handle. Demyong agrees, asking him to please consider them family and call whenever he wishes. And with that, he leaves. The president of DGB calls one of the company's superiors, asking if he's still at the office. He replies that he always is, asking why he's calling at this time of night. Then the president says that Chief Secretary Soun met with Sayunwoo a few minutes ago and that it seems the conversation was quite positive. The superior thanks him, and the president says he doesn't need to thank him because he has to repay the investment somehow. Soon, all the runaways from the Ganwang region will come running to Sayunwoo's land. Then the president says that a large-scale construction of residences and urban areas will have to be carried out. He agrees, saying that they must help each other in this difficult world. Meanwhile, the protagonist's brother finally arrives at the DGB facility. Then they ask if he's Junru and tell him to follow them. The loan shark they caught is all beaten up, tied to a chair. Even in that state, he's still threatening anyone and everyone. But then the door starts to open and he begins to say he was just kidding, apologizing and saying he's just hungry. But as soon as Junru looks at him, he's very surprised and asks who that is. At that moment, Junru recognizes him instantly, and the guy recognizes Junru too. They greet each other. But then the loan shark asks why Junru is there, and he replies that he was told someone wanted to see him. The guy starts to laugh, saying he's the same as always, and Junru doesn't understand. Then the loan shark asks if his brother came with him, but Junru says no. He starts to smile, but Junru asks why he wanted to see him. He says he wants to apologize. Junru gets serious, and the loan shark says that on that day he attacked him because his brother beat up his boys. He says he was a little angry, but Junru says it's okay, it's in the past. The loan shark thanks him and brings up the incident about someone tricking his brother into going to a level 5 dungeon, saying it wasn't him. Junru just looks at him, and the loan shark tells him to stop and think for a second, asking if he really thinks a mere loan shark like him could pull something like that off. He says it was all planned by the DGB Guild and that they want to use his brother to make money, and he's just the scapegoat. At this, Junru says he must be feeling wronged. He replies that of course he is, very wronged, telling Junru to look at him. Because his business went bankrupt, he had to escape to the fields, and now it looks like he's going to die here. Junru just says it's a shame and says he's leaving. The loan shark asks him to wait, asking if he can help him get out of that place. Because despite everything, he lent him money when he was going through a hard time and got a job for Gungu's mother. But he then realizes he's said too much, because she told him not to talk about it. Junru asks about Gungu's mother, questioning him about the job he arranged for her. He says he used to manage the employment center in Hungary and she came to him, saying things were really tough. She begged him to help her get a job, and he remembers when he arrived at her house, breaking down the door. Noticing her husband isn't there yet again, he tells her the interest is piling up into a mountain and her family is suffering like this all because that man of hers is incompetent, and she just begged them not to kill her. But he asks her, "Who said anything about killing you, a beauty like you?" And she keeps begging him, "Please, don't do anything." But he just talks about all this suffering, all because she married an incompetent man. Then he asks if there's anything to eat in the house. He asks if she wants him to get her a job, saying that with a face like hers, she could probably pay off the debt in less than 3 months. But through it all, she just begs him not to kill her. He asks if she's tired of living like this, because nowadays, a woman's life can change in an instant. And with that, he leaves some money and his offer on the table, telling her to call him after she's thought about it. Because the next time they come, if they don't find her husband, they're taking her instead. She just cried as she watched him leave. And then, Junro asks him if Gungu's mother had been to his office, and he reveals that she had. When she disappeared, she begged so pitifully while holding Gungu, and Junro is just destroyed by this. Because when he got home, it was just his son and a note. In it, she said she was tired of living with him and told him not to look for her. But then he asks if Ajota knows where Gungu's mother is, and he says that if they let him out of there, he'll take him to her. But the look he's giving Ajota is not a friendly one. Meanwhile, the protagonist is heading home and gets a message. It's a reply to the email he sent Dr. Toddler, saying he wants to meet him in England. And the protagonist is thrilled that it's finally happening. He remembers Kim So-young telling him that Dr. Toddler was the one who invented the dimensional energy measurement device, and also the blood crystal generator. He's the one who started the era of the dimension industry, and the protagonist thinks that he might know about the connection between the secret of mixed time, the dimensional rifts, and the planet he was on. And maybe there's a way to reunite with his siblings. So he calls someone, but the person he's calling doesn't pick up. This immediately worries him, and he tells the driver to turn around. The driver asks him where he'd like to go, and he tells him the DGB container. But while he's on his way, Ajota is leaving the place with Junho, telling everyone to go to hell and cursing them out. He thanks Junho while concentrating on driving. They speed away from there, and Junho heads to a spot with Ajota. When they get there, Ajota calls out to him, saying they've arrived. He wakes up, asking if they're already there, and says he had a great nap. He notes that it's a pickup truck, but it's pretty comfortable, commenting that Junho has moved up in the world. But Junho asks if Gungu's mother is there, and he says yes, that his guys will take him to her in a minute. And just like that, they arrive with Junho, surrounding the whole car, and Ajota yells out to them, asking, "What's up?" And they're all surprised, realizing that's the boss of Yongar, and shocked that he's still alive. They say they thought he'd been caught and killed. He says he almost died this time, but they ask who the guy next to him is, then notice it's Junho and start cursing him out. They're surprised it's that loser, Park Jun, saying the piece of crap got lucky because of the car. And Ajota says that Junho wants to find his wife. He tells them to take him there, and so they start making fun of Junho, asking if he came to find his runaway wife. They ask if her name was Mig Jung, telling him he can go on ahead, because she's in that building. And when they open the door, they shove the guy inside and ask what he's doing, telling him to get in there, saying he wanted to see his wife. Then they start to laugh and order them to turn on the lights. And when the floodlights switch on, he sees a gruesome scene, a meat grinder, with the wall behind it splattered in blood. He doesn't understand any of it. And Ajota says, "Yeah, there are a lot of grinders," explaining that this place used to be a really popular grinder rental company. And one of them asks if Mig Jung was in the second batch, but the other one doesn't even know, because they put through more than 200 bags of meat. How's he supposed to remember? At that, Junho asks, "Where is my son's mother?" But Ajota just hits him, knocking the guy to the ground, and simply says they threw her in the grinder and did her a favor that she should have known how to repay him. And they all start chiming in that she wasn't grateful, that she could have lived there and been loved. And they question how her husband could ever have a good life with that irritating personality of hers. They say to Junho that his wife isn't the important thing right now. And Ajota starts laying into him with a baseball bat, screaming, can't he see that his business went under because of his brother? And he just takes the beating in silence. And everyone there, watching their boss beat him, are surprised, saying he's going to end up killing the guy and that it won't be any fun if he kills him now. He says he's going to get revenge on his brother, asking how he should kill him to feel better. And he asks if he has any idea how many sleepless nights he's spent thinking about it. And Junho is just rolling on the floor, coughing. Ajota looks down at him, sees he's still in one piece, and says he's holding up better than he thought. He tells them to throw water on him when he passes out. And just like that, Junho starts thinking. He's going to kill every last one of them. And he remembers these psychopathic thoughts he's had his whole life, remembering how he used to think that as long as he graduated high school, he'd be free from everyone's torment. But even after becoming an adult, he could never see the light at the end of the tunnel. And gore-filled video games were the only way he could escape his hellish reality, and Mig Jung was the only person who ever got close to someone like him. And later in life, after they had a family, the idiot would stay up all night playing games, screaming next to his wife and son, cursing God and everyone else, taking out his anger at the real world on the game. And all she could do was cry in despair, stuck with an idiot like that. And he remembers that the only things he could ever give her were the ramblings of someone escaping reality and extreme poverty. And then one of the idiots turns on that machine for his boss, and he tells Junho to get up, saying that beating him is just too tiring, saying it's better if he just goes to meet his wife now. And as this is happening, Junho thinks that if they ever meet again, he wants to beg her to give him another chance. And so he tells him that, like his wife, they're going to break his ankles slowly, very slowly, starting with his feet. Then he calls the guy with the sledgehammer to get started. He tells the kid to grit his teeth as he gets ready to smash Jun's feet with a sledgehammer, and the other guy in the back thinks about how much that's going to hurt. But then Jun thanks them for making him remember the past, and everyone, seeing that he can speak perfectly fine, gets scared. And Jun says that a scumbag like him needs to feel pain, but nothing hurts. So he wonders what he's even talking about. Meanwhile, the sledgehammer guy swings at Jun, or at least where he was supposed to be. Jun gets up and rips both of the guy's arms off in a single attack, and he falls down screaming, gushing blood and terrifying the others there. And their leader is scared to death. Jun says that after Gum's mother was gone, he promised he wouldn't do things like this. Then they're all shocked, because that guy over there has awakened. Jun tells them he can't let them live, and everyone finally realizes he's an awakened being and starts running, but he finishes off every single one of them in spectacular fashion. And the leader, Aota, is completely helpless, just frozen in place, and Jun rushes at all of them, dicing them to pieces. He rips off heads, throws them every which way, and everyone runs for their lives in desperation. But Jun hunts down every last one of them, making mincemeat out of them. They start calling for the snipers, asking, "Where are they?" But actually, the one nearby is the protagonist, who's already taken care of all those long-range rifles and, watching this, is pleased. Then one of the men asks if his brother is okay, and he says he just needs to handle the aftermath so none of this becomes a problem later. And the CIS worker says that most of them are people who've had their social security numbers canceled, so the government won't even care. And Jun just keeps doing what he wants down there. And the protagonist thinks that the brat really has awakened. He's going to be fine now, even without him. And then he starts his psycho smile, hunting humans this time. Man, I really enjoyed that. If they did that to the kid's mom, I thought she'd just fallen into the wrong line of work or something, man. But they just took advantage of her. They tortured her and put her through the ringer. That part of the story was a bit hardcore, but I'm so glad I got to see this revenge. And after that, in other places, several teams are dealing with gigantic monsters, and they say all of Gyeonggi-do seems to be getting safer with the help of Seoul's special forces, Busan and Gwangju province too. But the rumors that the guilds can't handle the explosive increase in the number of dungeons on their own is making the public's anxiety grow with each passing day. And at that moment, they can hear the soldiers' cheers along with what they could call Korea's strongest combat team, the 707th Special Forces, and everyone, seeing them pass by, calls them the Black Berets. They tell them to look at Hongsae and say it looks like the Special Forces are returning to the Provincial Defense Force's temporary barracks after completing their mission. And they keep cheering for Hongsae, and Kim So-young doesn't like that one bit, because if she was alive, she could have at least called. And then they also start talking about Song's scandal. She's the scandal machine of the most popular girl group, Vitamin, which is about to release a new song, and they show the recording of her with the protagonist. And soon, a rumor starts that the two of them are dating, and everyone seeing it starts to buy into the idea. Some want to say it's a lie, but the blonde girl, seeing this, also gets super pissed, just wanting to grab the protagonist and beat the hell out of him. Meanwhile, the protagonist's Dungeon Team 1 continues to get their butts kicked and complain that they suddenly increased the total number of teams to 12. So, the number of explorers increased, but they haven't received any news about these treasures he's looking for. And Kim So-young remains thoughtful, remembering the protagonist told her she just needs to train for 1,000 years. And she remembers when the captain told the blonde girl that he just doesn't want anyone else to know after all. Who would want to reveal their secrets to the rest of the world? But she told him he wasn't like that, and So is starting to believe it. She realizes she should focus more on Park Seoro and not on the level 4 dungeon, realizing they've really been doing all this for nothing. Then she gets a call from the protagonist himself, who asks if she managed to find his brother that day. And he says yes, thanks to her, and that he's curious about something. He asks what happens when an awakened being is bitten by a necrovile. She questions why and asks if someone was bitten. He confirms that the monk was. He's in a really bad state in his bed, and that bite just keeps getting bigger. The guy's already mixing prayers with curses. He tells Kim So-young it's just curiosity, but he knows the truth, because the monk is going through a transformation and is about to turn into a zombie. And So says that according to the report, there are 38 cases of awakened beings who were infected by a necrovile, and he asks what happens. And she says that on the 48th day of observation, 2 died due to a sudden case of leukemia, and 26 ended up bald. And 7 said that, aside from sporadic pain in the bite area, they didn't feel anything else. But 3 F-rankers turned into necroviles, and the symptoms are a high fever, body-wide pain, and their corneas turning red. And the lower the awakens level, the higher the chance of them turning into a zombie. And that's what's happening to our monk right now. His eye is completely taken over by severely bulging veins, and the protagonist then asks her if he goes into quarantine after being bitten. And she says they're treated at the accommodation facilities of the International Disease Control Center in Australia, and there's also a clinical trial for the vaccine. And with that, the protagonist thinks the monk is going to go through that. But while walking down the street, he passes by a guy riding on amulets. As the protagonist passes, he stops to take a look at that little stall and speaks to the guy. And the man says he hasn't seen him in a long time, asking if he needs more medicine for his brother. But the protagonist says no, explaining that this time a guy was bitten on the leg by a sick person. And hearing this, he's surprised. And the protagonist asks if he has any medicine that works, saying that what he gave his brother was working. And so, that guy says he had a remedy that could treat everything, from a kitchen cut to a rabid dog. Then he hands that pot of ointment to the protagonist, saying he just has to apply it. And the protagonist reads the name of that stuff, anti-flam. The man tells him to apply it to the wound before eating, twice a day, morning and night, saying it should take effect after a week. The protagonist asks how much it costs, and the man says that since it's his second purchase, he'll make it cheap. And one can goes for 4 million won, but he'll sell it to him for just 1.2 million. He says he can give him 10 cans so he'll have more than enough. He says, of course, and the protagonist says he won't forget this favor. However, the hooded man says that if he goes into convulsions, he should knock him out, saying it will stop spreading. And the protagonist takes it with him and leaves. But then some guards arrive, telling the man to stop selling things there. And he just grabs his stuff and gets the hell out of there, jumping from that spot. And they say they can't see him anymore, asking where he went. But only a pigeon flies out from there. I'm getting a feeling this guy is a little more than he seems. One of those hidden masters who pretend to be one thing, but are something completely different. Meanwhile, the monk is in a horrible situation, and everyone is thinking that Sayunwoo is taking way too long. And the protagonist starts to ask if Monk Myungin is turning into a monster, and Dansu says he probably is. And the monk starts to scream. Dansu thinks it's better to kill him quickly, but then Ji-hwan questions what that is, and he says it's the final trap. Dansu asks if the monk will die if he presses this button, and he actually presses it. But not much really happens, and they're all surprised. While the monk continues to writhe and the boy is surprised that nothing happened. I'm starting to think the protagonist was right. This kid's kind of a psycho. Check this out. Keep an eye on him, because I think the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Or maybe it's the other way around. And Ji-won gets all freaked out by this. Dansu asks if they thought it was real. The boy said he thought hundreds of spears would come flying out of the bed, and that it's a shame. But damn, everyone is looking at the kid exactly like I am. This kid is weird, you know? He's weird. But meanwhile, the grandma yells at them, telling them to come down now and eat, saying the soup is getting cold, and the monk even gets up. And the boy finds it strange, noticing that he stood up. Then Ji-won asks what happened, wondering if he's really going to turn into a monster. And Dansu thinks that he found the strength to get up and eat. But then the protagonist arrives, asking what they're doing, and they're happy that Sayunwa has finally arrived and the monk is about to turn into a monster. and the protagonist gets there and punches him, knocking him out so he can finally start the treatment. Meanwhile, somewhere else, in the city of Sapporo in Hokkaido, is the level 7 dungeon. And under the attention of the entire world, it has been 10 days and 11 hours since the hero combat team of 25 members entered the level 7 dungeon. Several civilians are in the streets cheering for their safe return in various parts of Sapporo. But then someone starts to come out, and it turns out Hero emerges with his team, with few of them injured, and they say it's very important for the combat team to return without casualties after a successful dungeon raid. And the commentator says that his team has once again saved Sapporo. But then they start to fall, and everyone notices they're dropping one by one. The healers start running, and Hero falls too, and everyone wonders just how difficult this mission was. Unfortunately, they have just received information, and according to the news, openings have appeared in the team, and 7 members seem to have not returned from the dungeon. And seeing how the hero combat team, which is the most powerful team in the world, suffered 7 casualties, the difficulty of a level 7 dungeon is very concerning. At the hospital, Ueda is lying down, and when he wakes up, he speaks to Akiko. The girl is surprised, asking if he's okay. He then just asks for water, and when he drinks it, he starts to blame himself. But she tells him not to do that, saying it's not his fault, and he then convinces himself of it, saying that the blame isn't his. Then she says that Sai Yunhwa sent an invitation to Dr. Daigo, asking if he doesn't think there's something strange about that. He's surprised she's talking about Daigo, because he's the second in command of the Supernatural Department, and the Supernatural Department is the state institution responsible for national protection. It's much more prestigious than the Awakened Federation that brought him there. And it means the government is trying to get in contact with Park Sai-yunwo, and that bastard. He's sure that they're using him as a test to create a better future. He can't delay his plans any longer. And due to the appearance of a level 7 dungeon much earlier than expected, he lost 7 comrades who didn't need to die. But he thinks he's not sad about it, because he's lost many colleagues over the years, or rather, considering the other worlds, he's lost hundreds of thousands of comrades. And Akiko, who is beside him, he says he's already seen her die about 10 times. But he thinks that this isn't sadness, it's fury, all because of him. He can't keep allowing that slippery bastard to continue ruining his plans, which he made by risking his own life and putting several of his comrades in danger. And there's no way in hell someone who's gathering criminals has good intentions. He says that for his own good and for the good of humanity, he needs to kill him. So he speaks to Akiko, telling her to immediately find all the boats that can go from Tsushima to Busan, and if there aren't any, she must build one so they can go. And the girl sees that he's completely focused. And back at the tree by the protagonist's house, Junho wakes up once again. He's feeling his head, and the grandma tells him that's why he shouldn't overdo it with the drinking at night, telling him to get up and go eat breakfast with the others. He just agrees. Then he takes a look at his card, noticing that he's also a registered mercenary now. Meanwhile, Dansu is taking care of the channel's affairs, saying that despite the number of views dropping after everyone found out Sai Yunhwa was a dungeon returnee, the Seoro Guild TV is reaching 1 million subscribers, and he has almost 10 billion won in the account. He's surprised, because he never thought he'd reach this level, and success really depends on connections. He says that recognizing someone's skills and becoming friends with that person is also a skill. With this money, he starts planning what he's going to do. But then, Junho throws the door wide open, surprising the kid. So he asks him why he's so happy. He tells him not to forget to knock next time, and the boy just says, "My bad." He says that Aunt Sook already told him to come down to eat, and then asks if Jae-hyuk went somewhere, saying he couldn't find him anywhere. And he says that guy is a total training junkie. He's just gonna finish editing and he'll be right down. And sure enough, Jae-hyuk is training alone downstairs, slicing through countless tree stumps while chanting a bunch of Buddhist phrases. And when he finally finishes, he thinks he's too slow, and all the logs reform themselves once again, as he thinks that if he's this slow, he'll just get left behind again. He keeps attacking them, saying he can't let history repeat itself. And after a while of this, most of our protagonist's wolves and his crazy nephew are out hunting a deer. So he says, whoever catches the deer wins, and the losers have to pick apples. And the other kid says he can't lose this time. Meanwhile, even the elephant is participating this time, along with Deck R. But then our protagonist comes face to face with the monks and is surprised that it's already been built, noticing it's not some shoddy construction. And the monk says that's not the case at all, and if he takes a look around, he'll see it was built on a solid foundation. And our protagonist says that if any problems come up, he should let him know immediately. And the monk says they're just grateful for being taken in when they had nowhere else to go. And seeing how much he cares about them, he doesn't know what they can possibly do to show their gratitude. Just then, Gongu rushes past him with a bunch of animals chasing that deer, telling his uncle to be careful, and he yells for Pao Bocha to run faster. Our protagonist says this is the first time he's ever seen him so happy, since he used to be such a lonely kid, and he remembers when the boy was playing all alone, and a mother walked by with her son, telling him he shouldn't play with a kid like that. And the boy asks why, and she just tells him to listen to her when she says not to do something. Okay, the lesson is good. I'll give her that. Listen to your mother, but this whole thing is exactly like Naruto, you know? And get this, he didn't even have a fox sealed inside him. And Mrs. Suk says it's time for lunch and that they're going to feed the children. And the monk says that if he hasn't eaten yet, he's welcome to eat with them. But our protagonist says maybe next time, and asks if Monk Min has gotten any better. He says he had been stuck in bed, waking up over and over, but now he's even able to exercise in the morning and has started eating again too. But the monk currently has an eye with a red mark in the center and some pretty cool-looking scars over his eyes. He remembers when he was a kid, and they started making fun of him, calling him Baldy, and taunting him to play, calling him a hairless monkey, and asking if this little brat was asleep. And he, an orphan, suffered from congenital systemic alopecia, and the kids, and after getting beaten up, as the afternoon faded, he just sat there in the same spot. He says that when he realized he was different from the others, he built a wall around himself that separated him from the rest of the world. But then a monk approached him, asking if he wanted to go to the Bonisama temple with him. The master took him in. He lived with the master until the day he died because of those monsters. And Mong Jin cried so much on the day of his death. He tells our protagonist that on the day the Bonisama temple burned to the ground and his master died there, he felt hatred for the very first time. He took lives with his own hands, remembering the ones he killed with his staff to save himself and to avenge his master. He says he figured it wouldn't be a problem even if he became an Asura, as long as he could get rid of the resentment in his heart. Even if hell was waiting for him in the end, he didn't think it mattered. However, one day, a monk came to him again. Mong Jin asks what it is. Then the monk says that if Brother Mong Jin hadn't cared for him when he'd hit rock bottom, he would have died in a dungeon by now. He tells the protagonist that he was the one who saved him, whose soul was drowning in pain once again, and that he also rebuilt the Bonisama temple. This allowed him to lift the burden from his heart, and because of that, he now has a new purpose. The protagonist doesn't understand a thing, just asks what he's talking about. Then, Jin uses some kind of power, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Everyone questions why the monk is doing this out of the blue. He says it's for the people who are suffering, and that he will walk the path of an Asura for all of them. And Dongso starts to realize that they now have 2 lunatics on the team. Little does he know there's a third one right in front of him, just starting to surface. Our protagonist, seeing this, gets a little apprehensive, and Grandma asks who the idiot is that's swinging a sword around in the house. But the monk just jumps right through the window, shattering everything, and leaves to go train. On another day, he calls Mong Jin to eat. He says that Gu won again. While looking in the mirror, he shatters it with his head, smiling to himself, just dying to kill someone else. I'm starting to agree with Oita, our protagonist only recruits psychos. That night, in the middle of the sea, Oita and Kiko are approaching on a small fishing boat. She says they've arrived and that they can use those cars. He immediately gets off the boat to find the protagonist, telling her to wait. During dinner, they ask if the monk isn't ready yet, commenting that Grandma Suk is getting really impatient and they think he might have run away. And Junho says that the chief secretary of the DGB called him and said they finished the city plans using the drafts he sent. Tomorrow, they'll bring the scale model from the construction company and will also begin the infrastructure and residential projects. Our protagonist tells them to make sure they don't do a shoddy job while he's away, and Junho says, "Of course." But just then, Jake asks where he's going. He says he's going to England to meet Dr. Toddler, and everyone is shocked. So he tells them to explain in more detail, and Dunson tells him to look, saying that right now they should be passing through Pyongyang province and flying towards Shanghai and the seas. Well, there was no way to track that, but Sorro asks if it would be okay for him to just fly there. He says that even if he turns into a pigeon, he can only fly for about 10 minutes, so he realizes it would be tough to fly to England. And Sorro starts thinking about his pigeon form, saying he never thought he'd be so envious of those with stronger wings, wondering just how long he'll have to wait. Guy says it states here that China's combat team tried to fight it. Experts estimate that China will completely destroy the monsters within a month, and Sorro doesn't like the sound of that at all. Dunson then says, "There is a way to go," and Sorro asks how. He says it's by finding and taming a golden falcon, talking about an awakened golden falcon. And Sorro asks where he could find something like that. He says it's in the DMZ, explaining that he saw a video on a survival YouTube channel. Sorro doesn't really know what the DMZ is, but the northern part of it is currently a paradise for wild animals. And in the video, huge wild animals that have awakened to survive also appear, and among them was an immense golden falcon. So Sorro just makes Dunson drive for him. Dunson asks why he has to do it, and Sorro says it's because he had nothing else to do. He questions how he could have nothing to do, saying he feels like his eyes are going to fall out from editing that huge pile of videos. Sorro says that since he was so bored, he should be thanking him. But Dunson says he's very busy, and if they go there and film the animals, he'll just have more videos to edit. But Sorro couldn't care less about that. Meanwhile, Oita and Kiko are driving, and he remains deep in thought. And so she tells him to get some sleep, because at this speed it should take at least 10 hours to get to Seoul. But he tells her he's fine. However, the girl says that if his location leaks somehow, it's going to be a huge problem and would probably become a diplomatic incident between countries. She questions if it wouldn't be easier to just drag him in through official channels with an SFC. He says he can't delay this any longer, and assassinating him quietly will be the cleanest method. As they keep driving, he notices on the GPS that 1,200 meters ahead seems to be a Necrovia red zone. They need to take a detour, and they end up taking an overpass. Meanwhile, Sorro arrives at the monster location, and when they get out of the car, an enormous wild boar comes face to face with Dunson. Sorro talks to him about the boar, asking him what he thinks. He says it looks way too strong, but it also seems to really hate people. But Sorro doesn't care, saying he wants to fight, that he really wants to fight. Dunson tells him to wait a minute, but the boar starts charging at the guy, nearly hitting him. He manages to climb a tree, telling Sorro to change back quickly, but the boar shatters the tree, throwing the guy to the ground. When he lands, he thinks he's okay, but some drool lands on his face, and he looks up to see a gigantic rabbit. So he tries to get out of there quickly, but then he sees Sorro standing right next to that boar and asks him if these things aren't going to attack him. He says, probably not. Or, actually, he has no idea. And just like that, Dunson feels a little bit calmer, but he asks if there's a way to keep these creatures further away, because that thing with the wide eyes looks like it's jacked up on something. It's a rank C, level 2 black rabbit, with 475 dimensional energy that evolved to become carnivorous. Dunson says he can't get used to it, especially the red-eyed one. So Sorro sends it into the portal. Then he asks about that pig, which is a level C wild boar with 455 dimensional energy that awakened by headbutting things a lot. Sorro says they need a ride, and that he'll call Yukjang for him. He questions what this thing is. Then he's given a wolf, and the two of them head off. He talks to Sorro, asking me if the risk of transformation isn't a bit high. And Sorro says there's only a slight change in his personality, but Dunson says that it didn't seem like a slight change at all. And Sorro says that's why he doesn't transform if their level is higher than his. He asks if the rabbit was really that scary, but the guy says it was kind of cute. He starts to realize he lost to a rabbit and that they didn't even find the falcon. But somehow they found these other two, questioning how long this is going to take at this rate. But then they arrive at the cliff, thinking that as long as they find it, Capturing it will be easy. At that moment, he pulls out his cell phone and calls Kim So-young. She asks how she can help him, and he asks where Blondie is, saying it's been a while since he's been able to get in touch. And Kim So-young tells him that she was dispatched to the Gwangbok region, and he asks if he can contact her. Meanwhile, over in Gwangbok, things aren't looking good at all. The tech guy tells the captain that there are 10 minutes until the dungeon break. She's surprised and tells everyone they need to pull back now, cursing and asking how long ago they requested the strike and why they haven't responded yet. But then the tech guy gets something on his call, saying that an observation strike is impossible and a canine strike is also impossible. She questions what took them so long to give them a heads up and gets more and more frustrated. He says the Part 3 air team will arrive in 10 minutes and the Pong-ri combat team from Kingdom 1 arrives in 15 minutes. And she asks if they're kidding her, because they're basically saying they have to fight the spiders up close. Then they tell the captain that direct combat isn't the problem. They need to fall back immediately. And she agrees, ordering them to pack up all the gear and retreat, calling everyone a bunch of cowards. And so everyone gets into the helicopter, with one of them saying to get in quick before that witch changes her mind. And she says, "You act like this, and then wonder why you get so much crap." She takes out her phone and calls Detection Team 11, introducing herself as Captain Choi Soy. And Soru talks to Choi, asking her how long it's been. And she's surprised that Soru is calling. He tells her he needs to find a falcon, asking if she thinks she can track it down with her clairvoyance. But the girl on the other end is pissed, saying she's hanging up and calling him a pervert, and he doesn't get it at all, asking Danso what a falcon has to do with being a sex addict. And Danso doesn't even answer. He just asks him what he thinks that thing is. When he looks ahead, he sees a black cloud right in front of his eyes, telling Danso it looks like smoke to him. Just then, Danso looks at his phone and says something about a starfish, and the protagonist wonders what he's talking about. And the breaking news is a breach at the starfish dungeon. Some starfish have escaped and are heading towards Gangwon. He says they shoot fire and even explode after they die, mentioning they must be tough to handle. And the protagonist is shocked that they explode even after death. But then the guy looks back, yelling for Soru to get down, as a bunch of crows fly right towards them, and he watches them closely. Then Danso tells him to look, because the fire is spreading super fast, and they'd better escape now. But the protagonist seems interested in that fire. As the fire spreads, all the wildlife in the forest runs towards them, bears and every kind of animal. So he just waits and notices that a fire has started in the forest, and that fire is killing a lot of the animals, which is why they're all running towards him. But as they see the crows approaching, a golden eagle arrives too. The eagle heads towards the protagonist, and he says that it looks cool, it's rank C, level 6, and its dimensional energy is at 462. It awakened by eating monsters when it was on the verge of death. And the protagonist says, "This is it," because it looks like he's going to take her with him. Afterwards, the news starts reporting on the fire. In Gangwon, they report that what could have turned into a major calamity ended up going out on its own. Experts say a local air current quickly sucked up the fire that was started by the starfish. He then says that's total bullshit and that's why TV news ratings are so low. And just like that, he says the upload is finished. And now they're going to see the real news, which he recorded at the risk of his own life. It's the protagonist launching himself at those things and killing them all. Then, he also used a tornado to finish off those starfish, and the tornado completely wiped them out. And even though the guy just posted the video, it already has 412,000 likes. And everyone who sees that video is shocked that the protagonist is only a rank C, because him using magic at that level means his rank is definitely wrong. And Danso notices it got a ton of views way too fast, and remembers when the protagonist stopped all that destruction. He had run to find the guy who had collapsed, and he says he shouldn't have uploaded the part where he passes out after using the area skill, saying there's no reason to share weaknesses like that. And if he posts it on TikTok, things will blow up even more. Then someone calls out to Danso, and when he goes outside, they ask him if they're going to the dungeon or not. Both J and JK say that a level 2 dungeon appeared in the neighborhood. They tell him to come with them, saying they still have 3 free passes left. But he's not too thrilled about a level 2, asking if the two of them can't easily handle a level 2 on their own. But John Rue says the guy has the widest variety of skills and asks him to lend a hand. Then Jastique says that Monde Mionin is waiting in the car, and he explains that using everything they had in their bank accounts, they bought as many skill books as they could. They did this because to effectively clear dungeons with only a few members, they need a wide variety of skills to be ready for any situation. He tells them he's coming down and just needs to finish uploading a video. It's the actor Soru being summoned to London by a Dr. Toddler. He says that Earth is surrounded by monsters. They've lost the skies and taken the seas, but nothing will stop him. And the protagonist says he'll be back soon, telling them to look after the house, then jumps and transforms, spreading the wings of that eagle. And it says his adventures will continue. He thinks to himself that the ad is really good and it's going to be a great movie. Meanwhile, Kiko sees it and thinks about London and Dr. Toddler. And Kita asks what the problem is, and she says it looks like Soru isn't in Korea. And he asks, "What do you mean?" She tells him to look, and he asks, "What the hell is this?" Asking why he went to London so suddenly, he wonders, why? If he came from a future even more distant than mine, he must know all of my plans. That has to be it. He's avoiding me on purpose. He had his guard up, and the fact that he's running away means he's not ready to face me. I need to confront him before he finishes his preparations. And Kiko tells him they can't wait until he gets back, and Kita says he needs to lure that bastard out. Then she asks, how? And he says he's going to provoke that coward. Meanwhile, the protagonist is transformed and flying. He notices he can't go any faster, and at this rate, it's going to take a long time to get to London. But then, he realizes something, noting that he still doesn't know the time limit for fusing with Gion. But then he notices something else, wondering what it is. A fire attribute skill. And he thinks he must not have heard the alert because he passed out after putting out the fire, but he wonders why the Fire Fairy achievement is so expensive. But while he's looking at his status window, an alert pops up. His fusion time with Gion is now only 60 seconds, and he thinks he's screwed. While the protagonist is in this terrible situation, some hunters are after a bull. Then one of them tells Xuan to make sure he doesn't waste a single shot, telling him to fire only when he's positive, and he tells his friend to relax, saying that this bull has taken 3 shots, but is still full of energy. Saying it should start to wear down soon, he tells Uncle John Seon to get a little closer, and he says it's all right, just telling him not to miss. And so the guy says, "You poor thing," saying, "This is the end for you," and shoots the bull in the leg one more time, making it cry out and change direction, but it still doesn't fall. He says it seems like hitting the leg was the right move, but then he spots something, telling his uncle that something is falling and asking what it is. And the protagonist lands right in front of the bull, de-transforming and knocking the beast clean off its feet, sending it flying. And the two of them just stare, shocked at the destruction where the protagonist crashed. They question what just fell there, and the uncle asks why that would even matter, since all they need to do is take care of the bull. But when they get closer, they hear that sound and the uncle asks what's happening, and apparently, the protagonist is transforming once again. Just then, the protagonist starts screaming from inside the dome of energy. The kid asks if it doesn't sound like a person, and his uncle says it could be an alien that mimics human sounds, warning him not to be careless. But then a hand emerges from inside, and he starts speaking again. The uncle finds it strange. The protagonist's head is throbbing. He thought he was going to die. At that moment, he sees those two in front of him, and the uncle asks if he's human. The kid says he's obviously human, and the uncle asks if he's from Joseon. But the protagonist doesn't really get it, telling them his name is Park Soro and asking who they are. The younger one introduces himself as Kim Sean, saying that he fell from so high up, but still seems to be okay. The protagonist says yeah, telling them it hurt like hell, but he's fine now. He asks where they are, and the kid tells him they're in Sinjo, and that if they go a little further, they'll reach the Yalu River. The protagonist has no idea where that is. The uncle says he seems to be from the south of Joseon, but questions why the protagonist fell. He says he was flying and just fell, and the two of them find that strange. And Sean says that, seeing how he seems totally fine, after falling from the sky like a meteorite. He must be a really powerful awakened. The protagonist doesn't seem to know what that is, just saying that he's strong. The uncle asks if he's traveling alone or if he has companions. He says he has companions, but right now he's alone. So the uncle tells him to continue on his way, saying they were hunting the bull and will deal with it. And he tells Sean to look for the bull. The kid wonders if it wasn't right around here, but the protagonist thinks about Sinjo and the Yalu River, realizing he's heading in the right direction. But when he tries to grab his cell phone, the phone isn't there, and he wonders if he dropped it. When he finds it, he sees the phone is completely shattered and wonders what to do. Meanwhile, the two of them go after the bull and realize it's right there, completely down for the count. They wonder if it's alive, but the animal isn't moving. The uncle thinks to himself that it didn't die after being shot, but it died after that guy fell on it. And so, as he gets down, the uncle tells him to be careful, because if they want to take the bull, they need to butcher it. And he says it's hard to get around here avoiding the wild animals. He says the task of cleaning it will take all day. So they should start soon, because if they don't bring the meat back, the villagers will starve. But then the protagonist speaks to them again, asking if he could borrow a cell phone, explaining that his broke and he can't use it anymore. So Sean says they have one in their village, but he'll have to go there. Then his uncle tells him to watch what he says. But Sean doesn't really understand what his uncle is talking about. He says there are women and children there, asking how they could possibly bring an awakened with them. And just like that, he sees his uncle is right and says, "My bad." But then the protagonist grabs the bull and just lifts it with both hands, and the two of them are horrified. And the protagonist tells them not to be like that, saying he'll carry it for them, and pleads with them to please just lend him the phone. And so the uncle realizes he's incredibly strong and thinks they couldn't beat him, even with a gun. The kid asks his uncle if they shouldn't just take the bull back, even if it's like this. If they don't bring it back, the villagers will starve. But the uncle asks if he's already forgotten what the awakened did to them last year, and he remembers the chaos. They said he was a nomad, so they brought him to the village, but then he brought his companions and looted the whole place. At that, the protagonist asks what they're doing, wondering if they're not going. So the uncle says, "Of course," and just tells him to follow. And so the two of them get on the motorcycle, leaving the protagonist behind. And the uncle tells Sean to hold on tight, saying the protagonist shouldn't be able to keep up with them while carrying that animal. However, Sean thinks it's a shame to give up on that bull, and the two of them speed off ahead. The uncle tells him to forget about that bull, because if they cross the river, they can find another one. But the protagonist manages to keep up with them easily, and the two of them are horrified. Then the protagonist tells them to watch out, because they're just not looking where they're going and they almost crash the bike. Meanwhile, back at the village, everyone is waiting and hears a noise coming from a distance. They notice it's Uncle Josong, but question what that is behind him, asking if they're being chased by a bull. But they see it's someone running while carrying a bull, and at that, they call out to Sean and Uncle Josong. They ask what's going on, and the uncle asks why the gate is broken. Then they talk to Josong, and he questions what happened. The uncle asks if a herd of buffalo passed through, and also asks about Mong, saying that everyone went to rescue Rayon. They ask what happened, telling him to explain everything, and they say a winged beast appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist's interest is piqued by this winged beast. They say it set fire to everything. It killed people, and everything was in chaos. In the middle of it all, Mong managed to get everyone to the shelters and was telling them all to hurry to the caves. But then a little girl fell in the middle of the path and he stopped to try and save Rion, and they say that's when Rion was caught by one of those things and carried away by that wyvern. They say the monster took her, and the uncle asks what they did, demanding to know where this winged creature took Rion. But the survivor asks the uncle what they'll do if they follow it. But then the uncle tells the chief to grab some people, that they're going to follow him. They say that's right, saying it'll be better to put their trust in the chief and wait. But he demands they tell him now where the monster took Rion, and they say it was to that mountain right back there. And just like that, the uncle grabs the motorcycle and takes off. But at that moment, Sean speaks to the protagonist, pleading with him to please help them and save his Rion. He says he'll never forget this favor, and the protagonist simply agrees, and Sean can't even believe it. The protagonist just asks them to lend him the phone when he gets back. Then he starts to transform, right on top of that bull, sprouting wings in front of everyone, who are all wondering, what the hell is that? And so the old man says he's an awakened from the South Ocean, a friendly nomad, the king of the animals, and our protagonist heads up the mountain. But, in the meantime, the guys who went after the wyvern to save the girl come face to face with a massive bear. And just like that, the bear starts chasing one of the guys. Another one tells Cho to run, telling him to lure it over to them. However, before he could lead the bear into the trap, he trips, falling right in front of the beast with his back to the predator. When Cho falls in front of the bear, another one shouts, and he's almost hit in the head and killed, but manages to dodge to the side. However, the bear comes in with its other paw and swats him away. Everyone, seeing this, rushes the bear to try and pick a fight, but it's not having any of it and sends them all flying, starting to slash them with its claws. So they scream for Mansiob to fall back, because they'll never win against this monster. But another one says that even so, they can't just run away, because they'll end up dead before they can find Rion. However, the bear attacks, once again. They try to dodge, but they can't, and are thrown back. Then they start to think they're going to die, that it's too late to save Rion. There's no way that winged creature has kept her alive all this time. And now, the only awakened who survived are the four of them, so they can't lose anyone else. He sees the bear coming back to attack him and thinks how frustrating it is, but that he'll have to run. However, while he's overthinking it, someone yells for the leader to run, but the paw is already too close. But before he could do anything, an attack comes flying from a distance, right into the bear's face, knocking it out. And it's our protagonist, returning to his human form after flying with his wings. And the bear is sent flying from that attack. All of them are terrified by it, and our protagonist then starts transforming back while they ask what the hell that is, even questioning if he's human, because he showed up looking like a bird. The leader asks who he is, and our protagonist says he came because Shuyong asked for help, then asks, "Where's Rion?" And the man says it seems the creature took her to its nest somewhere on the mountain, but because of the sudden attack, they couldn't go after her. In the background, a guy asks how Cho is doing. The man continues talking to our protagonist, but the protagonist looks to the side, seeing the guy all injured, saying he looks pretty bad, and tells them to use that potion. And when he gives the potion to one of them, the man is surprised he's giving away something so valuable. But while the protagonist continues to talk to them, in the background, the bear gets back up. But before it could do anything, our protagonist lands a solid kick on the beast, stopping it from hitting him, and follows up with a combo, landing another, then another, making the bear drop hard to the ground. And everyone watches, amazed, because the bear with 448 dimensional energy and a constitution of 80 is on the ground after our protagonist humiliated it. And so he asks if the thing is playing dead, telling the bear to open its eyes. It actually does. Then our protagonist tells it to get up, bow, and come with him. And the bear is completely terrified and obeys quickly, sitting up and looking at our protagonist. They notice that he just tamed the target, that it agreed to follow him, and they ask the protagonist to name it. And he reads about the bear, whose name is Yogon, saying that although it reigned over the mountain as king, it was dethroned by the winged creature and had its territory stolen, dealing a blow to its pride. And our protagonist realizes that's why it was so upset and asks if it knows where the winged creature is. He says they're going to get revenge, and the bear starts to get excited. Meanwhile, Zhuao Song arrives, calling for Zhuao Mun and Don Shou, but they ask what he's doing there. But he asks where Rion is. The man tells him she was taken, but our protagonist says he's going to get the girl, telling him to keep his promise. The old man is surprised to see him there, and our protagonist takes off running, telling Yogon to show him the way. And the two of them leave quickly as our protagonist transforms and gets wings again. And everyone watching this can hardly believe it, because not only can he tame monsters, but he can also transform into one, saying that if it's him, maybe Rion will come back. And the man falls to the ground and starts to pray, pleading for him to please bring Rion back. Meanwhile, in the creature's nest, Inside a cave, it isn't a bird, it's more like a wyvern, which is still eating some animal while several human bodies lie nearby. And the girl is there in the corner, shaking all over as she thinks about her father. The monster looks at her while it eats, and the girl starts to cry again. The wyvern shrieks in her direction, and she screams back, filled with fear. But Yogon appears, getting the wyvern's attention. When the monster looks at him, the wyvern charges the bear, but the bear charges back, ready to beat the hell out of it. But our protagonist appears, undoing his transformation right above the wyvern. He immediately starts seeing the creature's stats: 556 dimensional energy and 20 constitution. It's also an immature and wounded individual, which surprises our protagonist. But then, when the monster bites, his hand is completely different, and he uses the other one to take the monster down. He grabs it and throws it far, launching it out of the cave, but the wyvern catches itself and flies back. Meanwhile, our protagonist is looking at the girl, who's still all curled up, and says he's here to rescue her, telling her to stay put and not move. But with that look on your face, maybe even I would run. And the girl doesn't understand anything, asking who he is. As the wyvern flies back up, our protagonist thinks that its dimensional energy is a bit higher than his, and he wonders if he can tame it. Then it's stated that taming a wyvern with a difference of more than 100 points of dimensional energy is only possible if its constitution is below 10, and our protagonist is happy to hear it. But his other self says he wants to crush its skull, completely focused on smashing the monster, and he starts punching the beast while it's still in the air, and its constitution drops to 16. He notices that Yogon's hostility has taken him over, realizing that controlling his emotions isn't easy. And Yogon keeps telling him to kill it, and the hand he's using is apparently a bear's hand. So our protagonist tells him to wait, but it's too late. And Yogon lands another blow on it, smashing the wyvern down, while our protagonist thinks that he can't kill it now. And the protagonist, seeing that he can no longer control Yugong, undoes the fusion and throws him into another dimension, stashing him away as Ivern falls. His constitution goes up to 129. And only then does the protagonist realize he has to use his taming skill, and he succeeds instantly. So he uses emergency recovery, managing to fill Ivern's constitution back up to 24 and healing his wounds until he's almost at 100%. And just like that, he commands Ivern to fly, taking him along. The protagonist manages to climb on top of him and flies off on his new pet. Meanwhile, that annoying old man Chosong is still crying until everyone looks up at the sky in fear, asking if that isn't the winged creature. He orders them to sound the alarms immediately, telling the archers to prepare to fire, and they all declare that this time, they're going to kill that monster. But one of them tells everyone to wait, and nobody understands why. They ask the leader what the problem is. He says that there are people on top of the creature. They notice that there are indeed people riding it, and one of them spots that the girl is alive. And Chosong is stunned to see him. The protagonist lands there with Ivern and the girl, who immediately jumps off, all happy, and runs to her father. And after they start a barbecue with that bull they caught, the girl can't even eat anymore. But her father tells her not to waste food, ordering her to eat even more. While they eat, some children are playing with Ivern nearby. The people barbecuing say those kids should be eating more meat, but one of them says to just let them play, because they themselves are still too scared to get close to that thing. And the protagonist looks back. The tamed wyvern is much friendlier to others, as long as they're not an enemy. And after the creature is tamed, he can see its past. The horde of wyverns above Mount Baekdu was almost annihilated by an alliance between China and Russia. And being just a hatchling, he was lagging far behind the rest of the horde and was lucky enough to survive. And even though he managed to escape the battlefield, he was in pain and starving by the time he crossed the border. After finding the village and kidnapping the child, he found Yugong's cave, which was filled with the bear's food reserves. Apparently, that pile of carcasses belonged to Yugong. And on that note, they say that thanks to the protagonist, they were able to eat until they were full today. He even gave them food, used magic to fix their houses, and healed the injured. They say they feel satisfied for the first time in a long time. One of them even remembers his mother, saying they were happy back then, before the government lost its function. Due to the great disaster, the warlords became independent and started attacking one another. There was a time when they were poor and hungry, but they lived happily as a family, and neighbors helped each other out. And when even fighting side by side proved difficult, they were shattered and divided. So how could they possibly stop the creatures that just kept coming? Survival became so difficult that more and more people started to escape to the continent. At the time, people thought they just needed to cross that river to get to China. And Song says there are probably hundreds of thousands of people like them who began to live a nomadic life. But due to the lack of crops and prey, as well as attacks from raiders and beasts, their numbers must have dwindled quite a bit by now. There were 400 from each region, but after stopping here for 2 years, their numbers dropped to 60, and the incident today happened just as they were about to move. They just couldn't take it anymore. However, the protagonist asks if the continent is safe, but Song asks how there could possibly be a safe place in this world. And since the territory is so vast, the number of creatures and raiders there probably doesn't even compare to what's here. But he heard there are several barriers around Beijing that protect the citizens, but it won't be easy living so far from home, where they don't understand the language and have no connections. But for refugees, just getting to that place alive is their only hope. The protagonist imagines so. So much land is being lost to monsters every day that Asia is rapidly becoming a lawless land. And there would come a day when the refugees from the north would fall under the responsibility of his territory. Then the protagonist remembers what they said. If you don't have the strength to protect your own pack, you need to find a stronger pack and join forces to survive. But of course, you have to pay a price first. Then that old man says everyone is drunk and invites him to sleep, saying they've cleaned the room on the second floor. He says it's a bit messy, but asks if he could please rest well there. However, the protagonist says that's not necessary, explaining that he has to go somewhere else. But the old man says it's already very late, and the protagonist says it's no problem. And so the man says, it seems they've been keeping their benefactor for too long. But the protagonist tells him not to worry, that it's nothing like that. And the leader asks Xuan to get one of the redstone cell phones from his room. And so he goes to do what Song asked. Then they hand the cell phone to the protagonist, who thanks them and says he'll make good use of it. The satellite connection and navigation are very good, but Song says he doesn't need to thank them because he is their savior. And the protagonist then summons something, and they are surprised he's using magic once again. He throws several red stones there, and they are astonished. The protagonist tells him to use those when he needs help in the future, saying goodbye to them. And everyone wishes him a safe journey and says they'll meet again in the future. And the protagonist departs with Wyvern, leaving them behind, saying he's going to England. On the breaking news report, they received word that the wyvern horde on Mount Baekdu has been annihilated. And a few minutes ago, a portal ruptured without any warning on the Bando Bridge. And because of 2 fire ants that came out of the portal, the entire bridge was thrown into chaos. They're currently securing the area, but then they see something and question who that person is. And a guy with long hair shows up there, killing them all. They ask if it isn't Lee Sung-woo, surprised to see him there. Then they realize he's the #1 hero in the world rankings, and his appearance surprises everyone. And just like that, along with the guild that showed up right after, they deal with the 2 monsters in 10 minutes and continue to kill everything coming out of that portal. And the Dragon Knight joins Russia's tank forces in the attack against the Scorpion monsters. And the S-rank tamer, Sylvia, arrives at the Moscow airport. But they keep wondering who that Dragon Knight is, because the Dragon Knight has joined the force and is attacking right alongside them. And they report that the Dragon Knight, who captured the world's attention by helping the Russian army, has joined the Air Force against the ogres. He also killed the rest of the monsters. And according to the news they just received, the Dragon Knight who joined the fight while riding a wyvern is the surprising Korean, Sa-yoon. And everyone saw that Sa-yoon was truly brave. But Lee Sung-woo is still getting all the hype. And it's said that the interview with the Japanese hero, who received a lot of attention for his surprising appearance at the Bando Bridge, is causing a huge controversy. So, they go to look at the footage, and during the interview, they ask Sung-woo why he's openly opposing Sa-yoon, asking him to say something. Sung-woo says that Sa-yoon has the ability to tame and is called the god of tornadoes. He came all the way here to prove that all his abilities are a sham. But the reporters ask what he means by that, asking him for more details. He says that Soun ran away because he knew he was coming to Korea, and that everyone would find out he's nothing but a charlatan when they found him. But he's asked if he's implying that Soun's true abilities aren't all that strong. He questions if the extraordinary abilities shown in videos are fake. He says that Soun is just a common tamer, and his abilities have never been properly examined. And Soun is being used by the government as a way to raise money. At this point, the reporter notes that there seems to be some kind of conflict between the two, asking if there's anything he'd like to say to Soru. He asks if Seoro is watching while using his magic, saying that if he wants to prove his true strength, he should stop this circus and come to the SPFC stage. And the streamer from the protagonist's group is shocked to see that. And I'm not understanding why the guy wants to prove his strength. What's that about? You want to prove your strength? I don't. I don't want to. I don't want to. The guy's just doing his thing. You're the one throwing a fit, demanding he prove himself to you. And he even mocks him on the internet, calling the protagonist the god of tornadoes, saying he could beat him blindfolded. Then, after a while, the protagonist really does appear in the media, but in a completely different way. They say the protagonist, whose value was raised after being provoked by the world champion, is showing a good relationship with President Kobachoik of Russia. But the protagonist's brother is surprised, because he said he was going to England, and asks what he's doing there. But then Junho gets a call, speaks with the director, and says that they can't get in contact with him either. But then the streamer asks if it's the director again. Junho says yes. He says that he's really been calling every single day. Then Junho says that even if he keeps calling, nothing's going to change. And the streamer says that a few months ago, he wouldn't have even dared to look him in the eye. But now he's bugging him like a fly that won't go away, saying it's not like he found anything in the tower he lives in, and the government group thinks they found nothing after all that work. And the other guy says that's secret or whatever, they're just going to focus on getting more spoilers like the other teams. Then the streamer says that since the protagonist is doing all this stuff abroad, they must be even more frustrated. But the protagonist's value is really skyrocketing, and Junho is surprised that it went up again. And so, the increase in the appearance of S-level dungeons is reported, and the people are asking, who is Korea's hero? Because after the appearance of a level 7 dungeon in Japan, 60% of citizens say they're afraid, and everyone already expects the Seoro Guild to be assigned to the 13th one. Then Junho is surprised, because a lot of people want to move out of there now that they've gotten this area as Seoul's 13th. And the streamer says that the world fiercely desires the protagonist. And as expected, that's how you should live. However, Junho says that the director made an offer, and the streamer asks if he's serious. He says that he told them he'd build a protective wall after Seoru's lands were designated as the 13th area, and they'd get a tax exemption, and their department would handle the easier dungeons. So the streamer is surprised, asking what he thinks. He says he told him he's not sure, and the streamer asks why, because he should have agreed. But Junho says they want them to join an advanced team whenever an S-level dungeon appears. Then the streamer is surprised by this proposal, and Junho says it's not something he can decide while the protagonist is away. And he's also not sure if his guild can handle the consequences of becoming the 13th area while also entering level 7 dungeons. And with that, the streamer finally gets it, because being an advanced team for a level 7 dungeon would be a different story. They'd be getting the best treatment in exchange for their lives, and there's no need for them to do something like that. And so, while the protagonist is over there with the president of Russia, the streamer thinks about how Korea is in chaos because of Lee Sung-woo's provocation and the problem with the 13th area. But the protagonist is just doing whatever he wants. And at this, they ask if they still haven't been able to contact him, and Junho says yes. Meanwhile, in a completely chaotic area, a car is there, and inside the car, they're talking to Soun, and he asks if the boy can see him, that he's on his way to the meeting point, and the protagonist says that he's in the red car, and the gentleman inside says that he is, welcoming him to London, and asks if he can also see the 3 stone golems behind the car, and the protagonist says he'll take care of them, and the old man just thanks him, leading the golems down a dead-end street. The protagonist shows up with the wyvern just before he was hit, and the old man's car was almost destroyed. But the protagonist takes down the first wyvern with a blast of fire, sending it crashing into a nearby building. The others start to scream, but the protagonist surrounds them, this time using the fire fairy and a fire tornado to attack another one, throwing it on top of the one that was already down. And finally, he moves in to attack the last one, planting a hard kick right in its face. He shatters its jaw and eye with the attack and sends it flying, and the protagonist realizes they were weaker than they seemed, wondering if it's because of their low level. After he does this, the wyvern lands nearby and the old man congratulates him, but the protagonist is confused. He says that he's really as good as the rumors say. At that, the protagonist asks if he's Professor Toddler. He says yes. Then the wyvern comes closer, startling the old man, who's completely shocked to see it, realizing that this is the famous wyvern. He explains that the rumors said it could be mistaken for others, so they drew on it. And Toddler asks who the artist was, because it looks amazing, saying that for a second, he could feel the aura of a dragon knight. But then he just thanks the protagonist for saving his life and comments that the translation is very natural, saying he must be using a really good Korean translator. And Toddler says that when he heard he was coming, he bought a very expensive one, explaining that he was told the Neox blood crystal translators are the best for Korean. But then he asks if this is really London, because everything is destroyed. And the old man says that the situation in England isn't very good. It's a particular problem here in London. And he says that when the sun goes down, this place gets even more dangerous. And so the protagonist gets curious, and the old man tells him to hurry up and follow. So the protagonist tells Biryong to go back home, and it enters the portal while the old man watches in amazement, realizing it's a beast-summoning portal. And just like that, the wyvern ends up inside, along with the rest of the protagonist's wolves. But from a distance, looking at the protagonist's territory, those workers can't believe their eyes and realize it's a portal. And the wyvern, arriving there and seeing the wolves who are now its family, starts to growl and howl. They think it's impossible, because that's a wyvern, and it looks like the one from the news. However, one of them says it's okay, because this is a beast farm, and all the beasts there are like angels. And while everyone is shocked to see that gigantic thing there, Toddler is stunned. He thinks to himself that he can't believe he's seeing one of those wyverns with his own eyes, and seeing how such a huge creature could get in, it must be a level 3 farm. The protagonist remarks that he seems to know a lot about the subject, and Toddler replies, "Of course," saying it's the most talked about topic in the world. He also wanted to meet him, saying he's truly happy about this. The protagonist gets suspicious, thinking he wants to run some kind of experiment as they walk to the edge of the completely destroyed area. And so the protagonist asks if his laboratory is in this place. He says it's been a long time since old London disappeared. The protagonist says that's a shame, and Toddler explains that the new capital of England is New Dover, and his lab is there. So the protagonist says he could have just asked him to go there, asking why he wanted to meet here. And the old man explains that he came here to collect some materials he needs for his research. And a short while ago, there was a large-scale bombing here in London. As a result, he was able to collect more than enough tissue samples and blood crystals from the dead monsters. He's researching whether or not it's possible to create a permanent teleportation portal, saying it would be similar to the portal at his beast farm. And the protagonist just thinks about that. And Toddler says that the monster teleportation portals that sometimes appear must work in a similar way. But the protagonist asks if he doesn't think that would be a huge undertaking. And Toddler says that if they can successfully use this technique, even if monsters take over the skies and the seas, they'll be able to travel anywhere in the world in an instant. And so the protagonist thinks that sounds convenient, and Toddler says that the blockade of airways and sea routes won't seem like a problem and will be quickly resolved. And if they don't prepare this in advance, before the human race can no longer gather together, it will be difficult to continue surviving. But as they continue, Toddler starts to realize he's talking too much. But the protagonist thinks it's strange that he's talking about this. At that, he asks if it would be okay to question why he wanted to meet with him, but the protagonist yells at him to be careful. And when the old man looks ahead, it's almost too late, because he's right in front of a giant quarry, about to crash the car. And that whole pile of rubble in front of him is because of a level 2 ogre whale that came out of the water and broke the bridge, raising its head and snapping its jaws. The old man is shocked to see a monster of that size, and apparently, the whale is fighting an octopus that's latched onto it, and then a gigantic shark appears, a megalodon. And seeing all those sea creatures fighting each other, the old man can't believe his eyes and just tells the protagonist to hold on. Then his car falls into the water and helicopters appear on the scene, reporting that a vehicle crossing the bridge was caught in the fight and that the pursuit teams should do their best to rescue them. At that, the men get out on boards, heading for the water, and ask who's on rear guard, and one of them says it's David, the Muscle Queen, and Silva. As they keep searching, one of them asks if the car that fell wasn't Professor Toddler's, a red Jeep. They say they think so, and apparently, the Muscle Queen tells them to leave Toddler to her and go take care of the shark with tentacles. And I'm a little surprised because I thought it was an octopus and a shark, but it's a shark with tentacles. If the protagonist catches that thing, it's going to be absolutely insane. And this Muscle Queen dives into the water to get them all. And down below, she starts to use some kind of ability, like a vision sonar, and sees the Jeep sinking down there. However, she realizes the car is empty, sinking by itself, and starts to look around, seeing only the shark with tentacles. Model. Lunging for Gobart the whale again, trying to bite down and eat it whole. But the whale dodges the first bite and starts swimming for the surface again. But the shark doesn't give up and starts chasing it again, charging right at it. The whale leaps, completely clearing the water, and the men watching are stunned, because the megalodon had appeared. So they get ready to shoot, and surprisingly, Toddler himself is on one of that whale's fins. So, if it gets caught, he's screwed too. And just then, the men who were ready to shoot the shark realize what's happening, because there are people on Gobart the whale's fin. At that moment, Toddler thinks they're about to be eaten. However, he sees the megalodon's information and notes that it's a level 3 and has a good amount of strength, but it's a mature entity. So he uses a tornado to attack the megalodon while saving the whale and himself. And so Toddler asks what that is, and the men down below see that it's a tornado, saying they'd seen it on YouTube. And then someone realizes that's the Dragon Knight, and he uses the fire fairy to attack along with the tornado, injuring the megalodon even more, and the whale manages to escape. Two soldiers get ready to shoot the megalodon while it's on fire. Meanwhile, he and Toddler prepare to get back in the water with the whale. And Toddler can't even believe he caught a megalodon with a fire tornado. He saw it with his own 2 eyes. And he asks Gobart the whale if she's happy she got revenge for her mother. She looks at him as if she understands. And they fall into the water just as the completely charred megalodon plummets back into the sea. The soldiers scream, yelling that the megalodon is falling near them. And just as it crashes completely against a rock, he levels up, and the water attribute skill is cancelled. A little while later, in a small facility, he is with Toddler, who asks if he slept well, and the boy says yes, remarking that the place is beautiful, and Toddler is happy that he liked it. But, in the meantime, Gobart the whale happily emerges from the water nearby, and Toddler says that whales are probably also going extinct because of the attacks from sea monsters. Fortunately, he found this one, and he says that this is truly a city at the edge of the world. England was pushed to the ends of the earth, but they have nowhere left to retreat. They're in the middle of a massive construction project to build protective walls. However, he remembers he needs to ask him something, saying that he still can't forget the terrible things that happened last night. And he knows exactly what he means. And Toddler says that the fact he could communicate with the animals he'd tamed was surprising. But to think he could also witness the fire tornado he had seen on YouTube with his own eyes, not once, but twice, was even more surprising. And he asks if he liked it. He says of course he did, because until now, there haven't been any awakened who can not only tame beasts, but also use abilities from all 4 elements: earth, fire, wind, and water, all at the same time, asking what kind of life he had before awakening. And he says it was pretty ordinary, which the old man finds strange. But he says he had a very unique life in the animal kingdom, and that's why he wants to ask if he was the one who invented the device that calculates dimensional energy. And Toddler says that yes, it was him, asking if he liked what he'd created, and he asks what the principles behind it are. He questions why the boy is so curious about it, and he says that whenever he's evaluated, he feels like something is watching him. Toddler then seems a bit hesitant to answer, and he says he's asking because of the planet he returned from. What used to be a planet was fragmented and appeared as a dungeon, and that level 4 dungeon holds only a part of its territory. Instead of the friendly animals that lived there, it was full of lizards he'd never seen before. He questions what happened to his friends on that planet, why he hasn't aged at all in 1,000 years, and why he's still alive. And who are the people that keep watching him every time he checks his dimensional energy with the device, saying that the reason he came all this way was to get answers from the expert on the subject. And Toddler is surprised, saying that he believes his questions and his recent interest in Hangul and the Korean language are related. He doesn't understand what he's getting at, and Toddler leads him to another place, asking if he can see the light over there, saying it's the entrance to his laboratory. And he realizes that it's quite deep, and Toddler says that it was built to withstand even a nuclear bomb. This is his personal laboratory, but it's also a government facility. So he is the first outsider to ever enter this place. After they go down a huge flight of stairs, he says they've arrived, and enters the password on the door, which opens quickly. He says this is it, and he tenses up when he sees something inside. The doctor, seeing his expression, says it's a little messy, and he replies that it really is. And the doctor says that, even so, he has all the necessary equipment, analysis equipment, testing equipment, and that thing over there that can automatically visualize the blueprint for any item after its code is entered. And he says that, as he can see, it can also recognize voices, because the supercomputer just spoke to him. He says that over there are the ores found in dungeons. They aren't just for decoration, they're also used for research. And so the doctor asks if those scribbles on the screen look familiar, saying they're photos taken from the dungeon in the last 2 months. And so he asks, all excited, if this isn't truly amazing, saying that a language from Earth was found inside a dungeon. He says it's Korean, as he can see, but those things there are his, and he himself wrote all that nonsense. And the doctor says that in every dungeon they've entered in the last few weeks, they've found traces of Hangul. He's surprised, questioning if multiple versions of the same dungeon have appeared. The doctor asks if he didn't know about this and says that this is a level 3 dungeon that appeared in Berlin, the other is a level 4 in Oslo, and over there is a level 5 in Athens. And there were 8 locations in Europe, 2 in Africa, and 3 in Asia, including the one recently found in Korea. That makes 4. And so he asks if all the levels are different, and the doctor says yes, they're different, and they didn't appear at the same time either. And the protagonist remembers being told that portals would appear near the returnee, and he wonders if that happened because the dungeon times dies asterisk, and not because it's a new planet. So he asks if a planet was shattered and then copied. And the doctor says that's the most well-supported theory about the origin of dungeons so far. And the protagonist asks what happened to the animals that lived there. And the doctor says that, to be honest, he's curious about that too. The protagonist doesn't really get it. He says that's why he wanted to talk to the boy. The doctor grabs the protagonist's hand, saying he thought that if he found him, he could uncover the truth about creation and destruction. These dungeons. They've confused all of them and led to so many hypotheses and theories. But then one day, the creator of the Hangul script, someone he'd been so eager to meet, finally contacted him. He said that ever since he got his email, he's been impatiently waiting for the chance to meet him. At that exact moment, the protagonist starts to get tense, and the doctor says they'll look for the answers together, and he immediately tells the protagonist to start researching with him, which makes him realize the doctor doesn't actually know anything. And the doctor says he was curious about the dimensional energy measurement device, adding that there's something he wants to show him. He says it was around here somewhere, until he finds it. The protagonist is a little confused, and the doctor says, "This is it," and the protagonist asks what it is. He says it's called a memory stone, telling him to hold it in his hands and close his eyes. He thinks it's weird, but he does it anyway. And when he closes his eyes tightly, countless eyes stare back at him, and he realizes that something is watching him, and his information has been recorded onto something. So, he opens his eyes, startled, and the doctor asks how it was, questioning if he felt anything. He tells him about the eyes staring at him. He says there are slight differences, but the more sensitive awakened seem to get uncomfortable. And the protagonist asks if he made the dimensional energy measurement device with that stone. He says that's exactly right, but he didn't create the stone himself, and the protagonist finds that odd. And the doctor explains that on the day of the great disaster, it fell from the sky along with the portals, and it took a long time for them to discover it could be used like this. But even though Europe was hit hard by the great disaster, from a researcher's point of view, it received a blessing at the same time, because the god's stone, which is the key item in the dimensional industry after the great disaster, also fell at that time. And as a result, they were able to pioneer the dimensional industry. And the protagonist then realizes he was the one who invented all that. And the doctor says that, thanks to the information recorded on the god's stone, they were able to create many devices. And he mentions there's a physical device he's been working on lately, asking if he'd like to try it out. The protagonist is surprised that it's a physical measurement device, and so the doctor picks it up and hands it to him. He asks if it was made from the same stone, and the doctor says, of course, but its function is different. And he explains that they discovered the information transfer within this stone is astounding. And after continuous research, they recently found out that they can also get a person's physical information. And the protagonist is increasingly surprised, seeing that it displays strength and agility. And he says that with this measurement device, they can observe an awaken's strength and agility. If they can classify the awakened not just by their dimensional energy, but also by their physical abilities, they can optimize combat teams even further. He asks the protagonist what he thinks, asking if it isn't incredible. And the protagonist realizes this means there has never been an awakened who could see not only their own physical attributes, but other people's as well. And so the doctor says he's finished the prototype and the official unveiling is tomorrow, and it would be a great honor if he were the first to try it. The protagonist, of course, gets excited, and so when he grabs it, the device starts to malfunction, because it can't read the protagonist's strength or agility. And Toddler asks, "What? How can this be?" He says it was working fine yesterday, and asks the boy to wait a moment while he makes a call. He says it looks like they'll have to cancel tomorrow's unveiling, as there seems to be a problem with the device and an error just popped up, and he can't tell why. But in the meantime, the protagonist sees a news report there, and that report is about him and his vulgar desire. On the dungeon stone, he'd written that he couldn't take it anymore, and the protagonist says that there were sections where he wrote about classic literature, wondering why they only focused on that one part. Just then, Toddler turns back to the protagonist, saying he's very sorry, as he wanted to continue their conversation, but an emergency has come up. The protagonist then asks if he can ask a question, wondering if he could tell him where all these stones came from. And he says the memory stones are ore from the planet Aroka, and the protagonist is surprised to hear about this planet. Meanwhile, back at his house, the monk children are playing with the protagonist's nephew when Crazy Lee shows up, his sword covered in blood. And so he sees that child and the monks. Then the boy asks who he is, and Lee looks surprised, getting ready to do something stupid and probably put his own life in danger. Back to the protagonist. He asks about the planet Aroka. Toddler says it seems memory stones are very common there, and unless they're broken into very small pieces, they all possess an energy with the same wavelength. And if blood crystals are like batteries, the memory stones are like transmission devices. They say the high elves of planet Aroka use these stones to communicate with people on the other side of the planet. And the protagonist is surprised to hear about high elves, asking what he means by that. Toddler explains they're the highest-ranking elves on planet Aroka, and that the device that measures dimensional energy is, in reality, just a byproduct. And what they were really researching is the elves' communication network, specifically the one used by the high elves, which they plan to utilize on Earth. And after that, they'd like to create a teleportation portal that connects the entire planet. He remembers that's right, because they managed to get secret information from some elves who had spent time on Earth. But Dongso says he can't go right now. I ask why, and he says it's because all the airways and sea routes are shut down. I question why. Then Jakeway asks if I haven't heard. since they won't stop talking on TV about the event and something called a kraken. The monster has taken the skies and the seas. They said that in Aruka, the High Elves can use memory stones to observe dimensional energy. They can see a person's class, and even their important characteristics. I find that interesting. The doctor says this means that if you meet a High Elf, all of your personal information will be revealed. And I realize the status window I see is the same as the one the High Elves use. I see Toddler's information. He's F level. His specialty is diving, and his physical stats are 89 constitution and 120 strength. But then it all disappears, and I notice it's happening again. Toddler says he ended up talking too much once more. He says he needs to fix it, even if it means staying up all night, and that he probably won't leave the lab until he does. I tell him it's fine, saying he must have had a tough time. The doctor tells me that if I want to wait here, the guide should arrive soon. He suggests I take a look around the city, saying there are a lot of good restaurants on the market street. He tells the kid not to wander too far, because they're going to talk again tomorrow. I look back and see some writing. It says that time in all the dungeons mentioned above is twice as fast as here on Earth. The study is working with the theory that all dungeons began as one dimension. When the carved rocks were collected and analyzed, the results showed a gap of at least 200 years. It's estimated that the person who left the writing is at least 200 years old. I'm surprised they're only just discovering this now. The analysis also mentions a drastic change in emotions. There are strong signs of frustration and emotional instability in the writing. This is so embarrassing, I think to myself, as I look at the stones and pick one of them up. And just like that, once again, I'm being observed, and my information is recorded on that stone. I think that the High Elves of Aruka might know about the existence that watches me, and maybe they even know the secret behind the great disaster and the appearance of the dungeons. It hits me then I have to go to Aruka. But just then, someone else shows up, asking if I'm Park Sorro. I ask if he's the guide. The man says his name is William, the guide from the Lawrence Corporation, a pioneer in the dimensional industry. The professor, startled, finds that strange and asks Damn David if something happened. She says the Dragon Knight came to visit them without even giving a heads up, and asks where he is. And so Ter explains that an emergency came up, so he asked a guide to take care of him. Then she's surprised, asking if he isn't there. Ter confirms that he's not, and since she's here, he asks if she could put her hands on that. She asks what it is, wondering if it's a new invention. Placing her hand on it anyway, her strength appears as 839 and her agility as 159, and he sees that it's actually working. And so she asks if those are her physical stats. He says it's actually inspired by the Star of England, explaining that those are the stats of an S-rank awakened who maxed out their strength. But she says they'd need to be 4 digits for her to really be able to brag, saying it seems she needs to train even more. But then Ter is surprised, and she says she's going to look for the Dragon Knight, adding that she'll be back later. Ter, however, keeps thinking, questioning those 4 digits, because that can't be right. The current limit is 999, so he increases the limit and extracts Park Sorro's data, because if he raises it to 9,999, maybe it'll work. He sees the result and is horrified. Meanwhile, with a monster chained up nearby, William explains that they're capturing monsters to use in research, saying they're going to die anyway. So his company buys them for a cheap price. And with that, he says we've arrived at the gate I want to enter. And William says that this is a level 5 dungeon full of giant grasshoppers, and there are 18 hours left until the dungeon break. I'm surprised, looking over and seeing 2 actors pretending to be a knight and a grasshopper. And William says that this is the most successful comedy in England right now. And these days, the guilds are using a lot of celebrities to profit from the dungeons, and I don't like it one bit. While all this is going on, I ask if we're under attack. And William says that battles are currently happening in over half the territory, but that doesn't mean they can stop clearing dungeons. Then someone yells to be careful, as a helicopter is falling right there and we're almost hit. But the flying propeller comes right for them, and William is scared to death. However, I catch the propeller in my hand and stop it before any more problems are caused. Look, if this was some kind of premonition, everyone's fate would be the same, because if you're meant to die, you're meant to die. Then they start questioning what that was, since a helicopter just fell out of nowhere. but then they ask who this Asian guy is. They realize it's the Dragon Knight and they thank him. But I ask, for what? And William says, I saved his life. As he goes on, William says that, anyway, he's already handled the paperwork and I can enter the portal. But then I realize they're standing right there talking to me, introducing the Phoenix team from the Lawrence Corporation. It's one of the best combat teams in England, an A-rank combat team his company prepared especially for me, and he introduces the star of the Phoenix team, Robert Coley. He greets me, but I ignore him, saying that it wasn't necessary, because I'm going to clear the dungeon by myself. And William asks what I'm talking about, and I tell them not to follow me, but William asks me to wait a moment, because this is a sea-level dungeon. But still, our hero charges right in, noticing it's not working yet, trying to check his stats. But then he realizes the dungeon's limit was rank B, and the cap was 100. So he's going all out, heading inside. While William keeps calling for him, our hero is already in there transforming, and they're just left outside looking completely dumbfounded. And William turns to Robert, asking what they're going to do, wondering if they shouldn't follow him. But Robert says he doesn't see why they should if the guy doesn't want help, so they just say he can do whatever he wants, noting that they just got ignored by some little Asian guy. But then the other guy tells him to watch his mouth, because he is the Dragon Knight. But they're like, even so, how can he just go in alone? And William says he's really sorry, since they're super busy. However, Robert says it's fine. They were just waiting for a mission anyway. And William says that if anything happens to him, he's screwed. Are Koreans always this reckless? And look, I gotta say, based on the Korean manhwa I've covered for the channel, I think they are. But then another 4x4 pulls up, and William is surprised. And it's Dame David who gets out. So she asks if everyone's gathered here, wondering why they're just standing around instead of hunting locusts. But Robert asks why a hero who should be busy saving the world is in a rural area like this. And she tells him he's being so cute, asking if he's trying to be slick with her. He asks if he looks stupid enough to provoke the number 9 in the world and the top ranker in England. She says, yeah, you do. So he says they need to get ready for a mission, telling them they'll see each other at the party. And she keeps teasing him, and the tension between them gets really bad. Then, William speaks to Dame David, and she asks why her adorable William is so upset over here all by himself, asking about the Dragon Knight. He tells her the protagonist went into the dungeon alone just a little while ago, and she's surprised to hear it. And William says it happened so fast they couldn't stop him, asking what they're gonna do if something goes wrong, because he can't get fired. But then she starts laughing, and he's completely confused. And she says that's just like him. He really went for it, telling William he doesn't seem to know much about the guy. But William insists. Still, it's a level 5 dungeon. However, Dame David says she'll be waiting at the pink iced coffee shop and tells them to let her know when he comes out. Just then, they realize our hero has already come out. William thinks, that's impossible, and when he looks back he wonders, what the hell is this? Meanwhile, another team that had just come out starts checking their gear and says it looks like 3 of the combat teams that went in were wiped out. Everyone is shocked, and they realize this might mean they can't stop the break, and they get more and more frustrated, and they wonder if a whole damn swarm of giant locusts is about to show up. And they say the national office has already asked the Seoro Guild to send more troops. But Phoenix teams 1 and 3 are probably in Liverpool right now. They wonder what will happen if the break occurs while they're still in there, but they don't even want to think about it. But then one of them notices something, asking himself what's going on, wondering if he's hallucinating. He yells to the captain that Soun is back, and the captain can't even believe it. Then he sees that our hero really is there, and Dame David is thrilled to see him. Our hero recognizes her as the muscular person from that day. Then one of them yells that the fireboar has escaped and is charging right at Dame David. While William is frozen with fear, the monster goes after her. She notes that this pig destroyed her favorite restaurant, saying she can't forgive it, and gets ready to use her atomic punch. And our hero just watches as William is scared to death. And when she hits that monster, the boar stops in its tracks, part of its hard shell cracking as it's sent flying, almost hitting the crowd of people nearby. And everyone is stunned that she took care of something so big with a single punch. Our hero can feel that she's strong. With that, she walks right up to him and asks if they know each other, introducing herself as David Silva, and our hero introduces himself to her as well. She says she's wanted to meet him ever since that day, and our hero asks, why? She says that on that day, she came to turn that megalodon into fish food, and that's when she realized he was the same kind of person as her. Our hero finds that weird, and she asks if he knows how she got these arms. He asks if he really needs to know that, and she says she made them with bananas. And our hero is even more surprised. She says she saw his cave paintings and that his drawing of himself training his muscles with giant bananas on a tree impressed her. Our hero is shocked by what she's saying, and she tells him that everyone else made fun of it, but she sympathized with him because she also trained her arms with bananas. I'm starting to think I got the manhwa wrong, and I'm watching a Rogel manga instead. Man, I must be crazy. That's the only explanation. And our hero is questioning it. She says, yes, of course, showing a photo of herself training to our hero, and he's stunned. She says she was lucky enough to work in a banana factory, and that bananas always gave her strength when she was going through hard times. And our hero thinks that this brings back memories, because bananas saved his life too. And to think there was someone who sympathized with him after seeing his drawings in the cave, especially after he was made a laughingstock all over the world, he thinks, this person is actually pretty cool. And she tells him not to worry about things like the dimensional energy score. She asks if he can't handle most monsters with those muscles he trained with bananas. And our hero says, of course, easily. And she says she wants to see him take on a monster one-on-one, using only his strength, changing her outfit and asking what he thinks. Our hero immediately agrees, and William begs them to wait. And just like that, the two of them enter the dungeon again, and everyone is shocked. But after a while, the news reports that the Dragon Knight and England's #1 ranker saved the country, clearing a level 5 dungeon 15 times in 40 minutes, right before the dungeon break. And all of England's associations, including the Phoenix Guild from the Lawens Company, are thanking Park Se-yoon. The Queen of England hopes to bestow the title of Knight upon Park Se-yoon. At this, the association leader is shocked that the Queen of England is going to knight Park Se-yoon, and the girl says, well, he did save the country, so that makes sense. And so he asks if they still haven't heard from him, and the girl says no, adding that she can't get in contact either. Then he asks if the Se-yoon dungeon has been cleared, asking if there was anything inside, and she says there was nothing, questioning if everything will be fine as long as they get all the money back. But then he says that a level 7 dungeon is about to appear, asking if she thinks he cares about money, and that if they at least had the chance to create sensors, it would have worked out. But the girl asks why he's so worried, and if he didn't say he was going to migrate when a level 7 dungeon appeared. But he says he wasn't being serious, and she questions why he's so patriotic all of a sudden, or asks if there's something she doesn't know. And he tells her not to be like that, telling her to think of a way to bring Park Se-yoon back to Korea once and for all, and that there's no way he can decide to just stay there. But she says he doesn't need to worry so much, because Park Se-yoon will come running back as soon as he checks the internet. And he asks, what do you mean? She says there's a video that was uploaded to Se-yoon's YouTube channel an hour ago telling him to take a look, because Seung-go caused a huge incident this time. And when he sees it, he asks himself, what the hell is this? And after a while, the protagonist is thanking Damie David, saying her fists were the best he's seen among the awakened. But she asks if he met Sylvia on the street, and he says no, asking who that is. And so she explains that she's quite famous among tamers. She left everything behind and flew all the way to Russia when she heard about him. And she says that several tamers went there wanting to meet him. But the protagonist asks why. And she says it's because he's the dragon rider, and no tamer in the world has ever managed to tame a wyvern. He says it was easy, but Damie David says it's still better not to fall for the champion's provocation. And he asks, what do you mean? And she says it seems he hasn't seen the news yet. So he sees the article about the insult to Park Se-yoon and asks, what the hell is this? Then she asks if he doesn't know Hero. He says no, and she explains that he's the first in the world ranking. He was originally Korean, and his real name is Lee Seung-go, but he keeps saying he's never heard of him, and she just agrees, saying that anyway, This guy is a psychopath, a murderer, and if he can avoid him, he should. And the protagonist is surprised by what she says, and she explains that Lee Sung-go is #1 in the world ranking. He's done a lot of good things, and is recognized worldwide as a hero. Honestly, she wanted to be friends with the guy. And one day, she had the chance to speak with him amicably, but she ended up losing to Hero, left lying on the ground all bloody, saying that he's really, really strong. Because even though she lost, it was the best duel of her life. However, he says that evaluations are a privilege that only the strong can make. And an ignorant person who doesn't know how things work is nothing but arrogant, saying he will teach her the price of arrogance. Then, Damie David is surprised when he nearly kills her. He attacks once more, and she says that on that day she saw the demon in his eyes, telling him to look at the thing on her arm, saying that as a result, she needed to have 8 surgeries on her left arm, and the protagonist is really surprised. And she says that after that, many challengers died in duels, and if you analyze the videos carefully, you'll notice that he kills the challengers, even when the fight is already over, and even those who have given up. So she says that this is murder, and Junho asks why he does it, but she says she doesn't know the reasons, and nobody messes with Hero. But the protagonist questions what kind of grudge he has against him to want to provoke him until he reads another news article. Noticing there was an attack on his property, he's completely shocked. So, that psycho did this? And after that, the protagonist calls his team. They say they couldn't get in contact with him for a long time, but the protagonist tells him to shut up and asks what happened. And Junho says that that guy invaded and said that if he doesn't come, he'll kill everyone there, saying that 2 wolves on patrol died. But the protagonist is absolutely furious seeing this. So much so that if they were attacked, the alarm should have sounded, but he realizes too late that the alarm didn't go off because of the error window in the status that the pack members were dying. He questions where the others were because he attacked in a way that they couldn't get out of there. Then he asks what they were doing when this happened, and Junho asks what he expects them to do against Hero, asking if he doesn't know who he is, because he's the top one in the world, and the protagonist gets more and more irritated. And Junho asks him to come back soon, and the protagonist is already thinking that when he gets back, he's going to make them go through special training that will make them wish they were dead. And at that moment, Damie David asks what happened, and the protagonist says he has to go now, but she tells him not to go, because his plan is obvious, saying she doesn't know why he's so obsessed with him, but he certainly has a reason. And the protagonist questions this, and she says that for the champion to offend an awakened who isn't even registered in the rank, that's very rare. And observing his actions so far, there's a high probability that something bad will happen during the duel. But the protagonist says it's okay, asking her to say goodbye to Toddler and William for him. Then, as he's leaving, he summons his wyvern. He notices it's not working, and is surprised by this. Meanwhile, Tony is in his room, laughing about it, saying he wanted to keep him there a little longer. However, it's a shame, asking why David had to visit him. And he asks if the protagonist is surprised, telling him not to worry, because he'll be released in a little while. And with that, several countdowns appear for the protagonist, and his system is finally fixed. And a warning appears that his property has 356 intrusion alert points, and the tree wall has taken damage. Besides that, Mumaleng and Odeng were killed, and the protagonist feels sorry about it. And so, when he finishes summoning the wyvern, Damie David is very surprised. And Toddler, seeing this, is even more shocked, because the skill's cooldown time is exactly 11 minutes and 28 seconds. He says that the artificial ore created by combining the memory stone with takamite, the arrowamite, earth, wind, fire, and water has not yet appeared. The known dimensional energy abilities of Park Sa-yun-woo are almost, just like the High Elves, and his status window must not have been working right after he touched that arokamite. And after coming into contact with an arokamite of that size, an error appears in the status window, and all abilities that use dimensional energy are suspended for 24 hours. And if awakened humans are evolving in the same direction as the elves from the planet Aroka, is he going to stop it? And after a while, he makes a call and believes that's the case. And the man on the other end of the line says that this is great, since it looks like it's time to teach those arrogant elves a lesson. And Tyr says that, even so, the elves of Aroka are our allies, and they taught him a lot about alien technology, asking if they shouldn't be more discreet. And that other guy says there's no such thing as an alliance that lasts forever, saying the elves of Aroka could turn on them at any moment. But the doctor says there are still many problems to be solved before it can be commercialized. But the man tells him to solve it quickly, as the crime rate among the awakened is slowly increasing worldwide. And although they have no choice but to maintain a symbiotic relationship with the Jaruka, that could end at any time. But he still talks to the director, who says that the time when level is equivalent to power will soon arrive. They need to find a way to regulate this as soon as possible. However, the doctor says the problem is that Se-yun's physical stats are around 8,000, wondering if that will be enough to stop monsters like him. Meanwhile, the protagonist is on top of Eileen, heading home, asking how Hero dares to invade his territory, saying he's going to destroy him. Meanwhile, the protagonist's crew is discovering that they might be in trouble. And so, when Joao R shows them the message, they start to understand. That's why the protagonist says they're going to have a special training session until they think they're dead, and everyone is scared to death. And the streamer questions what they could possibly do against the best in the world, because that guy beats S-rank beasts. Then, they watch a report on TV about the Seoro Guild and everyone starts talking about them. The streamer sees that it's a screenshot from his video and Joao R is bummed out because they're being called weaklings, even frauds. And Junho says that those are comments left on the Heroes Guild forum. They note that the internet is something else, questioning if these guys are even really Korean. And Joao R says that no one took their side, even though they're the victims. But then the other guy asks why the streamer posted that video, and he says it's to sue Hero. However, they won't be able to refute the comments saying they were a disgrace, and that they should have remained calm in the face of danger. However, the streamer says that's not something that should be said by someone who drank all night and got into a fistfight with a civilian, only to be dragged to the police station. And the monk turns bright red and says he was just there to help out a small bar in the area, but it just so happened that on that day there were some demons wearing human masks. So he's even lying. And Junho says that when the protagonist gets back, they'll know they're screwed, because he's really pissed off. And Ju says they could just leave the guild until the dust settles. And the streamer immediately says he's liking him more and more. But the other one asks what the department said. And the streamer says an article came out and they just said it was a shame. And everyone is stunned, that's all they said. Because a foreigner enters their country illegally, invades their territory, attacks them, and destroys private property. But those bastards go and say it's a shame, saying that at the very, very least, they should have arrested Hero and made him answer for what he did. However, the streamer says there's an article saying Hero went back to Japan, and they're all shocked because they just let him go back. And none of them can believe it, saying they're going to go down to the department and complain. But Junho tells him to calm down, because they'll probably just say it would be a huge problem if this turned into an international incident and that they should take care of it themselves. So he asks if Hero is part of the Japanese Defense Agency, saying that he doesn't think this can be written off as petty personal revenge. But they say that the ones who were really humiliated were the government officials, saying that agents who push the responsibility onto civilians are a real disgrace. And the low-rent Ganche questions how there isn't a single damn article on their side, since they're the victims here, asking how they can even call this their country. Then the streamer told them to look at that article from America, saying the Sorro Guild should move to a real country, one that can protect them, like their own. Then Joao R says that they're right, because this didn't happen because they're weak, but because their country is weak. And the other guy says they should have gotten out of there a long time ago. And the streamer says that, in the end, the only one who can solve this is Sorro, because they all saw his eyes as he ordered them to bring Sorro to him, or else he'd kill everyone. Junho says he wanted to call him too, but they can't get in touch with him, and they start to get frustrated. Because even while they were being humiliated like that, his body froze up so much he couldn't take a single step. But the streamer says that if they hadn't stopped and had gone after him, they all would have died. So they kind of agree and think about what would have happened if they had died there and how the protagonist would feel. And so Mjo says they did the right thing, and the streamer asks how Junho is doing, saying that his little disciple seemed to be really shaken up. and he says that Junho seems fine, but he's not talking much and just stays in his room watching TV. But it's better this way, because they think he was actually a little too out of control before. They note that even the wolves would run away when they saw him, because, in reality, in his room, the kid is thinking that Hiro is way too cool, and to think that he appeared right in front of him is insane. Meanwhile, the streamer says they'll have to wait for Sorro to get back and then crush that idiot. And Junho says they need to do one thing before he gets back, turning to Don-soo. And he takes the kid outside, who asks why he has to do this. And Junho says that everyone else has other things to do, but he says that he's also to blame. And Junho says he's sure they buried it somewhere before they left. And Don-soo says that even so, this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But then he gets a call, and the agent from the department thanks them for their cooperation, saying they were able to finish exploring the dungeon thanks to their help. Junryu says it was nothing. After all, they signed a contract. However, she asks them not to hate the government too much for what happened recently. He just says it's all right, telling her he has to go. And with that, he calls for Dancel, inviting him to the beast farm. But Dancel questions if it has to be right there. And Junryu says those guys probably planted bugs before they left, and he's sure of it. But Dancel says that even so, he shouldn't be too hard on Chief Myson, since she's always looked out for them. And Junryu says, that's true, saying, there's a saying that you'll always have enemies close to home. And Dancel says, that makes sense, mentioning there's nothing wrong with being careful. When they get there, they notice there are more of them, and the monsters are even starting to crowd the place. And so Dancel notes that they're having fun. And Junryu says the family is growing in a house with no owner, asking where his brother is. And Dancel says there was an article yesterday saying he was riding a humpback whale in the South China Sea, and he caught 4 megalodons with the ice vortex. They're surprised, and Dancel says if he's there, then he's almost home. However, Junryu asks why he would catch a whale if there's no sea there at the farm, and Dancel says that he used to tame a lot of beasts even before he had the farm. But it seems Sorro leveled up way too much while he was traveling, and to think he froze the sea to kill those monsters is just insane. But then, Junryu looks up and finds something strange, since he's never seen this before. And Dancel sees that there are monkeys there. They're Japanese macaques. They're shocked, because there's no freaking way the protagonist is in Japan. He lands there and starts attacking Tokyo. Everyone screams that it's a wyvern and that it's coming. He lands in the middle of the city with that monster, and everyone runs away from it, screaming and terrified. And the protagonist then calls for Hiro, telling him to show himself. And both Junryu and Dancel can't believe what they're seeing, and the people from the press also can't believe he went there for revenge, saying he really has balls of steel. And the protagonist yells again, telling Hiro to appear. And the breaking news is that the Dragon Knight has appeared in the middle of Tokyo and is looking for Hiro. They received information that he entered the country illegally. And although he has stopped traffic, no major damage has occurred, and all authorities are starting to head to the scene. It seems the Awakened Federation's anti-crime task force has arrived on site, and Lieutenant Sazek is heading there with Team 1. They arrive to talk to the protagonist and state they are confirming that the 15th ranked in the world, Lieutenant Sazek of Tokyo's Team 1, is at the location. They just received footage of a battalion of Type 10 tanks heading to the location in Tokyo, and they are also seeing a battalion of unmanned aerial drones on their way to the scene. And Dancel thinks that this time, Sorro is really in deep shit. Meanwhile, at the Japanese Ministry of Defense, in the control room, they are watching all the footage of what's happening. The tank battalion gets ready and the drone battalion is also ready. And everyone is aiming at the wyvern, even through the combat satellite. And in the control room, Daigo speaks with Kurosawa, saying that they had been trying to recruit Park Sorro for a while. But Kurosawa says Sazek has also arrived and they're just going to observe for now. They're going to find out if it's worth using their defenses against him. Everyone is shouting Sazek's name as if they were cheering for an idol. However, the protagonist continues to tell Hiro to appear. So Sazek speaks to the protagonist, telling him he's under arrest for illegal entry, social disruption, inciting panic, and other violations of public order. However, the protagonist asks if he is Hiro, and Sazek introduces himself, saying he's from the police department, asking him to get off the wyvern and come with him peacefully. But the protagonist says that if he's not hero, he should get lost. And everyone is shocked, wondering if he's gone crazy for thinking he could refuse to cooperate with Sazek. And so Sazek says the protagonist is a very rude Korean, throwing his magic at the wyvern, trapping it with his ropes. They shout that it's starting and everyone gets hyped, saying it's the prison of Bake, and the protagonist gets caught in it too. And Sazek tells him not to move because it'll only get tighter. However, the protagonist keeps moving and Sazek jumps on top of him, saying that now he'll be taken by force. But the protagonist just lands a huge punch right in Sazek's face, sending him flying. No one can believe it, because he hits the ground hard, but still manages to crawl away on all fours. Then he questions what just happened, his face all red and his nose bleeding, and the protagonist says that if your territory is attacked, you must protect it with your life. And with that, the wyvern starts swinging its arms, tearing off all the bindings Sazek had placed, and everyone is scared to death. And so Sazek says this is really to be expected from the Dragon Knight, because he's as strong as the rumors say. And if he hadn't cast weaken the moment he took the hit, his face would have been completely wrecked. And the protagonist says, "That's right, and since you know that, you can get lost." However, Sazek continues to use his magic, saying he'll also be charged with assaulting an officer. But the protagonist finds him annoying when Sazek starts cursing him out again, rushing towards the protagonist to defeat him. But the protagonist uses sand vortex while he's zigzagging from side to side, throwing Sazek back. And everyone is surprised again, and Kurosawa himself can't believe it. He's thrown directly into a building, getting embedded inside it. And everyone watching can't believe he just neutralized Sazek. And the protagonist doesn't even care about the situation he's in, yelling for Hero to appear, telling him to stop sending his subordinates. At that, the wyvern breathes fire onto the ground, just to cause an even bigger scene. And so all the police officers get angry, but one of them tells them to fall back, because their duty there is to protect the civilians. And everyone on the internet goes crazy. And Kurosawa assumes that he's more incredible than he thought, and seems to be a more attractive asset than Hero. However, Daigo says that before this, Park Sorro had sent them an invitation, and he plans to reschedule the meeting as soon as the airlines are secure. However, the protagonist says that if they don't bring Hero, he will burn everything within a 1-kilometer radius. He and the wyvern are really ready to do it. And everyone hearing that thinks they need to escape. And the department starts to think the civilians are in danger, saying they have to take out the Dragon Knight with the satellite. And Kurosawa says it's just getting started, asking why he's so worked up. And so he asks Daigo who's next, and he's told it's Lieutenant Mazai, who's getting ready. Just then, they order Prota to stop, and there he is, Lieutenant Mai, with a strength of 23. Prota asks who that is, and Mazai introduces himself from the police department, saying it's best if Prota stops now. However, Prota tells him to bring Hero out, saying he'll give him 30 minutes. But Mai says Hero can't come here, and Prota demands, why not? And he says he's currently in a level 7 dungeon. Prota questions if he went hunting, asking where it is. Mazai says he can't be reached, and it'll take at least 10 days for him to get out. And Prota is surprised that the little shit needs 10 days to clear a dungeon that he times provoked, asking, what's the deal with that sicko? But Mazai says it's a level 7 dungeon. Still, Prota asks if he said 10 days, saying he'll just come back later then. Mazai tells him to do just that, but says he'll pay for what he did today. However, Prota says it's their fault, telling him to relay a message that stealing from the young or from the eggs in a nest while the pack leader is out hunting is something only mediocre little punks do. Still, Mai says he can let him go. And so Kurosawa thinks that he can't just let Park Sorro walk away, saying it will be an international humiliation. But then the minister says it's even more humiliating to use the entire army's force against a single awakened being. And they even try to argue, but he says Prota said he'd be back, and orders them to have Iroma Zoe escort him to Addis with the F-35. So Prota leaves from there with his wyvern, but while flying over the area, he saw a black portal. He asks if that's the portal to the planet Gone, and just then, on the internet, in the latest news, Prota declares war on here, and everyone is thrilled. and the news of Park Soro's furious battle, the Dragon Knight in Tokyo, also breaks. They get happier and happier with what Prota says and mention that, on the other hand, it was reported that Lieutenant Sazek, who was knocked out with a single punch while trying to arrest Park Soro, was transported to the hospital with a concussion, and his entire team starts thanking Prota again, thinking he's the best. And so it's announced that the Japanese government has labeled the incident an attack against Japan and demanded that Park Soro be extradited. And if they don't comply, they will declare war on Korea, and all four of them are stunned. It's said that, as a result, the ministers in an emergency meeting have not yet declared anything. And Dom So says that thanks to Prota, it looks like a war is really going to happen. Then, John R. asked what they're going to do, and Dom So says they can use this opportunity to move to America because they would never declare war on them. And the wise guy pipes up that they'll have a serious talk about this when Prota gets back, but looking outside, they notice something on the TV and realize he's already back. So Prota asks, "Where are they? Where are your uncles?" And he rats everyone out, saying they were in the office getting wasted and watching TV. Prota bursts in, and Junho asks if he's back, while everyone else looks guilty as hell. Prota demands to know what they're doing, and everyone runs for their lives. And Prota then screams for them all to stop running, but they smash through the window and jump out. Meanwhile, far away with the country's leaders, they're saying they have to hand him over immediately. But the other one asks why they have to give them everything they ask for, then tells them to hand over Lisung too. But then they question why he acted like that, saying it's because they spoiled him too much. And that's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, asking who he thinks he is to go over there and make a scene. However, the Minister of National Defense says Lisung started it all, asking why he's only criticizing Park Soro and questioning if his father is Japanese. And the foreign minister gets pissed, asking what he just said, but the other one plays dumb, saying he was just talking to himself. And they keep bickering until the others ask why they're fighting, suggesting they take it outside. And another one says the president has arrived, and the president sits at the head of the table and asks if Lisung and Park Soro know each other. The Deputy Secretary of State says there's no contact whatsoever between them, so he questions why he did it. And one of them says they couldn't figure out the motive. However, the other says he heard Lisung started all this, asking why someone who betrayed his country is picking a fight with Park Soro. The director says they have two theories. First is that he did it out of jealousy of Park Soro's recently growing fame across the nations. The president questions if that's possible, and the Minister of Defense wonders what the strongest in the world is doing, acting so childishly. And the president asks if, should it come to a war, they can win against Japan, questioning the Minister of Defense. He says that if it were 10 years ago, they might have had a chance, and if they can get a bigger budget now, maybe they'll have a shot against them in 10 years. And with that, the president then orders them to just hand Park Soro over, and the Minister of Defense finds that strange. But another one says that if that's the order, it's the best they can do. Because if a war starts right now, they're going to die. And one of them agrees, asking if they shouldn't prioritize the citizens before anything else. And at this, the foreign minister asks if the director heard that, telling him to make preparations to send Park Soro. But the director says that before that, there's something he needs to tell the president, stating they believe their second guess is more plausible. He questions it, and he says they believe the whole thing was a plan by the Japanese government to recruit Park Soro, and they find that strange. And the foreign minister says that if it's as the director is saying, the threat of war is nothing more than a bargaining chip. And the director says that in the current climate, where both countries are swamped trying to stop dungeon breaks, a war is realistically impossible. This means they want Park Soro badly. And the president asks if this Park Soro is really that powerful, since not even a returnee from a planet like Link Su asked about him. The director says that Park Soro is a little different from the others, and the reason not just Japan, but every other country is so desperate to recruit him is because of the abilities only he possesses. So he asks what kind of ability Soro has to make them so desperate. And they say that Park Soro is on his way to mastering the elemental magic that only the elves of Aruga can use. And they heard there's been a recent increase in the number of those who returned from Aruga after studying the planet with great difficulty. but there are no awakened who can perform in the area of magic. Everyone is surprised by this high elf magic. So the Minister of Agriculture tells the director that, with the high elves' elemental magic, he must also be referring to the instant harvest. And the director says that's right, because Park Sorro is like a winning lottery ticket that can generate huge amounts of cash. But then you have to see if he'll even be willing, right? I mean, you can't count your chickens before they hatch. And after they agree to treat the protagonist as a VIP and refuse to send him to Japan, someone mentions they were contacted by Mr. Max and agreed to meet on Earth tomorrow. The director finds it strange that he's leaving already and notes that he can really smell money from a mile away, saying he's counting on Misser to make it happen. And she says that he created the problem, but she's the one who has to solve everything. But he questions since when she's been sleeping on the job, telling her to just do her best to get him on the stage because he'll take care of the rest. Meanwhile, in the second area of Seoul, at the level 3 Grasshopper Dungeon, the Seoro Guild is returning from inside, completely wiped out. The protagonist sees them like that and tells them to get up, because there are still 10 rounds left. But everyone's asleep, and the protagonist gets pissed. But a call from his grandma comes through for him, and he asks if something happened. She asks if he's letting the others eat while he trains them. But the protagonist says those assholes ate plenty when he wasn't around, saying they don't need to eat for now. But Grandma Sukja says she's going to pass the phone to Missor, telling him to talk to her. Then, Missor says it's been a while, mentioning she heard he's been doing some high-intensity training, without even stopping to sleep for 3 days since he got back to Korea. And the protagonist says, yeah, he has, and asks why. She questions if he knows that Japan's reaction was pretty severe. She says they have a very good solution for all of this. The protagonist then looks at his friends and thinks about it, remembering that in the human world, there are human rules, and he forgot that going after them can be a pain in the ass. And so he says he'll see them at home soon. When he gets back there, they all gather to talk, and she introduces Max, the administrator of the SPFC's Asian branch, and the protagonist greets him. And with that, the guy also greets the protagonist. The protagonist asks what this SPFC wants with him. Then Max says that a little while ago, the champion, Hero, challenged him to a duel. He recalls that he said Park Sorro is nothing, and that he can beat him with one hand tied behind his back, saying he even looks down on him. And the protagonist asks, he said that? And Misor asks if he didn't know. The protagonist says he thinks he heard something like that, but asks why he's doing this. Then Max says it's for money, of course, and the protagonist finds that strange. And Max says if the duel happens, an astronomical amount of money can be made, telling him not to think too much about it and just accept the challenge. The protagonist questions him more about it, and Max says that if he accepts, he can prevent a war and make a lot of money, saying he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But the protagonist remembers Demi David saying that bastard is a murderous psychopath, telling him not to interact with him in any way. However, the protagonist asks if he can legally murder him if he agrees. The other 2 feel he's going a little too far. Then Max says yes, because the SPFC's rules make it very clear that they are not responsible for any accidental deaths, but they do not tolerate murder. Telling him not to commit murder, Missor speaks to Max, saying she'll get in touch again after discussing it with Sorro, and he says that's fine, saying he hopes they make the right choice. And when he leaves, Missor says that if he's not up for it, he doesn't have to agree, saying she doubts a war would happen over this, but the protagonist says he really wants to. So Missor says the Japanese calculations are pretty easy to understand, saying they either want to capture him or get rid of him. But the protagonist says he doesn't care about their reasons, and that bastard needs a beating. And since it's not against the law, this is even better. And so she asks what he thinks about donating the fight's profits to Japan, because it's important to calm them down before the match. The protagonist says, of course, and Missor says okay, telling him she'll inform Max. But there's one more thing she needs to tell him, saying an official order came from the government, and the protagonist is surprised the government is getting involved with him. Missor says that once a year there's a general assembly with all the guilds, and on that day all the major level 6 guilds gather, and they plan to invite him. But the protagonist finds that strange because his guild isn't level 6. And she says the Seoro Guild has officially become a level 6 guild, congratulating him and saying this is the certificate granted by the department, and the protagonist can't even believe it. And she says the entire Ugambu region will be handed over to them along with territorial rights, and the protagonist is even more surprised that they're giving them a whole region. She says that once the infrastructure is built and people start to settle there, the government will assign the management of the entire land to the Sorro Guild, thus creating the 13th area of Seoul. However, the protagonist, being totally slick, asks if she's trying to get him to move. When he tells the rest of the guild, they can't believe it. But those guys ignored them when they were in the shit, and now they want this. They question why they're being given land, asking if they want them to do their job for them. And the monk says they haven't even gone through military training, asking how they're supposed to protect the country. But the protagonist says that's already been decided, and the government needs to build the city first. Then they realize it's still going to take a while for the construction to finish. But Junho replies that he just took the bait. After all, they're just using him, and Sayunwa says it's like being the captain of a demilitarized zone, adding that expanding the beast farm is going to be easier than he thought. However, Don-soo finds that frustrating because it would be 100 times better to just take the money and immigrate to America. But Sayunwa says that Farao didn't bring him in just to be their base of operations. Later on, he plans to divide the new region into sub-districts, and Don-soo finds this strange, asking if they're going to become branch managers. And the other guy asks if branch managers have the same power as a mayor. And they say that Seoul's Area 13 is the size of Gyeonggi-do, so you could say it's the same as being a provincial governor. Then they realize that Sayunwa is going to choose the branch managers. So, instead of mayors and provincial governors, it would be more accurate to call them lords and castellans. So Don-soo starts to get excited. And the monk says that, from what the news is saying, due to the agriculture in the Sayunwa lands, Korea is going to become the grain hub of the world, and as a result, the profit would be astronomical. But they wonder if they could even compare with Zoroka's agricultural industry, since there are several exchange portals around the world. They say that Zoroka's products are expensive, and they don't have enough portals to meet their planet's demand, so they're going after the niche market. And Don-soo says that if this works out, Sayun will become the lord of a territory that generates an insane amount of money. They'll be castellans protecting the earth. And so he asks if Sayunbo signed the contract, adding that it's best to keep 2 copies of the agreement so they can't complain later. However, Junho says they've already settled everything, but Sayunu says he can't even protect their own house, telling them they aren't going to be castellans of a damn thing, because if they're done eating, they need to get back to training. So Don-soo immediately starts faking it, saying his stomach hurts. However, Sayun knows it's all a lie. But just as he's about to drag him back by the ear, Spike blurts out what he heard. Hero is out of the dungeon, so they turn on the broadcast, and on TV, they're welcoming Hero back. The news reports that Hero reduced the clear time for the level 7 dungeon to 8 days. He comes out of there looking completely wrecked, and as soon as he's out, he has a message for Sayunwa, saying he's going to teach him some manners. And just like that, the fight is finally on. Then they ask Lennox, the former world champion. He says that a mana versus mana fight between the awakened is completely different from a hunt, and in a confined space, Hero, who has a ton of experience, will beat Park Se-yunwoo. As for Bright, a commentator for the SPFC, he says that Park Se-yunwoo has 0 experience fighting top tier, awakened on big stages like the SPFC, saying he'll probably realize that the SPFC is a world away from the street fight everyone on the internet keeps talking about. And they also mention the purse that the rank B irregular, Park Se-yunwoo, is receiving to take this fight, 240 billion. Everyone is stunned, and they think that's really what you'd expect from Se-yunwoo, since they figure they couldn't make that much money even after running a level 5 dungeon 100 times. But then Junho tells Don-soo to scroll down a bit, and the news says that Sayunwei donated the entire 240 billion from the fight to Japan. They can't believe it, questioning if Sayunwei has gone completely insane and why he'd give his hard-earned money to another country. And Junho says it must be to avoid a war. Spike says that at least he thinks the negative comments will die down. However, The monk wonders if the winner doesn't get way more, and Don-soo notices that the winner's purse is doubled to 480 billion, and while they're gossiping about this, Sayunwoo shows up and asks what they're doing. At this, Don-soo confronts Sayunwoo, saying they're just using him while he puts his life on the line, and asks why he'd give away all the money when he's the one putting his ass on the line. And Sayunwoo says that if they're done eating, they should stop talking and get going, because he's going to go check on the land in Jeonju. Meanwhile, with the director, he says that of course the prize money from the fight was diluted, saying that if they just distribute 5 billion to each of them, it would be more than enough. And just to be safe, they also signed a contract where he would have to donate his winnings to the National Development Fund. And that way, they can stop all the rumors of a war brewing within the country. Remarking that Park Se-yoon was very generous, but he tells the president that this is just the beginning, and when the agricultural project in the Se-yoon lands is finished, things will get much better. And Se-yoon remembers Miso saying that this was the facility used as the headquarters for the third corporation, which is currently being relocated. But by expanding the building and redecorating it, it should be possible to house about 100 people, and so he figures that must be the place, descending on his wyvern. Down there, Miso is waiting with everyone, and when Sayunwoo arrives, they're amazed, and say that seeing it with their own eyes is truly incredible, wondering if it got bigger. Sayunwoo then dismounts, returning the wyvern to the gate, and Miso welcomes him, asking what the view is like from up there. He says it looked good, mentioning that it should be fine if they plant 4 kilometers from there. She says that once he marks the territory, she'll submit it for approval, but at that moment, Se-yoonbo simply uses his own magic, surprising everyone, wondering if this is really their famous territory marking. And at that moment, a complete stranger starts talking to all the martial arts fans out there, saying that this is the sickest martial arts channel in the world, the Helper. And there are only 15 days left until the battle of the century. The champion, Hero, versus the rookie, Park Se-yoonwoo. They here at the Helper channel are going to prepare some interview footage with the champion and the challenger. And with that, he runs up to Hero, asking him how he's preparing for the fight against Se-yoonwoo. And Hero says he doesn't have time to prepare. Soon, the number of level 7 dungeons will increase drastically, and for the sake of humanity's peace, there's no time to rest. While watching that interview, Junho grumbles about when the last time they had a hot meal was, and the monk says it was last Monday. Don-soo chimes in that he wants to eat Grandma Sukja's scrambled eggs. But then, the guy from the Helper shows up, asking if they are the members of Team Sayunwoo, saying they're the ones known as the 4 lackeys. At that point, everyone is surprised to see him there, asking if he could get an interview with Park Se-ro. And Dong-soo tells him to try heading over to Yongo, saying he's probably planting some trees there. And when he gets there, everything is already developing quite a bit. Meanwhile, a woman in Japan is being denied access every time she tries to get into the protagonist's information, until she finally breaks through. She sees several confidential files, and when she looks at the first one, she's horrified, because the very first folder mentions 1,000 years. And the newspapers keep reporting that Hero cut the clear time for the level 7 dungeon down to 8 days, and DGB Construction continues to send materials to Sorro's land. But as time passes, there are only 2 days left until the fight, and Sorro is still secluded on his land. The news starts talking about him, and everyone starts rooting for Hero. And so, in a hotel in the city of Tokyo, he comes face to face with that woman who was looking at the protagonist's file. And she asks what Hero is thinking, and he says he's thinking about how he should kill Park Se-ro if he doesn't show up. She says she doesn't think it'll be that easy, and he can't believe it. She tells him that killing Park Se-ro won't be so easy. He asks why, and she says she looked at the confidential data from Korea's Department of the Awakened, and the records indicate he returned from a planet where he had been for 1,000 years. Hero can't believe it, questioning if he's a 1,000-year regressor. But she says she doesn't believe he uses return stones like Hero himself does. However, he says that living for 1,000 years without using a regression stone is completely impossible. However, she says that, according to the records, he returned from the other planet after 10 years. But the time difference on that planet is completely disproportional, And if the Earth time that it took for Sorro to return was 500 years, it's not absurd to say that he spent 1,000 years on that planet and wasn't affected by Earth's time. And that would also explain why Hiro never met him during his 25 regressions over all these 20 years. But he asks how he could have possibly survived all that time without a regression stone. Did he drink from the fountain of youth or something? And she says she researched that very thing. There's a rare item called the Crimson Divine Peach, so he's surprised by this, questioning her about this red peach. And she says that they say it's a rare item that appears once every 1,000 years on one of the planets and disappears after 10 days. It's a divine fruit that grants eternal youth and immortality to whoever eats it. Hiro says that with each passing day, he gets more curious about him, because a guy who lived for 1,000 years without a regression stone has caught his attention. However, the girl speaks to Hiro, saying that what worries her most is the fact that he has lived longer than him. But he says that it doesn't matter who the opponent is, he can't allow anyone to stand in the way of his survival plans. And hearing this, she becomes worried about him. Meanwhile, the protagonist is planting trees like crazy, filling up the land, and Dong-soo, seeing this, can't believe his eyes. And the protagonist thinks to himself that this should be enough for the apple trees. At that moment, Dong-soo says they don't have any more time, but the protagonist just moves on to the pear trees. However, Dong-soo keeps talking to him, saying there are only 3 hours left and he needs to go now. However, the protagonist says he doesn't have a very large variety of seedlings since his level is still too low, and says that since he's heading out anyway, he'll take the opportunity to buy the seedlings he had mentioned. However, Dong-soo just agrees, telling him he doesn't need to worry about that. He begs them to just go already because he's going to go crazy if they take any longer. But just then, the protagonist changes clothes in an instant and summons the wyvern too, startling the kid. The protagonist says he won't be long, telling him to clear the dungeons in the meantime because if he gets lazy, he'll kill him. And Dong-soo asks, "What do you mean?" saying that he knows him. With that, he departs with the wyvern, leaving him behind. And Dong-soo notes that he really doesn't give a damn, but it's still a fight against the world champion. And to think he was planting trees just 3 hours before the fight is just too much. And so he calls in the drones, thinking whatever, because he already knows what he's going to use for the thumbnail. Meanwhile, at the stadium, the announcer says that with 3 hours to go, the crowd is already overflowing with excitement. However, Park Sorro still hasn't arrived in the country, making him question if he's actually backed out of the fight. And the commentator says that, even if it's just an event match, it can't be easy for the rookie, since his first fight is against the SFC champion. Ultimately, all responsibility for the pre-fight waiver lies with the Korean government and the SFC. And the Korean government will have to take responsibility and issue an apology. And everyone on the internet is still talking about it when Hiro asks, "Where's Sorro?" And the girl says that, according to the news in Korea, they expanded Sorro's land all the way to Gyeongbu a little while ago, and that's the latest news. He likes the sound of that, saying that, as expected, he really does know what's going to happen in the future. He says that the first S-level dungeon in Korea appears in Gyeongbu, and the combat unit that arrogantly challenges the level 7 dungeon as soon as it appears gets wiped out. Korea, having lost half of its S-rank awakened, is unable to stop the dungeon break in the end. And so he says that, due to the large-scale bombing used to kill the S-level monsters, Gyeongbu burned to ashes, and right after that, a massive number of dungeon breaks will occur on the continent. And unable to stop the monsters that start appearing, North Korea and South Korea are completely destroyed. And the Korean government wants to prevent all of this by pushing Park Sorro forward, thinking to himself that they are arrogant bastards. Just then, with little time to spare, the protagonist lands in the middle of the stadium with the wyvern. Everyone goes wild and Dame David gets all excited, saying she knew he would come. And this makes the director happy, with Park Sorro, because the world will be his if he wins. And they say they never imagined he would show up like this, with only 5 minutes left, calling him the true king of showmanship. And everyone keeps cheering for him, especially the crowd from his own lands. Meanwhile, the blonde woman finally arrives to see what's happening, and she's shocked to see that bastard, and the protagonist is there with his wyvern. He sends it back to the portal, and everyone notices the wyvern just vanished, questioning if it's a summon. And the protagonist asks why there are so many people in the stadium. "Where's Hero?" he asks, telling him to show himself. Model. So, it's said that Park Sorro is looking for Hero in the arena, and everyone starts chanting his name in unison. So he stands up, saying, "The time has come." The girl asks Sorro to be careful, but he tells her to relax, saying he's going to win and come back just fine. "Maybe you'll come back alive, and you'll have to be happy with that." So, our protagonist stands in the middle of the arena until all the spotlights are on him, and he finds that strange. Then, some kind of bird flies over him. They say that Hero has arrived, and he crashes down right in front of Sorro, and everyone goes crazy. Hero asks if he's a survivor of the apocalypse, and says he's going to ask him a few questions before killing him. The protagonist has no idea what he's talking about and asks, "What is this?" And Hero says there's no use in lying. But the protagonist again asks what the hell he's talking about. And so, Hero asks if he had another regression stone, questioning how many years he can go back with the one he has. But the protagonist also has no idea what this crazy guy is talking about. Asking again what that is, the commentators notice that the two are talking. They wonder what the conversation is about, and the other one says that, being a veteran in the arena, Hero must be giving him tips since he has the qualifications for it. So they suggest they listen to Hero's advice, telling the broadcast drone to go down to the ground, and they get close. And so, he asks if it's fun, because now that he's back in the past, it seems like the world is in the palm of his hand. But our protagonist, again, has no idea what this lunatic is talking about. Going back to the past. And so, our protagonist summons his swords. Hero says that the protagonist is asking for it, attacking him just like that, saying he has a way to make him talk. While he attacks, the protagonist just waits, and everyone tells Hero to kill him, but their jaws drop, and so does the blonde girls. And everyone watching it can't believe it. Everyone stops. Practically the whole world is in shock, even a small bar that promised free fried chicken and beer if Park Sorro won. Nobody can believe it, especially Hero's girlfriend, because he takes a massive punch to the face and even bounces off the arena floor, rolling away, breaking everything, and ending up passed out on the ground. And so they say that, apparently, Hero has taken a lot of damage and isn't reacting. The protagonist slowly walks towards him, and Hero starts to be in danger. And so, Sorro notes that he's just some nutcase running around causing trouble and tells him to get up, asking if he's dead already. Hero actually starts to move, and Sorro questions how someone called a champion can be so weak. He tells him to get up, because he knows he can take more of a beating. And Hero really does wake up, spitting blood, and everyone is surprised because he overcame the shock and got back on his feet. Then, Hero questions what this is, wondering if he was hit by magic. And Sorro says, there's always going to be someone stronger than you, and he's going to beat that lesson into him, saying he needs to learn some humility first and foremost. But Hero tells him to shut up, running towards the protagonist again. And Sorro once again lands a huge punch to his face, completely dismantling Hero. And he notes that if he can't see the fist, he'll have to switch to another attack. But the protagonist hits him again, this time in the pit of his stomach, sending him flying, and takes the opportunity to use his tornado too, making Hero start to float around the place. And not satisfied, he also jumps up to use his fire fairy, bombarding him with everything he's got. And he just slumps to the ground, while all the Japanese spectators can't believe what they're seeing, as he's being completely massacred by the protagonist. The commentator was about to say that Hero is getting a beating, but he changes it so it doesn't sound so bad, saying that he's taking some hits, and the situation is so unexpected that he can't believe what he's seeing. And he speaks to the commentator Masuda, asking what he thinks about it. However, Masuda can't even say a word because the protagonist simply walks over to Hero and lifts him up by the neck, holding him like a rag doll. And so they ask if Hero has passed out, and the protagonist tells him not to play dead because he knows he isn't, since his HP is still at 25%. The protagonist says he wants to ask him something, questioning why that lunatic came after him. He says it's because he wants to kill him, and Hero's HP starts to refill. And the protagonist questions why. and he says it's because the protagonist deserves to die. But he asks why he deserves to die, and Hiro says it's his fault that the plan he prepared for 500 years with blood and sweat was destroyed, and he starts to transform as if he's turning into a monster. His HP grows more and more, and the protagonist questions this 500-year plan, asking what the hell it is. And at that moment, Hiro drops some kind of liquid, and that liquid is making his power flow stronger and stronger, and he becomes the descendant of the monsters, taking on a demonic form with horns in front of the protagonist. His HP goes back to 99%, and the protagonist realizes he's using transformation. Hiro says he needs to save the Earth as he turns into a demon to attack the protagonist, who, Sorro, can't even believe it, wondering what the hell this crazy guy is doing. And so, Hiro uses Divine Fury, completely transforming into a demon. Then, he manages to throw Sorro far away using his tail from that transformation. And nobody can believe what they're seeing, as Sorro is launched away. And even the barrier that was protecting the audience is shattered, and shards of glass fly towards everyone. And after that destruction, Kurosawa starts to laugh, talking about that potion to recover his stamina. But Kaigo talks about that explosion, because Hiro turned into a completely grotesque monster. And Kurosawa says that besides a transformation skill, after taking the potion, it seems Hiro learned some interesting things on planet GX. I don't know, but that doesn't really look like someone who wants to save the world, does it? But who am I to say? After that explosion, the entire stadium is completely destroyed, and several people are buried and dead, while a child calls for her mother. And everyone in the stands suffered some kind of damage, because shards flew at everyone, and everybody is injured. Even Hiro's wife is a wreck up there in that private box. He starts walking toward the protagonist with that grotesque and demonic form. He talks about his final move, Divine Fury. It's a skill so lethal and powerful that the human body can't handle it, and that's why he had to use a monster's physique. And to think he used this skill, which he had been saving for the level 8 boss, the Frog Monarch, on a human like that. But he notices something strange, and when he looks over, our hero is still alive, just clutching his head in pain. And Hiro can't even believe it, because our hero is also healing himself. So Soun says that surprised him, but when he looks at him, he's shocked. Hiro is also surprised that he managed to survive his final move, the Divine Fury. Then our hero tells that psycho that he can transform, too. And at this, Hiro asks what item he's using to be so strong, questioning what the hell he used to come back. But our hero says he doesn't know what he means by come back, stating that this isn't an item, but a skill called Blessing of the Forest. However, Hiro doesn't believe it's a skill, asking if he's saying a mere skill can replace an elixir. And Soun says that's right, and it's an elixir rank skill that recovers all lost stamina and mana in 5 seconds. But Hiro can't believe he's smiling while saying that, and our hero finds that strange. So Hiro rushes at him, trying to attack, asking if he thinks this is funny. And our hero sees Hiro's new status sheet, where he's listed as an S-rank hybrid. Our hero is surprised by this rank. As Hiro attacks him, our hero returns the attack. Then Hiro is shocked, saying the planet is going to be destroyed because of him, and he throws our hero away again. And so he wonders if, knowing this, our hero will still laugh. Hiro attacks him relentlessly, completely out of control, telling him to answer, and wanting our hero dead by any means necessary. But our hero says that, from the looks of it, the rank isn't that big of a deal either. He returns Hiro's blow with a massive kick, nearly twisting his face all the way around. And so Hiro says his 500-year plan was ruined because of him, and that's why he's going to die, using the tornado on that thing. Then our hero asks if the planet's destruction is his fault and if he has to die, questioning if that's really it. And Hiro, completely beaten up, can't even answer. And Hiro then says that if he understood, he should just die, using another one of his stolen items to try and beat our hero, saying that Soun ruined everything. He asks if our hero knows how he got to this point, and questions how someone like him dares to do this. Then, he remembers everything he's been through in his life, ever since he was a child, and he remembers when he saw the mechs and was overjoyed by a complete victory for the mystic hero, thinking that his hero had done it and saved the world. But then he sees that same hero succumbing, falling, kneeling, bleeding. He thinks that everything was destroyed and that it's time to fix it. People will forget who the mystic hero is, but that's okay. And as long as his beloved friends can continue living on this beautiful planet, everything will be all right. But all the children are crying, watching that hero die. And so they say the mystic hero's soul stone is reversing time. He thinks that if this happens, the mystic hero will die. And little hero, seeing this, thinks it's okay, because even if he's forgotten forever, this world only needs to remember one hero. But while he's lost in his past, our hero wakes him up with a swift kick to the face, kicking Hero once more and knocking him to the ground. And Hero is already desperate from bleeding so much, and thinks that our hero is too strong. To think there's a human he can't defeat, even after turning into a monster, it's absurd. He wonders what this bastard is and thinks it doesn't matter, because this regression is a bust and he can just start over. However, our hero attacks again, asking what he's looking at, and Hero is completely cornered. And our hero notes that the reason his plan was destroyed wasn't because of him, and from now on, he's going to shove reality down his throat. And so Hero tells him to keep talking, telling him to say everything he knows. And so the replica stone keeps cloning everything, and he thinks, good, just a little more, and he'll get it. And in the next regression, our hero's power will be his, and he says he'll absorb even his soul. And so he says that the hero who will save this world has to be him. However, as Hero watches, our hero transforms and lands a massive punch, throwing him backward and knocking several demonic teeth out of his mouth. He's hurled against one of the stadium walls and flies outside, landing near the civilians, de-transforming instantly, and everyone is shocked that it's Hero, that psycho killer. He falls, de-transformed, completely defeated, and notices the replica stone is gone. Just then, our hero approaches him in his bird form, and he starts to get scared of Seun, thinking he's not human. And with that, Seun lands right on top of him as he lies on the ground completely limp from the beating he took. And so, our hero asks what he thought, asking if he can see the real world now. But Hero still thinks this is all nonsense. And our hero says the reason he couldn't save the world, even after all this time, is because he's weak. And Hero tells him to shut up, refusing to accept it. But Seun tells him to never show up in his territory again, because if he does, he'll kill him. And so, Hero says that 95% of humanity will die in the apocalypse anyway, and he'll die too. But our hero tells him to stop being delusional, questioning why Hero's past has to be his future. And Hero can't believe what he's hearing, while our hero says there's no future for a guy like him, who lives in the past. My friend, what a beating he took all by himself. I'm sure that now he'll think very carefully before even saying our hero's name. And if you want the continuation, don't forget to leave a like so I can bring even more for you guys. And for sure, I'll see you in the next one.